learner is really
Okay, so let's unpack this. There's some major financial news hitting the wires. We've got discussions confirmed, like actually confirmed by the Treasury Secretary, about a potential $2,000 payment. Could be a dividend, could be a stimulus check. The terms are flying around.
That's right. And it's a significant amount of money we're talking about here, potentially heading out to millions of Americans. It's really caused a stir since the president first mentioned it, just a few days back?
Exactly. A total whirlwind of headlines. But now, crucially, we're getting some concrete details filtering down. Straight from the top of the administration, they're starting to define not just the amount, but also this really key income threshold.
Yeah, and that's exactly where we need to focus today. Our mission for you, the learner, is really critical. We need to cut through all that noise, the speculation in the headlines. We need to confirm the absolute core details. It's not just about throwing numbers out there. It's about getting the full picture, the context of what the government's actually thinking policy-wise right now. So who exactly is being considered? What is this proposed income level they're talking about? Because that part, it's proving pretty controversial already. And maybe most importantly for people, when might this, substantial payment actually show up?
When does the money hit the bank account?
Precisely. This deep dive is all about getting you some actionable clarity. Because it's a fast-moving story, and honestly, it can be a pretty confusing financial picture.
And the confirmation piece here is just so crucial, isn't it? We're not relying on whispers or anonymous sources anymore. The initial idea, it came from the president, got amplified. But the real shift, the key update, was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stepping up. He confirmed this whole thing is under active discussion within the administration. That's a big signal.
Huge signal. It moves the whole conversation, doesn't it? From just a proposal, maybe wishful thinking, into, serious policy consideration, advanced stages. And it's backed by the Treasury Department's machinery now. That's significant.
So what's really fascinating then is the core question seems to be twofold. First, what exactly is this payment? Because like you said, the terms are all over the place, maybe deliberately confusing. And second, who precisely qualifies? And that second part, that's where the real tension seems to be.
Absolutely. Especially because the income levels they're floating right now, they seem quite a bit higher than what we saw in previous relief efforts, stimulus rounds.
Right.
And if that higher ceiling actually holds, that implies a much, much broader group of people getting this money, which, has seismic implications for the budget, for whether it can even get through Congress. Big stuff.
Okay, let's jump right into that confusing terminology then. Because you hear stimulus check, you hear dividend payment, sometimes even substantial tax refund. Why is the language so muddy? What's going on there? And what does it actually mean for, the process of getting the money?
Well, the confusion is partly intentional, I'd say. But it also stems from the specific legal hoops the government has to jump through. To deliver large amounts of cash quickly, outside the normal budget process, they need a mechanism. The administration seems keen on dividend payment. Sounds nice, right? Like they're returning surplus money or profits.
Yeah, it sounds positive.
But really, regardless of the political label, stimulus, dividend, whatever the technical structure, is almost certainly an advance of a refundable tax credit.
Okay, advance of a refundable tax credit. Let's break that down. That sounds exactly like the kind of government jargon that just makes people's eyes glaze over. What does it actually mean for, the average person just trying to figure out if they're getting help with their bills?
It definitely sounds like jargon, but it's actually pretty important to grasp because it dictates how eligibility works and the timing.
Yeah.
So think about a tax credit generally. It just reduces the amount of tax you owe, right? But a refundable tax credit is special. It doesn't just zero out your tax bill. If the credit is worth more than the taxes you owe, the government actually sends you the difference as cash.
Oh.
It's basically designed using the tax code as a way to give direct cash assistance, even to people who maybe don't earn enough to pay income taxes at all.
So let's say the government decides you're eligible for the full $2,000, but maybe you only owed, say, $500 in taxes that year. You'd get that $500 covered, and then they'd send you a check or direct deposit for the remaining $1,500.
Exactly. That's how a traditional refundable credit works when you file your taxes. But now here's the key word, advance. By calling this payment in advance, what the administration is signaling is they intend to deliver that whole amount. The full $2,000 the source confirms is on the table up front, right now or as soon as possible.
So skipping the usual tax filing wait.
Totally skipping it. They're bypassing the standard yearly tax filing process, delivering the funds immediately, basically. long before you normally file taxes for the year the credit technically applies to. The source we looked at explicitly called it delivering just a lot of cash, using a sort of fast-track method built into the tax code.
Okay, that makes sense. But this mechanism, structuring it through the tax system, immediately brings up a huge concern. We hear this all the time, especially from older folks, people on fixed incomes, maybe receiving disability, Social Security, SSI, VA benefits, people who aren't always required to file a tax return. If it's a tax credit, does that mean you absolutely have to file tax paperwork to get this $2,000?
This is so critical, and yeah, we have to tackle that misconception head on. It pops up every single time these payments are discussed.
Yeah.
The core fact, and this is confirmed by what Treasury Secretary Besson has said, and just the nature of it being an advance payment, is that filing a traditional tax return does not matter for your eligibility. Let me repeat that. Filing a tax return is not the requirement.
But how does the Treasury know who to send the money to then? If they're not looking at a recent 1040 form for everyone, that's the logistical gap people worry about. They think, they don't know I exist if I don't file.
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it highlights how complex the logistics really are behind the scenes. The Treasury relies on existing, pretty comprehensive federal databases. So for people receiving Social Security, retirement, SSDI, SSI, or VA benefits, the Social Security Administration and the VA share that recipient data directly with the Treasury. They already have that info.
Okay, so those groups are largely covered automatically.
Largely, yes. For low-income folks who don't file and don't receive those specific federal benefits, it's a bit trickier. In past rounds, the Treasury set up special online portals, simple non-filer tools, to collect just the minimum info needed: name, address, bank details. The administration's goal this time, though, seems to be automating it as much as humanly possible, relying purely on income information they likely already have from federal records. Things like W-2s or 1099s submitted by employers or banks, even if you didn't have to file a return based on that income.
Gotcha.
So the bottom line is, just as the administration's discussion suggests, the focus is only on your income compared to whatever threshold they finally set, not on whether you physically mailed paperwork to the IRS.
Okay, let me just hammer this home for clarity, because it's so important for so many listeners. If you're retired, if you're on disability, if your income just falls below the level where you're required to file taxes, the Treasury Secretary's confirmation strongly suggests you should still be eligible for this cash payment, provided your income is below the line.
That's exactly right.
The tax credit advance thing is really just a technical label for how the government accounts for it and gets the money appropriated. It's not meant to be a barrier for you, the recipient.
Precisely. The system, based on past experience, is designed specifically to catch and include non-filers in these situations. And let's lock in that amount again. The president's initial announcement was quite specific: a dividend of at least $2,000 per person.
At least $2,000.
Right. So this isn't some small partial payment being discussed. It's a significant lump sum amount that's being actively shaped right now at the highest levels.
Okay, so we understand the mechanism. We understand the amount is substantial.
Mm-hmm.
The next huge question is, who actually gets it? Who qualifies? And this is where it gets really, really interesting, and where this proposal really starts to look different from what we've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
The income threshold being floated is way higher than in previous rounds, which means potentially millions more people could be eligible for this $2,000.
Yes. This is, without a doubt, the biggest policy shift here. If you look back at the president's first statement, remember he said it would go to everyone, but then added the qualifier, not including high-income people.
Right, which left everyone asking, okay, what's high income? Very vague.
Exactly. Totally ambiguous until Treasury Secretary Besson stepped in and provided that definitive clarification.
Okay, so what definition did Scott Besson give us? What's the magic number? Where does high income start, according to the Treasury right now?
The specific clarification from Secretary Besson indicates that high income begins at $100,000. So therefore, individuals with an adjusted gross income, or AGI, of $100,000 or less are being signaled as eligible for this payment.
Wow.
He explicitly laid out that $100,000 threshold, confirming the administration's current thinking on the scope.
$100,000 for an individual.
Yeah.
That feels like a really high ceiling compared to what we're used to, doesn't it?
It's enormous.
We should definitely put that in context, because previous stimulus checks, thinking back to 2020, 2021, during the pandemic, they generally used a threshold around $75,000 for individuals, right?
Yeah.
And then the payment would start phasing out pretty quickly above that.
That's exactly right. And that jump from $75,000 up to $100,000, I mean, that is the story here. It's a substantial, very deliberate increase in who qualifies. It immediately pulls in a pretty big chunk of the upper middle class, maybe higher earners, who were either excluded entirely or got much smaller payments in prior rounds.
Right.
This $100,000 mark, it feels like the administration is planting a flag, defining the boundary of the middle class for the purpose of this specific payment, at least.
So why the jump? I mean, what's the thinking behind picking $100,000? Why not stick with the $75,000 limit that Congress has, approved before? Seems like an easier path.
Well, the calculus is probably multi-layered. First, you've got the economic reality, right? An income of $75,000 today in late 2025, heading into 2026, it just doesn't feel like what it did back in 2020.
True. Inflation's hit hard.
Exactly. Cost of living is up significantly.
Yeah.
So a higher ceiling lets the administration argue they're truly helping the middle class, which, let's be honest, is always a pretty flexible political term. Second, there's the pure political reach. By pushing eligibility up to $100,000, they include this massive group of potential voters, people who might have felt kind of ignored by relief efforts that were more targeted towards lower incomes.
Makes sense.
It shifts the narrative, doesn't it? Away from just targeted poverty relief towards something closer to broad, almost universal economic support. Appeals to a much wider demographic.
It's like saying, look, we know maybe you're earning a decent salary, but costs are up for you too, so here's some help. It definitely broadens the tent politically.
Precisely. Changes the whole framing. But, okay, we have to look at the household picture. What about married couples? We know previous payments usually doubled the individual limit for joint filers. Does the source material, does Besson's commentary give us any direct confirmation on what the joint income limit might be this time?
The discussion from the administration hasn't explicitly nailed down the joint figure yet, no. But the analysis seems pretty strong on this point.
Yeah, the analysis strongly suggests, just based on historical patterns, how the IRS and Treasury usually structure these things, especially using adjusted gross income, that this $100,000 individual threshold would almost certainly be doubled for a married couple filing jointly.
So potentially up to $200,000 for a married couple.
That's the indication. A married couple could potentially have a combined income up to about $200,000 and still qualify for the $2,000 payment each.
So $4,000 total for that household.
Potentially, yes. Those are the general income parameters that Secretary Besson's comments are pointing towards right now. $100 K individual, $200 married.
That's a staggering potential reach. I mean, for a lot of households, the immediate thought is, wow, I might actually qualify this time when I didn't before.
Yeah.
Much wider net. But okay, let's pivot from the benefit side and dive into the expert analysis of this high threshold. Because there's always a trade-off, right? What's the immediate downside, and why does this generous ceiling create, potentially, a major political headache?
Right. If we connect this to the bigger picture, that higher income threshold is directly inevitably linked to the overall price tag of the program. And that price tag, that's probably the single biggest factor determining if this thing ever actually gets passed by Congress.
It always comes down to cost.
Always. The financial math is brutally simple. The higher you set that income ceiling, the more households qualify. The more households qualify, the greater the total cost the government has to authorize and, crucially, fund the money for.
Okay, let's try to put some hard numbers on that increase. Because even with the lower thresholds last time around, that $75K individual, $150K or married mark, the estimated cost was already huge, wasn't it?
Astronomical. If we ballparked it back then, assuming maybe 85% of the population qualified, which is roughly 284 million people, you multiply that by $2,000, you were already looking at a cost of approximately $568 billion. And that figure alone caused a lot of debate and resistance last time.
$500 billion plus.
Yeah. So now you factor in the revised cost projection, the one driven by Secretary Besson's $100,000, $200,000 figures. With that new, much wider eligibility net, the total spending is projected to jump substantially, potentially reaching, maybe even exceeding, $600 billion.
$600 billion.
Yeah.
That is just an astronomical number. That's definitely going to make a lot of lawmakers sit up and take notice.
Yeah.
Especially anyone focused on fiscal discipline or the national debt.
Absolutely. It's the kind of number that stops conversations.
So this brings us right to the massive legislative hurdle. What does the analysis suggest is the likely fate of a $600 billion proposal like this, especially given how politically divided Congress often is?
Well, the analysis suggests this is where the proposal hits its biggest point of friction. It's Achilles' heel, maybe. Lawmakers, especially those already hesitant about big spending packages, and there are plenty of them, are very likely to see a $600 billion price tag as just too high, too much to approve quickly or easily.
So while $100,000 might be the line the administration wants to draw for their public message about helping the middle class,
Right.
it is absolutely not the line that defines political feasibility inside the Capitol building.
Exactly. You've nailed it. We're looking at a policy that's, financially very ambitious, maybe even generous, but that makes it legislatively very vulnerable.
Let's dig into that vulnerability a bit more. Which groups in Congress would likely push back hard against a bill this expensive?
Well, you'd probably see opposition from different parts of the spectrum, but for different reasons. On the fiscal conservative side, the argument is straightforward. Debt and deficit. They'll see a $600 billion relatively untargeted cash transfer as fiscally irresponsible, maybe even inflationary.
They'd argue it should be much more targeted.
Precisely. Money should only go to those in demonstrable dire economic need, not someone making $95,000 a year. Then, maybe counterintuitively, you might even get some pushback from the progressive side. While they generally support direct payments, some might argue that if you were going to spend $600 billion, maybe it should be invested in longer-term solutions. Things like permanent social program expansions, infrastructure, climate initiatives, not just a one-time cash infusion that doesn't fix underlying problems.
So the sheer size makes it hard to build a coalition. Too expensive for some, maybe not the right kind of spending for others.
Exactly. It's just too large to make everyone happy. Which leads directly to the most crucial point about compromise. The administration wants this policy. Congress holds the purse strings. So what's the active discussion, the buzz around potentially lowering that threshold to make it more palatable?
Is that already happening? People anticipating the sticker shock.
Oh, absolutely. There's intense discussion, speculation at least, already bubbling up behind the scenes about needing to bring that income threshold down, maybe significantly. Why?
Yeah.
Purely to lower the total price tag and therefore increase the odds of it actually passing. We're hearing talk about maybe going back to the previous $75,000 level for individuals, or possibly even lower, down to maybe $60,000.
Okay, let's think about the impact of that. Dropping the limit from $100,000 all the way down to $60,000 for an individual. That's a huge cut in who qualifies.
Massive cut.
What does that do to the percentage of Americans eligible, and more importantly for the politics, the overall cost?
If that line drops to $60,000, I mean, you're instantly excluding millions of middle-income workers. Everyone making between, say, $60,001 and $100,000 is suddenly out. It dramatically shrinks the scope. Based on, rough census data and income distributions, moving from a $100 case ceiling down to a $60 case ceiling could easily reduce the eligible population by, say, 15% to 20%, maybe more. Which means that $600 billion price tag, it could drop much closer to maybe $480 billion, perhaps even a bit lower. Still huge, but maybe not as terrifying to budget hawks.
And for you, the learner, what's the fundamental why behind this potential political maneuver? Why would they deliberately walk back that generous $100,000 limit the president seemed to propose?
The why comes down to one thing: probability of success, getting the bill passed. Lowering the threshold makes it an easier sell to lawmakers, as the source put it, simply because the cost is less shocking, less politically risky.
A more palatable number.
Exactly. A lower cost is essential for trying to get any kind of bipartisan support or even just keeping your own party fully united. Plus, there's another angle. Lowering the threshold allows lawmakers to frame it differently. It concentrates the money more heavily on people who, from a purely economic standpoint, really, really, truly need this money.
So lower wage workers, retirees solely on Social Security, people closer to the poverty line.
Right. It lets legislators frame the bill as targeted emergency relief again, rather than a broad, near-universal stimulus. And targeted relief tends to be less controversial, easier to defend.
So we've got this real tension playing out. The administration signals $100,000. Maybe that's their opening bid, maximizing reach.
Mm-hmm.
But the legislative reality, the sticker shock, suggests that to actually get any money out the door to secure the votes needed in Congress, that number might have to drop substantially, maybe back towards $75K or even $60K.
That's the core dynamic. It's a high-stakes trade-off, isn't it, between maximizing the scope of the payment versus maximizing its actual feasibility.
Getting something done versus getting the ideal thing done.
Precisely. Secretary Besson's comments gave us the administration's ideal target, their starting point, perhaps. But the context, the cost analysis, reminds us that this figure is absolutely subject to negotiation, subject to potentially radical change as a bill gets drafted and debated.
So we all need to be prepared for that $100,000 ceiling to possibly shrink quite a bit in the coming weeks or months, depending on the mood in Congress.
Definitely. It's the number to watch.
Okay, let's assume, for the sake of argument, they do manage to find a compromise. They agree on a price tag. the legislation passes. Let's turn to the second most burning question for everyone listening, timing and logistics. People need to know, when might they actually see this money? What's the timeline look like?
Right, crucial question. The official indication we have comes straight from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He gave us a window. He indicated that U.S. citizens could potentially be seeing substantial tax refunds, his words, early next year.
Early next year. Okay.
Yeah.
Context is key here. The sources place this discussion in mid-November 2025. So early next year clearly means early 2026.
That's the time frame he signaled, early 2026.
Now, early 2026, while that might feel a long way off, especially if you're feeling financial pressure right now, we need to inject a dose of reality about how Congress works, or doesn't work, sometimes.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier how slow the legislative process can be. Can you maybe use an analogy? Help illustrate just how difficult it is to pass a, let's say, $500 billion plus bill quickly.
Sure. Think about trying to launch a massive, incredibly complex new IT system across a giant global corporation. It involves tons of different departments, legal, finance, tech, operations. They all have their own priorities, their own concerns, and they all need to review it, tweak it, and sign off before it goes live.
It sounds like a nightmare.
It doesn't happen overnight, right? Same with Congress and a bill like this. Even if lawmakers came together today, mid-November, put everything else aside and started writing the legislation, the analysis estimates it would still take, realistically, about a month and a half minimum, just to get the bill written properly, debated in committees, argued on the floor, passed in both the House and the Senate.
Okay, so a month and a half, best case, from mid-November. That puts us right into early January 2026, assuming everything goes perfectly smoothly, zero interruptions.
Exactly, best case scenario. But now we have to factor in the political calendar, which always acts like a giant brake pedal on everything.
Ah, yes, the holidays.
You got it. We have to consider the upcoming political breaks. They slow the process down dramatically. Lawmakers are about to leave for their Thanksgiving recess. Then, inevitably, Congress adjourns for that long holiday vacation period, usually from mid-December through the new year. The source was pretty blunt, saying Congress is just very, very, very slow at processing huge, complicated financial bills like this. Bills that require intense, high-level negotiation.
Which means that timeline Secretary Bessent gave, early 2026, it actually sounds pretty realistic, doesn't it? Maybe even a little optimistic considering all those hurdles.
It does seem realistic. You need time for drafting the bill, then the intense back-and-forth negotiation over things like that income threshold, then floor votes in both chambers, then potentially a conference committee to reconcile differences between the House and Senate versions.
And then it goes to the president for a signature.
Right. And even then, the work isn't done. That's when the Treasury Department's real heavy lifting begins.
Getting the money out the door.
Exactly. The money doesn't just magically appear the day the bill is signed. The Treasury needs time to actually organize the disbursement. That means updating their computer systems, cross-referencing all those eligibility databases we talked about, especially making sure they capture the non-filers correctly, and then initiating the actual payment process, whether that's sending instructions for millions of direct deposits or printing and mailing hundreds of millions of paper checks or loading funds onto direct express cards.
It's a massive logistical operation.
Huge. So that early 2026 timeline, it feels like a sober reflection of the combined time needed for legislation plus the time needed for logistical processing. So, key takeaway on timing. Probably don't expect this payment before January 2026 at the earliest.
Okay, that timing discussion brings us back nicely to eligibility, actually. Because the logistics, getting the money out efficiently, hinges completely on being able to identify who qualifies accurately. Let's use this moment to circle back and really hammer home the core foundation for who gets this money, especially since the Secretary used that phrase, substantial tax refunds, which could still confuse people.
Yes, absolutely. This point needs repeating because it is genuinely the most common misunderstanding we see. People get eligibility for the payment tangled up with eligibility for filing taxes. The source material is really adamant about this. What actually predicates eligibility? What makes you qualify for a stimulus or dividend check like this? Is it because you're retired? Is it because you receive Social Security or SSI or SSDI? No. The only factor that matters every single time, according to the analysis, is your income relative to whatever threshold Congress finally sets.
So just to be crystal clear for everyone listening, your eligibility is based only on that income number compared to the proposed $100,000 ceiling or whatever it ends up being. The type of benefit you might receive, Social Security, retirement, disability, veterans benefits, or your employment status, working, not working, retired. All of that is secondary. It comes down to the income figure.
That is the absolute key detail recap. The government, when processing these advanced tax credits, is primarily focused on one thing: confirming that your income falls below the defined line, currently proposed at $100. As the source put it, they don't give a rip about all the other details like benefit type. Only the dollar figure of your total income matters for getting through that first eligibility gate.
Okay, let's delve just a little deeper into the structure, this advance of a refundable tax credit thing. Are there any, like, potential catches or reconciliation issues later on? Say you get the $2,000 early in 2026 based on your 2024 income, but then later in 2026, maybe you get a new job, your income suddenly jumps above the threshold. Do you end up having to pay the money back when you file your 2026 taxes?
That is an excellent, really practical question an informed listener should be asking. And based on how previous stimulus payments were structured, the answer is generally no. Typically, the Treasury includes what's called a hold harmless provision in the rules for these advance payments.
Hold harmless.
Yeah. It basically means the advance payment you receive is based on your income from the most recent tax data they have, which, if this passes in early 2026, would likely be your 2024 income data. If your income then increases later in 2026, the administration typically does not try to claw back that payment. They don't make you repay it.
Ah, okay. That's good to know.
It ensures stability for recipients. The idea is to provide help now when it's needed, not create some complicated repayment situation down the road that might discourage people from using the money.
That distinction is really crucial. It means people can hopefully use the money with some confidence, knowing a positive change later in the year, like finding a better job, won't suddenly result in a surprise bill from the IRS.
Precisely. And this mechanism, using prior year data, also helps address that logistical concern about non-filers again. The Treasury will be using the same basic systems and databases that process the previous relief payments, which means they have established ways to identify people receiving non-taxable benefits like Social Security, even if they didn't file, and issue payments based on that information from SSA or VA.
So the plumbing is already there, essentially.
The plumbing is largely there. The source was really emphatic on this point, stating directly, "I would not worry about that at all. They don't care if you file a tax return. It has nothing to do with your tax return or not." It all comes back to that income threshold, not the act of filing.
Okay, so we've covered the likely timing, early 2026. We've covered the ambitious income threshold, $100K individual, $200 married, but likely subject to change. Let's circle back one more time to that political feasibility debate, because it really does feel like the central tension surrounding this whole proposal, doesn't it?
It really is.
The administration seems to be pushing for maximum eligibility, maximum reach, but Congress, or at least a significant portion of it, is going to be focused squarely on minimizing that financial impact, that $600 billion number.
Yeah, and this is where we need to look beyond just the immediate headlines and think about the longer-term political strategy involved. A $600 billion payment isn't just, a simple policy tweak. It's a massive economic intervention, a huge injection of cash into the economy. And the debate will absolutely revolve around whether an intervention of that scale is actually necessary right now, or if it risks negative consequences, like, say, overheating the economy again, fueling inflation, or adding too much to the national debt for future generations to deal with.
If Congress does push back, and they manage to negotiate that threshold down, let's pick a number, say, back towards the $75,000 mark for individuals, maybe $70,000 even. What percentage of the U.S. population are we talking about then? Would it still be a broad-based payment?
Oh, absolutely. Even a threshold around $70,000 or $75,000 for individuals, which is much closer to the actual median household income in the U.S., would still ensure that a huge majority of Americans qualify. You're likely still talking about somewhere in the range of 80% to 82% of the population being eligible.
So still most people.
Still most people, yes. It removes that higher earning upper middle class segment that the $100K, $200K proposal includes, but it definitely still constitutes a broad, very significant relief package. And politically, that's often the kind of compromise legislators lean towards, isn't it? It's still politically popular because it helps the vast majority of people, but it appears more fiscally responsible because it shaves off that most expensive top tier from the administration's initial pitch.
It becomes a political calculation then.
Right.
Is it better to shoot for the moon with $100,000 eligibility and risk the whole bill crashing and burning entirely?
Right.
Or do you compromise down to $70,000 or $75,000, guarantee a still massive, maybe $500 billion payment actually gets out the door early next year?
That is precisely the question being weighed behind closed doors right now in Washington. The source material confirms that the internal thinking among many legislators revolves around maximizing the likelihood of passage. If they can get that overall price tag down, closer to the $500 billion mark rather than $600 billion plus, the odds of the bill actually happening go up significantly.
Why? Just because the number looks less scary.
Partly, yes. It addresses that core concern about fiscal responsibility that resonates with a substantial number of lawmakers, maybe even some moderate Democrats, not just Republicans. The political environment just seems far more receptive to, say, $500 billion of what can be framed as targeted relief compared to over $600 billion of very broad relief.
Let's also think about the justification. When the government issued those big payments back in 2020 and 2021, it was clearly tied to an immediate visible crisis. The pandemic lockdowns, mass unemployment, was a stated reason, the justification being used for this potential dividend payment now, in late 2025, early 2026. The immediate crisis seems to have passed.
Yeah, the justification is framed a bit differently this time. It revolves more around the persistent high cost of living, the ongoing effects of inflation. The argument is basically that even though the economy might have stabilized in some ways, many middle and lower income households haven't really recovered the purchasing power they lost over the last few years.
So it's about catching up from inflation's bite.
Exactly. And that dividend terminology is quite strategic, isn't it? It tries to suggest this is maybe sharing the nation's economic output or perhaps addressing budget surpluses, even if those are debatable, rather than framing it solely as an emergency intervention needed because the sky is falling. It's an argument that the economic strain is still very real and ongoing for many families, even if the headline crisis has faded.
That framing dividend versus emergency stimulus, that's actually quite important for the political maneuvering, isn't it?
Absolutely. The administration seems to be positioning this more as a corrective measure, a way to help people deal with inflation's erosion of their budgets, not just another desperate injection of funds into a failing economy. It's perhaps a subtler framing, but politically, it might be a safer way to propose such a massive cash transfer in the current environment.
Okay, let's quickly recap the logistical steps the Treasury has to take once if a bill is passed, beyond just hitting send on the payments. What else do they need to confirm about recipients?
Well, they need to confirm a couple of key things for each potential recipient. First, generally, residency status. These payments are typically restricted to U.S. citizens and certain categories of resident aliens. Second, and most importantly, that income level we keep coming back to. They have to verify, using the data they get from the IRS, SSA, VA, etc., that the individual's or couple's income falls beneath whatever final ceiling Congress legislates.
Right.
And since this is designed as an advance, the speed and accuracy of the whole operation depend heavily on how good, how current, and how accessible those government databases are.
Yeah. And what happens if, come January or February 2026, the systems aren't perfectly cinched up? Or there are glitches. We saw some delays last time. What are the processing times people should realistically brace for?
Yeah, based on past experience, delays are almost inevitable with something this huge. When a bill is signed, the Treasury typically needs at least 2 to 3 weeks just to get the first wave of payments flowing. That first wave is usually people for whom the Treasury already has direct deposit information on file from recent tax returns or federal benefits.
So direct deposit folks go first.
Almost always, yes. It's the fastest. Recipients who rely on paper checks mailed through the Postal Service or funds loaded onto Direct Express prepaid cards, they often experience longer processing times. It could potentially stretch into February, maybe even March 2026 for some people to see their money. Patience will definitely be required.
Good advice. And the key thing you could do now is make sure the government has your most current banking information, right? Through the IRS website or your My Social Security account.
Absolutely. If you have direct deposit set up, that is always the quickest way to receive these kinds of payments. Update it if it's changed.
Okay, one more critical area before we wrap up. Financial protections. This is huge for many recipients, especially those on fixed incomes or other benefits. If you get this $2,000, is it taxable income?
Good question. Historically, payments structured like this, as an advance of a refundable tax credit, are generally considered non-taxable income for you, the recipient.
Okay, that's big.
It's treated as a return of tax liability you might have had, or as structured government assistance, not as earned income, so no federal income tax on it, typically.
And what about other benefits? Does receiving this $2,000 payment affect your eligibility for crucial programs like S.N.A.P. assistance or Medicaid health coverage or maybe subsidized housing assistance, people worry about getting pushed over income limits.
Another critical point. And again, historically, Congress has been very careful here. These types of broad relief payments are typically excluded from being counted as income when determining your eligibility for most means-tested federal benefit programs.
So the $2,000 shouldn't mess up your S.N.A.P. or Medicaid.
Correct. The legislation usually includes specific language to ensure that this relief money doesn't accidentally cause someone to lose their core monthly support benefits. That's always been a fundamental protection built into these packages.
That provides immense reassurance, I'm sure, for many listeners. So the $2,000 is likely tax-free, and it likely won't count against you for your other essential assistance programs.
That's the standard practice and strong expectation, yes. And one more protection worth mentioning, garnishment.
Debt collectors.
Exactly. The legislation authorizing these payments usually needs to explicitly shield them from being seized by private debt collectors or subject to most garnishment orders. In past relief efforts, Congress specifically blocked banks and creditors from grabbing these funds out of people's accounts. Recognizing the money is meant for immediate needs, food, rent, utilities, not for paying off old debts, that protection is also crucial.
Okay, this has been incredibly detailed. Let's try to bring this deep dive to a close with a quick essential recap for the listener who just wants the absolute key nuggets to take away from all this confirmed financial update news.
Sounds good. Let's nail down the core points as they stand right now. First, the amount. The administration, via the President and Treasury Secretary, is actively discussing a payment, likely framed as a dividend, of $2,000 or more per person.
Second, the eligibility line. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has indicated the administration's current target defines high income as starting above $100,000 for an individual. This likely translates to about $200,000 for a married couple filing jointly. If your income is at or below that, you're in their target group.
Third, the big caveat. We absolutely must remember that this $100K, $200K line is highly contested because of the enormous, potentially $600 billion price tag. It could very well be lowered significantly by Congress during negotiations to make the bill politically feasible. That number is not set in stone.
Fourth, the timing. The official indication from the Treasury Secretary points to a potential arrival of these funds in early 2026. Not before then, it would likely be structured as a substantial advance on a tax refund.
And fifth, the mechanism. Crucially, filing a traditional tax return is not required to receive this payment. Eligibility hinges solely on your income level, which the government aims to verify using existing federal records, including data from SSA and VA for benefit recipients.
Okay, that provides tremendous clarity on a story that honestly just a few days ago felt like pure speculation and rumors. But this whole discussion, especially around the legislative hurdles and that massive cost, it raises a really important final question, doesn't it? The success of actually getting this $2,000 payment might hinge not just on, cold economic calculations or backroom political deals,
Right.
but maybe also on public sentiment, on the demonstrated perception of need out there.
That is such a powerful and I think provocative thought to leave with you, the listener. The analysis we've been discussing strongly suggests that legislative bodies, well, they rarely pass these massive, really expensive relief packages based only on abstract economic arguments or statistics. They need political cover. They need momentum. And the source material we reviewed explicitly mentioned this dynamic. It said that when the public shows excitement and demonstrates broad support on an idea, the likelihood of that thing actually happening becomes significantly greater.
So are you saying that how much people talk about this, how much noise the public makes about wanting or needing this payment, could actually influence whether it passes and maybe even at what income level?
It suggests that, yes, the listener should really consider how public interest, public demand, can influence major financial legislation like this. We often think of policy as just happening between elected officials behind closed doors. But this analysis hints that public momentum might be a necessary ingredient, maybe even a crucial one, for a policy of this sheer scale and cost to overcome resistance.
Interesting. So if the public seems indifferent or maybe just focused on other things?
Then the opposition can focus purely on that $600 billion price tag, right? Frame it as wasteful spending.
But if lawmakers perceive, as the source put it, that the people are all jacked up, that they're excited, they're counting on this payment.
And maybe, just maybe, they feel more political pressure, more incentive to find a way to overcome that hurdle of the high cost, to deliver something.
So public silence could empower the fiscal hawks, while public enthusiasm could empower the proponents.
It's a crucial dynamic to consider. If the public appears indifferent or skeptical, the likelihood of legislative resistance winning out definitely increases. That could mean the eligibility pool shrinks dramatically, or the bill gets delayed indefinitely, or just dies. So your engagement, your interest, following this story, talking about it, it's not just passively watching the news. In a way, it potentially becomes a genuine factor in whether that $2,000 ever actually arrives in your bank account.
That is a fascinating insight into the real-world interplay between policy, the budget, Congress, and ultimately public will. This has been a really critical deep dive into this proposed $2,000 dividend payment. We've clarified the amount, the mechanism, the potential timing, and crucially, that contested $100,000 income threshold. We will absolutely keep tracking this story, watching closely to see if that ambitious $100,000 line holds, or if Congress, facing that huge price tag, forces it down closer to the more traditional $75,000 or maybe even $60,000 mark to make the bill happen.
Definitely stay tuned. We'll be monitoring every update coming out of the Treasury and Congress, especially as we head towards the end of the year and into early 2026. This is a story that will undoubtedly move fast once the lawmakers get back to Washington after the holidays and really start. Welcome back to the deep dive. Okay, today we're looking at something pretty big. A proposal that, if it actually happens, could put thousands of dollars directly into the pockets of folks who really, really need it.
That's right. We're talking about a specific, high-level discussion, really, about a significant payment, a $2,000 dividend payment.
And this isn't just some vague idea floating around, is it? It seems pretty concrete, or at least the idea itself is being confirmed at the highest levels.
Exactly. It's been repeatedly endorsed. And look, if you're listening to this, maybe you rely on Social Security or SSI, any kind of fixed income. Well, $2,000 is huge.
Oh, absolutely. It can make a massive difference, right? Like covering rent or unexpected bills. It gives you that breathing room.
It really does. That's why we need to dig into this.
So our mission today for this deep dive is to cut through all the chatter, the speculation. We've got the source material stacked up, recent posts, official statements, some historical financial context too.
And we're aiming to pull out 3 key things for you. First, who exactly is this dividend aimed at? Who gets it?
Right. Second, how realistic is the funding? They talk about how it'll be paid for, but does the math actually work given the huge cost?
And third, maybe the most critical point.
Yeah.
What's the track record here? This isn't the first promise like this. Does that history tell us anything about whether it'll actually, land in people's bank accounts?
Yeah, that's crucial context, especially for our audience. We're talking retirees, folks on low income, people with fixed benefits. They need clarity, not just headlines.
Absolutely. When you're talking about thousands of dollars, the details matter. The income limits, how it gets delivered, that's the stuff that really counts.
Okay, let's unpack this. So the proposal itself, what are we actually looking at? The source material, you said, it's recent posts from the president.
Yes, very recent, very public posts, confirming the idea. It's been called a few different things, hasn't it?
Yeah, I saw that, like $2,000 stimulus check or a $2,000 dividend distribution rebate.
Or even just a $2,000 payment to all of us. That last one sounds broad.
Right. But the key now is to get past those catchphrases and look at the actual language. Who is supposed to get this money? That's where we need to start.
Exactly. Let's nail down the specifics.
So Section 1, who's the target for this $2,000 payment?
Well, the amount seems pretty consistent. It's proposed as $2,000, sometimes phrased as at least $2,000.
Okay, so the number itself is clear, $2,000. But the who gets it part, that seems to have shifted a bit.
It really has. Over just the last few weeks, it went from a very broad initial statement to something much more focused.
What was that first message? I remember it causing a bit of a stir.
It did. The first post we looked at, the keywords were something like a dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, will be paid to everyone.
Everyone. That's the word that jumps out. But then that little catch, not including high-income people.
Right. And that immediately creates confusion, doesn't it? What does everyone mean if it excludes a group? And more importantly, who counts as high income?
Exactly. And for people on fixed benefits, that everyone phrasing, it's tricky. Does everyone include someone just getting Social Security or retirement who doesn't file taxes the usual way?
Or someone on SSI? Their income is needs-based, often below tax thresholds. Are they part of everyone? That ambiguity is a real problem when people are trying to figure out if this applies to them.
It causes anxiety, definitely. You see $2,000 for everyone, and then you wonder, wait, but do they really mean me?
Precisely.
Mm.
which is why the follow-up clarification was so important.
So there was another post. What did that one say?
Yes, almost right away, a second, more specific post came out, and this one sharpened the focus quite a bit. The language changed.
How so?
It stated $2,000 payments were explicitly for low and middle income USA citizens.
Ah, okay. Low and middle income. That's much clearer than everyone except high income.
Much clearer. And that shift in language, that specific focus on low and middle income people,
Yeah.
it matters tremendously for our listeners.
Why specifically? How does that address their concerns?
Because it directly tackles those long-standing worries for seniors, people with disabilities, folks with very little income, or those living only on government benefits. Think about past stimulus efforts.
Right. There was always that question of how they'd find people not in the regular tax system.
Exactly. The administrative hurdle. How do you determine eligibility for someone outside that standard W-2 employee structure? By tying eligibility clearly to income level, not the type of benefit someone receives, it simplifies things massively for millions.
So it doesn't matter if you get Social Security retirement or SSDI or SSI. It's about how much money you actually have coming in overall.
That's the core idea based on this new phrasing. If you get Social Security, that's based on your work history. SSDI, disability and work history. SSI, that's needs-based, so your income is already defined as very low.
So in pretty much all those cases, your annual income would put you in the low or middle income bracket anyway.
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
By any standard government definition, yes. This takes the focus off which benefit you receive and puts it squarely on your total income.
Okay, so this is a key point we can pull from the source material and past actions. Income is the main thing they look at.
Income is the sole metric. Historically, for these big distributions, income is number one. Doesn't matter if you file taxes, don't file taxes, get Social Security, SSI, SSDI. If your income fits the definition of low and middle, then according to this proposal, you'd be eligible.
What's fascinating here is, well, the reassurance that gives people on fixed benefits, right?
Absolutely. If you're getting, say, the maximum Social Security benefit, or if you're on SSI where the income limits are already very strict, you're almost certainly going to fall well within any reasonable definition of low and middle income.
So people can stop worrying about, do they know I exist if I don't file taxes? Or does SSI count? It's just about the total income figure.
That seems to be the clear message from the updated phrasing. It moves the conversation away from the source of the income and focuses purely on the level of income.
And let's be real, for so many of our listeners, their monthly income might be, what, $1,500, $2,000, maybe $2,500.
Exactly. And in that context, a one-time $2,000 payment isn't just helpful, it's transformative. It could literally be a full month's income or close to it.
That could clear up overdue utility bills, cover a major car repair, pay for needed medication. It's a real material difference.
It's a significant safety net, even if temporary. That's why we're taking this proposal seriously and breaking it down.
Okay, one other detail in that phrasing. USA citizens. That seems pretty clear-cut.
Yes, that handles the residency requirement up front. Based on this specific language, non-citizens, regardless of their income level, wouldn't be included in this particular proposal.
Got it. So the big takeaway from this first section is the target is explicitly low and middle income U.S. citizens. If that's you, based on your income, you're the intended recipient.
Correct. The focus is clear.
Okay, but that leads directly to the next big question. If it's for low and middle income and not for high income, where's the line?
Ah, yes. Section 2, defining high income and figuring out those eligibility thresholds.
And this is where the source material gets a bit vague, right? They didn't actually put a dollar figure on high income.
No, they didn't. The posts clearly state who isn't getting it, high income people, but they don't give an exact number for that cutoff. That's the missing piece right now.
And that number is everything, really, because where they draw that line determines who in the middle class actually qualifies.
Precisely. The entire eligibility for millions of middle-income earners hangs on that definition.
So since the legislation isn't written, we have to look elsewhere, like past programs.
Exactly. We have to rely on historical context. And thankfully, we have some pretty good recent examples, especially the big stimulus checks that went out in 2021 under the American Rescue Plan.
Right. Those had income limits, so we can use those as a guide.
They're vital for setting realistic expectations. Based on those programs, we can make a reasonable estimate.
What are we thinking? What were those limits, roughly?
Well, for an individual tax filer, the point where payments started to phase out was generally around $75,000 per year in adjusted gross income, or AGI.
Okay, $75K for a single person? What about couples?
For married couples filing jointly, that threshold typically doubled. So
Uh-huh.
around $150,000 per year AGI.
75K and 150K, those were the common phase-out points before, so it's likely they'd use similar numbers again.
It's a strong possibility. These figures are sort of the established benchmarks for where broad stimulus payments started tapering off in the recent past.
But why those numbers specifically? Couldn't they set the high-income bar much lower, say $50,000 to save money?
They could, but it would contradict the stated goal. Let's look at the bigger picture, the economics mentioned in the material.
Okay.
The average household income in the U.S. last year was around $83,000. If the administration truly wants this payment to go to low and middle income people.
Setting the cutoff below the national average wouldn't make sense.
Exactly. If they drew the line at, say, $60,000 or even $70,000 for an individual, they'd be excluding a huge chunk of people who most would consider middle class. People who are definitely feeling the pinch of inflation but aren't technically low income.
So it wouldn't really be a middle income benefit then, would it? It'd just be a low income payment.
Precisely. To genuinely include the middle class, as the phrasing low and middle income implies, those estimated thresholds of $75,000 for individuals and $150,000 for couples seem necessary. They need to be high enough to capture a broad swath of working families.
Okay, that logic makes sense. So bringing this back to our listeners on fixed incomes.
Right. Let's connect it directly. If your total annual income is, say, below $30,000 or $40,000, which is true for the vast majority of people receiving Social Security retirement, SSI or SSDI.
Then you are absolutely, unquestionably within the low-income category for this dividend.
Your eligibility, assuming the proposal goes through based on these likely thresholds, is practically guaranteed. You're well below those 75K, 150K marks.
And maybe we should quickly clarify again the different benefit types, just to be sure.
Good idea. Social Security retirement and SSDI, disability insurance, are technically earned benefits based on your work record and contributions. SSI, supplemental security income, is different. It's purely needs-based. It's a safety net for the lowest income seniors and people with disabilities.
So because SSI has such strict income and asset limits already, those recipients are probably the most certain to qualify.
Absolutely. Their income is already determined to be very low by definition of the program. For Social Security retirees, even those who might have had higher earnings during their career and get a larger monthly benefit now.
Their current retirement income still usually falls well below that $75,000 individual limit.
Generally, yes. Even the maximum Social Security benefit is considerably less than $75,000 a year.
So if income is the only factor, what about someone working, say, a minimum wage job, not getting any federal benefits? Are they in?
Yes, absolutely. If an individual works full-time and earns maybe $30,000, $35,000 a year, they are clearly low income by these metrics. They would qualify just the same as a senior living on a similar amount from Social Security.
It's purely about the income number, not where it comes from.
That's the takeaway from the current proposal's language. Income level is the gatekeeper.
There was also something in the source material about the sheer scale of this plan, right? How many people they expect to cover.
Yes, that's another clue about the income thresholds. When they calculated the potential cost, which we'll get to next, the model assumed about 85% coverage of the population.
85%? That's huge. That's similar to the big stimulus checks in 2021.
Exactly the same metric used for the $1,400 check back then. We're talking about potentially reaching around 284 million people, including dependents.
Wow. Okay, and to cover that many people, 85% of the population. The income limits have to be set pretty high, right? You can't reach that number if you cut off eligibility too low.
Precisely. It reinforces the likelihood of those higher thresholds, the 75K, 150K figures. You need those levels to be inclusive enough to hit an 85% coverage target. It has to include a large part of the middle class.
So what does this all mean? Let's synthesize the eligibility part.
It means eligibility seems to hinge solely on your income level. Based on the specific language targeting low and middle income and the historical context, if your income is below those likely thresholds, maybe 75K for individuals, 150K for couples, you'd probably qualify for the proposed $2,000 payment.
And for most people on fixed federal benefits, that means they are very likely included.
Very likely, yes.
Okay. Now, before we dive into the money part, the funding mechanism, which sounds complicated, maybe we should quickly address some of those missing details that people worry about.
Good point. While we don't have final answers, we can talk about expectations based on past practice, especially regarding financial protections.
Like garnishment. That's a big one. If someone gets this $2,000, can a debt collector just snatch it?
That's a major concern, understandably. Historically, large federal relief payments like the stimulus checks often came with specific legal protections against garnishment, especially for federal benefit recipients.
So the money was protected.
Often, yes. Congress included language to shield those funds. Now, the Trump proposal doesn't specify this yet because it's just a proposal. But
But if it follows the pattern.
if it follows precedent for a payment of this nature and size, there's a strong historical likelihood that anti-garnishment protections would be included, particularly for vulnerable groups.
But we have to stress that's not guaranteed yet. No official word.
Absolutely not guaranteed. It's something that must be clarified in any final legislation. It's a critical point of concern we'll be watching.
And the other big one, taxes.
Yeah.
Would this $2,000 be taxable income?
Another unknown right now. Past stimulus payments were generally structured as tax rebates, meaning they were not considered taxable income.
And this payment is being called a dividend distribution rebate sometimes.
Right. That phrasing, tying it to tariff revenue as a sort of rebate, suggests the intention might be for it to be non-taxable. But again, intention isn't law.
We need the final legislative language to be sure.
Exactly. Garnishment protection and tax status are two huge missing pieces. We absolutely urge listeners not to make assumptions about either one until official government sources confirm the details.
Okay. So eligibility seems fairly clear based on income, but key details on protection and taxes are still missing. Let's move to the money itself. Section 3, the financial mechanics. How are they proposing to pay for this?
Right. We know who they want to give it to, but where does potentially more than $500 billion come from?
$500 billion, is that the estimated cost?
Yes, based on that 85% population coverage metric we mentioned, setting $2,000 to roughly 284 million people. The total cost is estimated at a staggering $568 billion.
$568 billion. Okay, that's a lot of money.
It is indeed, and the source material is very specific about the funding source. It explicitly says these proposed $2,000 payments are tied to revenue generated from massive tariff income.
Tariffs. Okay, maybe quickly explain what a tariff is, just for clarity.
Sure. A tariff is basically a tax. It's a tax imposed by a government on goods or services that are imported into the country.
So stuff coming in from other countries gets taxed.
Right. It serves two main purposes. It generates revenue for the government, and it often aims to make foreign goods more expensive, hopefully encouraging people to buy domestically produced goods instead.
Got it. So the idea is this $568 billion comes from those import taxes.
That's the proposal. But this is where we hit the core mathematical challenge laid out right there in the source material.
Okay, let's hear the numbers. Cost is $568 billion. How much is coming in from tariffs?
Well, the report states that so far this year, and remember, we're well into the year now, about $195 billion has been collected in tariff revenue.
$195 billion collected. Okay,
Yeah.
That's not $568 billion.
Not even close. Yeah, and it gets worse. The projected annual tariff revenue, so for a full 12-month period, is estimated to be around $350 billion.
So even over a whole year, they only expect to collect $350 billion from this source, but they need $568 billion for the payout.
Exactly. Yeah. The immediate problem is crystal clear. You need $568 billion for the checks. But the maximum you expect to get from your dedicated funding source in a year is only $350 billion.
That leaves a shortfall.
Yeah.
Carry the one, about $218 billion short, just for 1 year's worth.
Precisely. So based purely on the current annual revenue coming in from tariffs, funding this distribution is, well, logically, mathematically impossible on a short-term cash-on-hand basis. They just don't have the money right now from that source.
Okay, this is really important for people to understand. If the payment depends only on the tariff money collected this year, it's not happening at this scale.
Correct. They are hundreds of billions short based on current and projected annual collections.
So how do they plan to do it then, if the dedicated funding source isn't enough right now?
This leads directly to the mechanism they have to rely on, looking further out, long-term projections, and crucially, borrowing.
Ah, the future money. What are the projections?
The source material throws out a much bigger number to try and bridge this gap. A 10-year tariff projection. Over the next decade, they project collecting over $3 trillion from tariffs.
$3 trillion over 10 years. Okay, that's a massive number compared to $568 billion.
It is. And that's the argument. They'd say, look, the immediate funds are short, yes, but the future revenue stream is enormous. A $568 billion payout today is sustainable when you measure it against $3 trillion coming in over the next decade.
So the plan is to pay for it with future money?
Essentially, yes. But let's be really clear about what that means operationally. If you don't have the $568 billion today,
You have to get it from somewhere else today.
you have to borrow it. The source material says it clearly. They would have to borrow the money today, send it out, and then use the incoming tariff revenue over the next 10 years to pay back that loan.
So wait, borrowing against a projection of income over 10 years, isn't that just a fancy way of saying they're adding $568 billion to the national debt right now and just planning to pay it back later with tariff money?
That is precisely the critical question. It absolutely involves deficit spending up front. You're issuing debt, financing the payout now, with the promise that future tariff revenues are earmarked for repayment.
It sounds like the government taking out a huge mortgage on its future earnings to cover a big expense today.
That's a pretty good analogy.
Yeah.
Conceptually, that's how it works. The immediate impact is that this $568 billion cost gets added, at least temporarily, to the national debt. It's financed through borrowing, even if the plan is to pay it off later with specific revenue.
And the context here matters too, right? The source mentioned the current rate of debt increase.
Yes, it points out the nation is already accumulating debt very rapidly, billions every day. So financing this $2,000 payment by borrowing against future tariffs uses that same mechanism of increasing national debt, even with the repayment plan. The immediate effect is more debt.
But if they really do collect $3 trillion over 10 years, $568 billion is what, less than 20% of that?
Correct. The scale comparison is important. If that $3 trillion projection holds true, then financing $568 billion up front is easily manageable against that massive future stream. They could justify the borrowing based on the long-term income.
But the key point remains. They don't have the cash now. They need to borrow it first.
The current math confirms that. The $568 billion isn't sitting in a tariff fund waiting to be spent today. It requires upfront financing.
Now, there was another point in the source material about this funding that sounded confusing, something about paying down the debt.
Yes, this is a really tricky, almost contradictory claim made in the posts. The claim was that after sending out the $2,000 payments to low and middle income people, there would still be so much money left over from the tariffs that they could actually use it to pay down the national debt.
Wait, how does that work? If they need $568 billion and they only collect $350 billion a year and they have to borrow the difference, how is there money left over right away to pay down other debt?
It's mathematically very difficult to square that circle in the short term. If the cost, 568B, exceeds the annual revenue, 350 betters, you're operating at a deficit for this specific payout initially. The only way there could be money left over in a broader sense is if you consider the entire $3 trillion projected income stream.
So they're talking about the long-term projection again, saying the total projected income is more than the payout cost.
That seems to be the implication. They're saying, yes, we have to borrow now, but look how much money is coming in over 10 years. This $568 billion is just a fraction, and the rest can go to debt reduction. But claiming an immediate surplus or money left over after the checks go out, while simultaneously needing to borrow hundreds of billions to send the checks, it's a confusing message.
It sounds more like optimistic accounting based on future hopes than current reality.
It definitely leans heavily on the long-term projection holding true. For you, the listener, just be aware that this claim that the payments will happen and other debt will be paid down simultaneously from this source is part of the political messaging. It's intended to make the proposals sound fiscally responsible, even if the short-term mechanics involve borrowing.
Okay, so summing up the financials. Huge cost, 568 boobies. Immediate tariff income isn't enough. 195B collected, $350 projected annually. Success hinges entirely on that long-term $3 trillion tariff projection and requires borrowing the money upfront today.
That's the financial reality presented in the sources.
Which leads us nicely into the next section, context and credibility. Because this isn't the first time we've heard about big payments, is it?
Not at all. Section 4, context and credibility. This is where we look at the history and the implications of making repeated promises.
Because if we connect this to the bigger picture, the fact that this $2,000 idea isn't new is pretty significant, right?
Hugely significant. The credibility and the risk associated with this specific proposal need to be understood in light of recent history. The source material actually details this timeline. This is, believe it or not, the fourth time since January. So in less than a year that this administration has endorsed a major cash distribution concept.
4 times in under a year. Wow. Okay, let's quickly recap those. What were the others?
Let's walk through it. First, way back in February this year, there was talk and even an endorsement of something called the $5,000 Doge dividend. Sounds odd, but it was a real proposal that got high-level attention.
Okay, the $5K Doge dividend. What was next?
Then, More recently, in August, we saw the endorsement of a $600 rebate check. That one was more formal, introduced as part of the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025.
$600 rebate. Got it. And the third?
The third instance was just on October 2nd. In a specific interview, the president indicated a distribution or dividend was being considered, somewhere in the range of $1,000 to $2,000.
$1,000 to $2,000 in October. And now this latest explicit post about a dividend of at least $2,000.
Exactly. February, August, early October, and now again. 4 times in about 10 months, the idea of sending out thousands or at least hundreds of dollars directly to Americans has been floated and endorsed at the highest level.
So what does that mean? Promising something 4 times? Does that make it more likely or less likely to happen?
That's the million-dollar question, or maybe the $568 billion question. It leads right to the strong warning highlighted in the source material about the need for follow-through.
Because repeating the promise raises the stakes.
Dramatically. While the messaging itself is powerful, who wouldn't want $2,000? And it generates hope, especially for people struggling financially. Repeating that message over and over without actually delivering creates a massive risk. A trust risk, a political risk.
Yeah, the source said something about it being a really, really bad messaging campaign if it doesn't happen now.
Precisely. The analysis shared was that if you flip this idea 4 times and then fail to execute, it just looks bad. It completely undermines credibility. The phrase used was that the administration is effectively painting themselves into a corner.
Meaning the only way out now, credibly, is to actually do it.
That's the argument. The political pressure, largely self-inflicted through these repeated endorsements, is now immense.
And what does this mean for you, the listener? How should people interpret this repetition?
It's a double-edged sword. On one hand, the repeated high-level endorsements suggest genuine intent. It's clearly something they want to do. On the other hand, it highlights the potential for disappointment.
It's like the kid who cried wolf analogy the source used?
Exactly that. If you keep promising significant financial help to vulnerable groups, seniors, low-income families, people with disabilities, and it never materializes, you erode trust. The next time a genuine proposal comes along, people might just roll their eyes and think, yeah, right, heard that before.
It could actually hurt future efforts to provide real relief.
It absolutely could. The stakes are incredibly high now, not just for this specific payment, but for the administration's overall credibility on economic promises, especially to these communities.
It's pretty unusual to see this level of repeated public endorsement without immediate, concrete legislative action following right behind it.
It is unusual. It signals strong intent, but it also dramatically increases the political cost of failure.
Okay, so the history suggests they really need to deliver this time, but let's circle back to the practical side again. Since it's still just a proposal, endorsed but not enacted, all those crucial operational details are still missing.
Completely missing. The sources confirm. This is an idea that's been backed, not a finalized plan. So there is zero specifics on the how and when.
We need to be really clear about what the source material does not say. No payment dates.
No mention of dates. Could be November, December, sometime next year. We simply don't know.
No details on how the payment arrives. Direct deposit, paper check, direct express card.
Nothing on the method of payment, which is crucial as many fixed-income recipients rely specifically on their direct express cards.
And critically, as we discussed, no final word on taxes or those garnishment protections.
Correct. No official confirmation on tax implications, or, importantly, whether the funds would be shielded from debt collectors.
So for our listeners, especially someone maybe juggling old debts or on SSI with strict asset limits, knowing if that $2,000 is protected is absolutely vital information for managing their money.
It's paramount. But for now, we have to emphasize, those details only emerge once official legislation is passed, or an executive order is issued and made public. Right now, we're analyzing the proposal and the intent, not the finalized implementation plan.
So while the eligibility criteria look promising for many, especially based on income, people need to stay patient about the logistics.
Patience and vigilance are key. The implementation phase, the nuts and bolts of getting the money out, is always the hardest part. That's where things can get bogged down in rules, regulations, and debate.
What's the best thing someone can do right now, then?
Honestly, the most practical step is to ensure your current payment information is up to date with the relevant agency, likely the Social Security Administration or the VA if you receive benefits there. Make sure your direct deposit info or your direct express card details are current.
Because if this payment does happen, they'll likely use the existing systems.
Almost certainly. Using the established payment rails is the fastest way to get money out.
Yeah.
So having accurate information on file is the best preparation you can do right now.
Okay. So the repeated messaging ramps up the pressure to deliver. The eligibility looks good for low-middle income folks. Funding is tricky, but potentially doable via borrowing. But the actual how and when remain big question marks.
That sums up the situation based on the available source material. The pressure is definitely on.
All right, let's move to our final section. Section 5, the need for trust and looking ahead.
Right. Given all this uncertainty around a high-profile proposal, we need to talk about trust and security.
Especially avoiding scams, right? Whenever there's talk of government money, the scammers come out.
Absolutely. Even though the source material didn't explicitly detail a scam warning for this specific proposal yet, based on every previous stimulus payment, we must issue a strong warning now.
What's the key message?
Rely only on official sources. Get your information directly from verified government websites, SSA.gov, IRS.gov, VA.gov, or wait for an official letter in the mail.
And nobody official is going to call or text asking for info.
Absolutely not. This is critical. No one from the Social Security Administration, the IRS, the VA, or any other government agency will ever call you, text you, or email you out of the blue asking for your Social Security number, your bank account details, your credit card number, or demanding a fee or gift card payment to release or process this $2,000 dividend.
If you get a call like that,
Hang up immediately. Don't engage. If it's a text or email, delete it. Do not click any links. These are scams, plain and simple.
and report if possible.
Yes, report suspicious contact to the relevant agency or the Federal Trade Commission, FTC. Remember, if this dividend happens and you're eligible, especially if you already receive federal benefits.
The money should arrive automatically. No need to apply or give out info.
Exactly. It should use your existing payment method on file. No application needed for most people. Be incredibly wary of anyone telling you otherwise.
Okay, very important warning. Now, let's connect this $2,000 idea to the bigger economic picture. Is this part of some larger reform, or is it just a one-off?
Based on the source material, this is being framed as an idea for a one-time relief payment. It's meant to help people cope with current economic pressures like inflation.
So it's not like a permanent increase to monthly Social Security checks, or a change to the annual COLA calculation?
No, it doesn't appear to be part of any long-term structural reform of the Social Security system or other benefit programs. Think of it as emergency financial aid, a shot in the arm to deal with current high costs, not a permanent raise.
That's a really important distinction for managing expectations, right? This is temporary help, not a change to your base benefit.
A crucial distinction. People need to budget and plan accordingly, knowing this is likely a one-time event if it happens.
And the economic thinking behind it. Why do this kind of payment?
Well, if it were enacted, putting $568 billion directly into the hands of low and middle-income individuals and families is a very direct form of economic stimulus.
Because those groups tend to spend the money quickly.
Exactly. People living on tight budgets generally use extra funds immediately for essential needs, groceries, rent, gas, repairs. That money flows right back into local economies, supporting businesses and jobs. It provides a rapid boost.
Which is part of the political appeal. Besides just helping people, it stimulates the economy from the bottom up.
That's the theory, yes.
Yeah.
It's seen as an efficient way to get money circulating quickly where it's most needed.
Okay. So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's the main message going forward?
Vigilance. We have to remain vigilant. We'll keep monitoring the status of this proposal, tracking any legislative movement, watching the financial projections, seeing if the political follow-through actually happens.
Because the credibility of the whole thing depends on what happens next.
Entirely. We have the baseline from the sources, the promise made repeatedly, the target audience, low-middle income, good news for fixed-income folks, and the proposed funding. Tariffs, but needs borrowing.
Sure.
Now we wait for action.
And that vigilance is crucial for our listeners, too. Managing a fixed income is tough. You need reliable, up-to-date information.
And we promise to provide that. As soon as there's definitive news, official legislation, and executive order, those crucial details on dates, taxes, garnishment, we will bring it to you.
Okay, let's quickly summarize the absolute most important takeaways for everyone listening.
Let's do it.
First, the proposed amount is significant, at least $2,000 per person.
Second, the target group is now explicitly stated as low and middle income USA citizens. This strongly suggests inclusion for almost everyone on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, based on typical income levels. Your income is the key.
Third, the funding is tied to tariff revenue, but the math shows it requires substantial future borrowing, likely against 10 years of projected income to cover the immediate $568 billion cost. That's the big financial hurdle.
And fourth, This is a proposal that has now been publicly endorsed 4 times in less than a year. This repetition massively increases the pressure on the administration to actually deliver, making follow-through critical for their credibility.
Got it. $2K, low middle income focus, tariff-funded borrowing, fourth time's the charm, hopefully.
Hopefully, and maybe a final provocative thought for people to chew on.
Go for it.
The very fact that such a huge $500 billion payout is being planned based on borrowing against projected future tariff income. It raises really fundamental questions, doesn't it, about the long-term sustainability, the fiscal transparency of using this specific revenue stream for this kind of immediate broad relief.
You mean, is this a genuinely new way to fund help or just creative accounting for more borrowing?
Exactly. Is it a sustainable model for future relief efforts? Or is it essentially just repackaging standard deficit spending with a politically appealing label like tariff income? How reliable are those 10-year projections anyway? That whole debate about whether this sets a new precedent for financing federal aid, that's something really worth thinking about as this develops.
That's a powerful point. Is it real fiscal innovation or just shifting labels? Definitely something to keep an eye on.
Indeed.
Well, that brings us to the end of this crucial financial deep dive. Thank you for joining us. If this analysis of the $2,000 dividend proposal is important for you or for someone you know, a friend, a family member,
Please subscribe to the deep dive. Hit that notification bell. That way you won't miss any updates on this or any other financial news that directly affects Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA benefits, or your fixed income.
and please share this deep dive. If you know someone who needs this clarity about the $2,000 promise, send it their way. Knowledge is power, especially when managing tight finances.
Absolutely. Until next time, stay informed. And
The White House has really doubled down on a commitment here.
they really have a big one.
And it could mean a $2,000 plus direct payment?
At least $2,000, yes.
Right.
Or a dividend, as they're calling it.
Right, a dividend landing in the pockets of, millions of people. Retirees, folks on Social Security, SSDI.
And low-income beneficiaries. We're going to break down the 5 key pieces of evidence from some really high-profile officials.
We're talking Treasury Secretary, the president's economic advisor, people who are pushing hard for this money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll cover who qualifies, the source of the funding, which is tariffs, interestingly enough, and the timeline you need to know about.
And this isn't just talk, right? This feels like a clear commitment, one that puts the administration under, immense political pressure to actually deliver.
It does. So stay with us to get the facts, and just as importantly, to understand the financial protections that have to be in place for this money to truly help you.
Welcome back to the deep dive. This is the place where we try to cut through all the noise and just deliver the essential facts you need. And today, we are laser focused on a financial update that is, I think it's fair to say, generating a lot of hope and maybe some anxiety, too.
For sure. Especially for those of you on fixed incomes.
Exactly. Our retirees on Social Security, people receiving SSI, those on Social Security disability insurance, and, of course, low-income veterans.
We know how critical financial security is.
And when you start hearing high-level government officials promising thousands of dollars in direct payments, you need clarity. You need comprehensive clarity, not just bits and pieces of rumors.
And that's our mission today. It's very specific. We're going to isolate these recent high-level political commitments around this potential $2,000 dividend payment.
And really dissect the official sources.
Yes, we have to move beyond just the headlines. What do the actual words being used by the president, by his top financial advisors, what do they reveal about the real likelihood of this payment?
And the mechanics behind it, right? The funding, the legislative steps that absolutely must happen before a single dollar gets delivered.
That's the key.
Okay, so let's just anchor ourselves right away to that core promise. We are talking about a proposed payment of at least $2,000.
At least. That's the floor they've set.
And I think the biggest difference between this and, past relief efforts is just the scale of the public commitment.
I agree. By having so many different, highly visible people confirming this number.
They've kind of painted themselves into a corner. The political cost of failing on this promise now is just incredibly high.
It's huge. And to really understand the weight of that commitment, we have to start with how they're planning to pay for it, the funding mechanism.
Right, because this is not being framed as a typical stimulus check, which, usually adds to the national deficit.
No, this is deliberate. They're framing it as a rebate, or that word again, a dividend.
And it's funded specifically by tariff revenue.
Specifically, Money collected from taxes on imported goods. That's the plan.
That distinction, framing it as a dividend from tariffs, that feels like the whole political game right there, doesn't it?
It's the crux of the maneuver, yes. We heard directly from the president's economic advisor, a man named Kevin Hassett.
And he said what, exactly?
He stated explicitly that the tariff revenue that's coming in would be enough to cover the cost of these $2,000 checks.
Without having to, what was the phrase, dig into the rest of the budget.
That is the pivotal claim. It's designed to immediately quiet down any concerns from, fiscally conservative lawmakers or critics of deficit spending.
Well, this is where we have to be careful, right?
This is where we need to introduce a note of critical caution.
Yes.
Well, the administration is insisting the money is there from tariff revenue.
Some outside analyses aren't so sure.
Exactly. Some external financial analyses suggest that the year-over-year tariff numbers, which can be, very volatile.
Up one year, down the next.
Right. They might not perfectly line up with the total amount of money needed for a payment of this scale to millions and millions of Americans.
So, okay, if the math is even a little shaky, why commit so heavily to the tariff funding idea?
It's all about political strategy and, frankly, optics.
Okay.
By attaching the payment to a dedicated existing revenue stream, these tariffs, they're trying to depoliticize the costs.
They're saying this isn't new spending.
This is just us returning money that was already collected at the border. It's a powerful message. If they were to back away from that tariff funding claim later on.
The criticism would be immense.
Not just from the opposition, but probably from within their own base who like that non-deficit approach.
So the commitment to the amount, $2,000, that's strong. And the commitment to the funding mechanism, tariffs, is just as strong, even if the numbers are a little debatable.
Exactly.
So what's the operational status right now? Where do things stand today?
As of this moment, the commitment level is extraordinarily high. But, this is a huge but, this is not yet approved or funded.
Not yet law.
Not yet law. Kevin Hassett was very unambiguous on this point. This requires formal legislation from Congress.
So no executive order can make this happen?
No. Unlike some other emergency actions, this specific use of tariff money and this kind of distribution, it just can't be done by executive order alone. That requirement for congressional action is the single biggest, most immediate hurdle this $2,000 proposal is facing.
Okay, so let's unpack that extraordinary evidence. We're calling this the weight of commitment because, the sources really do show a level of coordination you rarely see for a bill that hasn't even been written yet.
It's a deliberate strategy.
Yeah.
It's meant to force this entire issue right onto the congressional calendar.
To really get the weight of the promise being made to you, our listener, we need to look at the specific messaging from, 5 separate confirmations?
5. All high profile. They're all acting in concert. It's very clear.
Okay, so let's start at the very top. The 2 public presidential statements we found in the source material.
Okay, so the first statement, which came out on a Sunday, that was the original announcement that really kicked this all off.
What was the quote?
The quote we saw was, at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid.
So right from the jump, it establishes the dollar figure and the main exclusion?
Immediately. And then, he didn't wait. The president quickly followed up to double down on that promise.
How quickly?
The very next day, on Monday, there was explicit reinforcement of that $2,000 payment amount.
Wow, so that's tactical.
Oh, it's very tactical. The speed of that repetition prevents the promise from just being dismissed as, a passing comment or maybe a misstatement.
It signals this is an official priority.
Exactly. It shows the proposal has been vetted internally and is now front and center for the administration.
You said earlier that the word dividend is crucial. Let's dig into that a little deeper. Why is dividend so different from, say, stimulus check?
The semantics are absolutely key for the legislative path this has to take.
Yeah.
A stimulus check, like we saw during the pandemic relief efforts.
CARES Act and all that.
Right. That usually implies an advanced refundable tax credit or a direct appropriation. It's meant to counteract an economic slowdown. A dividend, in the way they're using it here, it signals a distribution or a return of collected public funds.
The tariff money?
Specifically, the tariff revenue. So it's an attempt to legally and politically classify the payment as a redistribution of existing federal income, not as new spending. And that changes everything in how the Treasury Department has to account for it.
And that initial exclusion, high-income people, is also a big deal right from the start.
A very big deal. By setting that exclusion criteria up front, the administration is clearly communicating that this is targeted relief.
It's not for everyone.
No. It implies immediate high-priority support for the low-income sector, which of course includes our fixed-income audience, Social Security, SSI, disability beneficiaries. It positions the whole thing as a mechanism for financial equity, not just some broad cash handout.
So, okay, the president sets the promise and the tone. Now, who are the three officials who have come out and confirmed the active pursuit of this payment?
We can start with Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor. His statements were all about the feasibility, the numbers.
Right. His key quote was that he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight. What does that specific phrasing tell us about where they are in the process?
It tells us they're in that crucial phase of final cost analysis and coordination. They're moving from a general idea to the nitty-gritty implementation details.
Like calculating the exact total cost.
And confirming that tariff revenue stream. His confirmation that there is enough money from tariffs to pay for the $2,000 checks without touching the main budget, that's the administration's primary shield against deficit critics.
And Hassett also gave us the first real, tangible clue about eligibility, didn't he?
He did. He brought up the discussion of a $100,000 income threshold for families.
100,000.
Now, he was careful. He said this figure is in discussion and it's not finalized. But it gives us the first concrete idea of where they might draw that line for the high-income people exclusion.
So we can think of that number as a potential ceiling.
A ceiling for the middle class, yes.
Right.
Which, by extension, reinforces the automatic inclusion of the vast majority of fixed-income beneficiaries who earn well below that figure.
Okay, moving to data point number 4. We heard from Scott Besson, the Treasury Secretary, and of course the Treasury is the department that would actually be cutting the checks.
Besson's statement was powerful simply because of his position. He's the one who has to make it happen.
And what did he say?
He confirmed the administrative commitment, stating very clearly, the White House is committed to making that happen. Yes.
That's pretty direct.
It's not a policy advisor or a press secretary. This is the head of the financial department responsible for execution, confirming it's a priority.
He also mentioned that they're currently exploring all legal options to get it done. What does that exploration phase usually mean?
It means the legal teams are working overtime to identify the fastest and most airtight legislative vehicle.
So should it be a standalone bill?
Or should it be attached to a must-pass piece of legislation? Or maybe structured through an existing statute? The commitment to exploring all legal options shows a high level of operational intent to follow through on this political promise. They know the legislative landscape is tricky.
And the fifth piece of evidence came from the communication side of things from Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary.
Right. She reinforced the administration's commitment to this $2,000 proposal.
So when you put it all together,
When you have confirmation across policy with Hassett, finance with Besson, and communications with Leavitt, all backing up the president's initial announcement, it makes this promise nearly impossible to walk back without facing severe political backlash.
it's a really exceptional case of unified messaging.
Designed to build public momentum and, let's be honest, pressure Congress.
Okay, that political leverage is massive. But let's circle back to that big roadblock. Congress. We know it needs legislation.
That legislative reality is the center of gravity for this whole thing right now. Hassett was firm. Without legislation, the money cannot flow.
But the sources did give us a little glimmer of hope there.
A very intriguing update, yes. It noted that lawmakers are reportedly warming up to the idea of these payments.
Which suggests the public campaign is working.
It suggests the administration's public push and the enthusiasm it's generated are having the intended effect. It's softening that initial congressional resistance, which is a necessary first step toward actually getting it passed.
And for our audience, the crucial takeaway here is that this is meant to be immediate, targeted financial relief.
Absolutely. This $2,000 payment is being talked about as a one-time dividend, a cash injection.
It's not a permanent change to Social Security or SSI benefits.
No, and it's not a change to the annual cost of living adjustment, the CCOLA. It's designed to provide immediate breathing room against the current pressures of inflation. That's a very distinct goal from long-term benefit reform.
All right, let's get to the question that is on everyone's mind, the most pressing one for millions of our listeners. Who specifically qualifies to receive this $2,000 check?
This is where we have to shift from political commitment to the technical criteria. And we have to be clear. We're relying on the parameters discussed so far, but everyone must remember that the final language in the bill is what will ultimately govern eligibility.
Okay. So the only clear exclusion mentioned by the president was high-income people. Let's dissect that $100,000 tentative threshold that the economic advisor brought up.
Okay. If that figure, 100,000 for families, actually holds, it casts a very wide net.
Put that in perspective for us.
While that number is significantly higher than the average income for a retired person or someone who relies solely on federal disability benefits.
For sure.
For tax purposes, $100,000 often defines the upper middle class. So by setting the ceiling there, they're ensuring that the vast majority of American households, especially those who've seen their fixed incomes just get eaten away by inflation, will be included.
So if that generous threshold holds up, what's the clear inference for Social Security retirees, for people on SSDI, SSI, and our low-income veterans?
The inference is unambiguous. They are the core intended beneficiaries.
They're the target audience.
Absolutely. Whether an SSI recipient is single or married, their income levels are far, far below that $100,000 family threshold. This dividend is explicitly aimed at giving a substantial cash boost to the lower economic tiers, giving them the maximum benefit.
So if you are currently getting Social Security retirement or disability SSI or VA compensation, you should feel pretty confident you're in that target group.
You should confidently assume you are included, yes.
But, and we have to say this very strongly, that $100,000 number is not law.
That is vital. Because the legislation hasn't been written yet, the precise income thresholds are still in discussion.
Congress could change it.
Congress might choose to use adjusted gross income from your last tax filing, or they could use an even lower threshold than the 100,000 figure being discussed. We just have to watch the drafting of the bill text very carefully. But the overall intent is crystal clear. The relief is for those who need it most.
What about the logistics, actually getting the payment? For those who are already on the government benefit rolls, will there be some new application process?
Based on all the precedent from previous relief efforts, especially those aimed at existing beneficiaries, listeners should expect simplicity.
That's a relief.
It is. If you already get your Social Security retirement, SSDI, SSI, or VA benefits via direct deposit, the process would almost certainly be automatic.
No new paperwork.
No. The infrastructure at the Social Security Administration and the Treasury is already set up to handle these mass distributions without needing new applications from existing recipients.
Why is that automatic nature so important for this audience?
It's a huge accessibility issue. Many seniors or individuals with disabilities might not have easy access to online portals or just the ability to navigate a complex new application process.
Of course.
The automatic distribution ensures that the relief gets to those who are often the most difficult to reach through traditional outreach methods. The system already knows you're eligible. It knows your bank information. They can just process the payment.
Okay, what about residency? The proposal mentions U.S. citizens and everybody except high-income folks. What does that usually mean in practice?
Well, previous payments have generally targeted U.S. citizens and legal residents who either file taxes or receive federal benefits.
So for our core audience...
For our core audience, those already receiving benefits, if you are legally residing in the U.S. and getting those benefits, coverage is widely expected. That would include those in U.S. territories who are eligible for federal programs.
But there's a catch.
There's a potential catch. If the payment ends up being tied to tax filing status, which is pretty common for things called rebates, then the final legislation will have to spell out the specific residency and filing requirements.
All right, let's shift gears to the crucial aspect of timing. Even with this strong commitment, the big question is, when could the money actually arrive? And we have to manage expectations here while detailing what we know about the delivery sequence.
The number one message has to be absolutely clear. We do not have a confirmed payment date or timeline.
None at all.
No. And that's because, as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed, the White House is still exploring all legal options. And more importantly, we are still waiting for congressional approval.
So let's break down that legislative hurdle. How does that political process typically translate into actual time on a calendar?
Okay, so once the legislation is introduced, it has to navigate committee hearings, then floor votes in both the House and the Senate, then reconciliation if there are differences, before it can finally be signed into law by the president.
And that whole process can take how long?
Weeks, or even months. It all depends on the priority level and how much political opposition it faces. We have to stress that the clock on the payment doesn't even start ticking until the president signs the bill.
Okay. But let's assume Congress does pass the bill. How quickly can the administration act then? We have some history to look back on here.
Yes, we do. If you look back at the CARES Act relief, The very first payments took several weeks to reach people after the law was passed.
Just because of the logistics of it?
The sheer logistical complexity of updating the systems for a mass payment. However, the subsequent rounds were much faster.
They learned from the first one.
They did. So once legislation is passed, the SSA and Treasury have shown they can process automated direct deposits within about 2 to 4 weeks for existing beneficiaries. The critical time factor here is getting over that initial political and legislative hurdle. That's the biggest source of any delay.
Okay, so assuming the legislation passes, let's get into the nitty-gritty of how the money will arrive. Since the source doesn't specify the method for this particular payment, we have to rely on precedent.
And we can confidently anticipate they'll use the 3 established channels that they've used for relief payments to Social Security and SSI recipients in the past.
The primary channel, of course, being direct deposit.
Correct. The vast majority of current beneficiaries get their payments via direct deposit. It's the fastest, it's the safest, and it's the most common method. If your current benefits arrive in your bank account, you should expect this dividend to follow the exact same path.
What about the secondary methods? Still vital for those who don't have traditional banking.
For those who rely on paper payments, they will receive paper checks. But we always have to note, this method is slower.
Because of the mail.
Because of postal processing and delivery times. And critically, for many SSI recipients and others who use federal benefit accounts, the money will likely be delivered to the Direct Express card.
Which acts like a prepaid debit card.
Exactly. It's a prepaid debit card for federal benefits. So making sure your Direct Express card is active and current is going to be essential for a smooth transaction.
We touched on special cases earlier. Can we elaborate a bit on how, say, international recipients or those with representative payees might be affected?
Sure. For international recipients of Social Security, the payments are usually processed through a foreign currency exchange, which can inherently add a lot of time, often several weeks compared to a domestic direct deposit.
And for representative payees?
If you have a representative payee, a person or an organization that's authorized to manage your benefits for you, the $2,000 payment would typically be routed to that payee's account or their Direct Express card, just like your regular monthly benefits are managed.
But the final bill will have the last word.
The final legislative text will confirm any exceptions, but the infrastructure for this is already standardized.
Okay, let's say the payment is approved and someone thinks they've been missed. They experience a delay. What's the protocol? They shouldn't be listening to rumors from their neighbors.
Absolutely not.
Mm.
The first and the most reliable signal will be an official letter from the Social Security Administration or the VA.
In the mail.
In the physical mail. The government is legally required to communicate the exact payment schedule and the expected time frame officially. So until you get that letter, you should not assume you've been missed.
Is there a proactive step our listeners can take right now to prepare for a smooth, fast delivery?
Yes. The single most effective thing you can do is log into or set up your My Social Security portal account
at ssa.gov.
That's right. Use this time to make sure your mailing address is correct, and most importantly, verify your direct deposit information. If you've changed banks in the last year, update it right now. A seamless delivery hinges entirely on the system having the correct destination on file for you.
We've established the intent, the logistics. Now, I want to dedicate some real time to the true value of this $2,000 payment, and that means financial protections.
This is the most critical segment for our fixed income audience.
Because without these shields, the money that's intended for relief can just be instantly lost to debt. Or it could jeopardize vital health and housing benefits.
A $2,000 lump sum is only helpful if it doesn't cause a negative consequence somewhere else in your financial life. We need explicit clarity on 4 major protection areas.
Okay, let's start with taxability. Since we're dealing with a dividend, possibly funded by tariffs, not a traditional stimulus, what are the tax implications?
This is a big unknown. Since the specific legislation isn't law yet, we cannot confirm whether the $2,000 will be taxable or tax-free.
What's the precedent?
Historically, stimulus checks were classified as non-taxable advanced tax credits, or rebates. But if this payment is structured as a true dividend or income supplement, it could theoretically be taxable.
So what needs to be in the bill?
It absolutely needs an explicit tax exemption clause in the final bill. If that clause is missing, it could force some low-income beneficiaries to file taxes just to report the income, even if they don't owe anything. The legislation must clearly state that the $2,000 is tax exempt.
Next up, let's talk about our listeners who are working while receiving benefits, those on retirement or SSDI who have to follow annual earnings limits. Will this $2,000 payment count toward those limits?
It's highly, highly unlikely to count toward annual income limits
Why not?
because the annual earnings limits apply to earned income from wages or self-employment. A one-time relief payment, no matter how it's structured, is typically categorized as an excluded source of income.
Because if it did count.
If it were counted as earned income, it would immediately disqualify many beneficiaries from their benefits, which would entirely defeat the purpose of the relief. We fully expect the legislation will include specific language to make sure the payment does not count toward those limits.
Okay, now for the most complex, and I would say most dangerous area for low-income beneficiaries, benefit eligibility shields. And we need to be really clear about the difference between income limits and resource limits.
This is vital, especially for anyone receiving Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, and by extension Medicaid and s.n.a.p. food stamps. While income is what you get each month, resources are what you possess, your savings, cash, assets.
And what are the current resource limits for SSI?
They are notoriously painfully low. $2,000 for an individual.
The same amount as the payment.
Exactly. And it's $3,000 for a couple. And this resource test is rigid. If a recipient's countable resources go over that limit for even one day of the month, they can lose their SSI eligibility.
Which means they lose Medicaid, too.
Immediately. The loss of Medicaid and other linked benefits is often the most catastrophic part.
So if an SSI recipient gets a $2,000 lump sum payment, what's the immediate danger here?
The danger is that if that $2,000 is deposited into their bank account and the final bill does not explicitly exclude it from the resource test, that person would suddenly have resources over the $2,000 limit.
And they lose their benefits.
They would immediately lose their SSI. This is why advocacy groups are fighting so hard to make sure the final bill includes a resource exclusion clause. Typically, that allows recipients to hold the money for several months, say 9 to 12 months, before it counts toward the resource limit. Without that specific protection, the intended relief could instantly destroy their access to essential medical and housing aid.
So if you are on SSI, this is the #1 thing in the bill you have to watch for. What about Medicare premiums? Is there any risk there?
Medicare premiums are governed by a different set of rules. They're generally based on your modified adjusted gross income, or MAGI, from your tax returns from 2 years prior.
So this payment wouldn't affect it.
Even if the $2,000 were somehow taxable, it's a one-time event that is highly unlikely to impact the MGI thresholds that trigger higher premiums.
Oh.
So for the vast majority of our listeners, the $2,000 will have no bearing on their current or future Medicare premiums.
Okay, last one, and this is maybe the most immediate threat to the cash itself. Garnishment and debt protection. Is this $2,000 safe from creditors?
This is arguably the most crucial financial protection that's needed. Without explicit statutory language granting garnishment protection, debt collectors could seize the funds.
We saw this with the pandemic stimulus checks, right?
Yes. They required specific language in the CARES Act and the later bills to shield the funds from being legally claimed by private creditors for consumer debt, credit cards, medical bills, private student loans.
Why can't we just assume the funds are automatically protected like regular Social Security benefits?
Because federal benefits like Social Security and VA payments are protected under existing law. But a one-time dividend payment, especially one that's sourced from tariff revenue and not the traditional SSA trust fund, is legally a different animal.
It's in a gray area.
It's in a gray area. If the legislation doesn't explicitly name this payment type and declare it exempt from garnishment, creditors could have a legal right to intercept it the moment it hits your bank account. This protection is a non-negotiable advocacy point to make sure the relief actually reaches the people it's intended for.
We've covered the whole financial landscape.
Yeah.
Now let's move to the practical, actionable advice every single listener should follow right now, starting with the immediate threat of scams.
Yes. The high-profile nature of this $2,000 promise makes it a prime target for fraudsters. We need to deliver the scam warning with extreme clarity and strength.
Okay, here is the absolute unbreakable rule. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, or the VA will never call you, text you, or email you asking for money, gift cards, or personal information like your Social Security number or your bank details to receive this payment.
If you get any communication, a phone call, a text message, an email asking you to pay a processing fee or verify your identity to get your $2,000 dividend, it is a scam.
What should you do?
Hang up the phone immediately. Delete the text. Do not click on any links. Government agencies communicate official payment information through verifiable physical mail or secure government portals. That's it.
So what's the official communication rule they should stick to?
You should only trust information you get in official letters sent through the U.S. mail or on verified government websites like SSA.gov or VA.gov. If you are even slightly unsure, do not respond to the suspicious contact. Instead, independently call the official SSA or VA phone numbers you already have on file.
And if they do get a suspicious call or text, where should they report it?
The single most effective action you can take is to report the scam immediately. You can contact the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, or the Social Security Administration's Office of the Inspector General, the OIG.
And that helps everyone.
Quick reporting helps the authorities shut down these scam operations, and it protects other people in your community who might be more vulnerable.
Let's talk for a minute about the delicate balance of managing expectations. The administration has, as we said, painted themselves into this very tight corner. What's the long-term implication of making such a public commitment?
The public commitment is a strategic move. It's meant to create political momentum. As the source material noted, the more public support and awareness there is for this $2,000 payment, the higher the likelihood that Congress will feel pressured to act quickly.
So they basically staked a lot of political capital on delivering this money.
A significant amount, yes. It makes it an inescapable topic on Capitol Hill.
And it's important to keep reinforcing that this $2,000 is a short-term fix. It's separate from long-term benefit structures.
It is. This $2,000 dividend is an immediate, one-time financial fix. It's meant to provide temporary relief. It should not be confused with the big, long-term structural solvency discussions about Social Security or the annual cost of living adjustment.
The kick away.
Right. KCRO is an automatic annual increase that's tied to inflation, whereas this is a standalone cash injection designed to address the current cost of living crisis.
From an economic point of view, why is targeting low-income individuals with direct payments often seen as the most effective form of short-term fiscal stimulus?
It has to do with something economists call the marginal propensity to consume.
Which means what?
Simply put, people on fixed incomes or in low-income brackets tend to spend every dollar they receive, and they spend it immediately.
On essentials.
On essentials, rent, food, medicine, utilities. By injecting funds directly into these communities, the money rapidly cycles back into the local economy. It creates a faster, more effective ripple effect than payments that are targeted at high-income earners who might just save or invest the money. It's an immediate, powerful economic catalyst for local communities.
This has been a really exhaustive deep dive into an evolving financial commitment that could genuinely provide life-changing relief for millions. So let's summarize the absolutely essential facts one last time.
Okay. The commitment from the highest levels of the White House to a $2,000 plus payment is robust. It's been confirmed by 5 separate high-profile sources, including the Treasury Secretary and the Economic Advisor, who confirmed it's being actively pursued.
The proposed way to pay for it is specifically the surplus from tariff revenue, structured as a dividend, and the administration insists this funding is fiscally sound.
But crucially, this promise still requires congressional legislation to become law. It is not approved yet, and the timing hinges completely on that legislative action.
Eligibility is focusing clearly on non-high-income families, with discussions centering on a possible $100,000 threshold for families. And this means that retirees, SSDI, SSI recipients, and low-income veterans are the clear intended beneficiaries.
And most importantly, for your financial protection, the final bill must include clauses guaranteeing it's tax-exempt, that it's excluded from SSI resource limits, and that it has garnishment protection from debt collectors. No action is needed from you yet, but please be vigilant against scams.
So what does all this political pressure mean for you, the listener, right at this moment?
It means the political cost of failure is enormous. This public commitment puts incredible, unprecedented pressure on Congress to deliver this payment. The next few weeks, as lawmakers get back to session and debate the legislative vehicles, will determine if this strong intent translates into actual law.
And if this $2,000 can provide the dignity, the breathing room, and the relief that so many people are hoping for as they continue to face these rising costs, we want you to be the very first to know the moment there is a definitive legislative update, a payment date, or the final eligibility rules are set. Please subscribe right now and turn on your notifications so you never miss an official update from our deep dive team.
And please share this deep dive with anyone else in your life, a family member, a friend, a neighbor who relies on these benefits and needs the factual clarity we tried to provide today. and leave your most pressing questions in the comments below.
We really appreciate you trusting us to guide you through this complex, critical financial news. Stay safe, stay informed, and we will catch you next time for the... Welcome to the Deep Dive. We're here to take that huge, complex pile of financial and political source material and really just pull out the facts that matter to you.
And today, we are diving into one of the biggest, most impactful financial proposals we've seen in a while.
I mean, it's dominating the headlines. It's the promise of a pretty substantial and, for many people, a really life-changing cash distribution. We're talking about at least $2,000 per person.
Right, and this isn't just background noise. This is a conversation that directly affects millions of Americans, especially, and this is so important, especially for those of you relying on fixed benefits.
Absolutely. Social Security retirees, people on SSDI, SSI, veterans.
We've just seen a massive number of questions flood in about, eligibility, and maybe even more importantly, trust. Can we actually believe this is going to happen?
Yes, that's the core question. The chatter has gone from, like, a whisper to a roar. So our mission today is laser focused. We're taking all the sources we have, the official statements from the White House, confirmations from the Treasury, all the research reports, and we're going to cut right through the speculation. We need to clarify exactly what is being offered, what the administration is, putting on the line here, and most importantly, what this really means for your bank account, especially if you are in that low or middle income bracket.
And let's just anchor this right at the start. The key fact, and it's been confirmed repeatedly across all our sources, is the administration's solid commitment to a financial distribution of at least $2,000 per person.
At least. That's key.
It is, and they've been very, very precise about the target audience. They're stating this is explicitly for everyone, not including high-income people. So the whole design is to make sure those benefits flow directly to low- and middle-income citizens.
Now, we have to set the context here, which is just crucial for a deep dive like this. These announcements are, they're coming directly from the president and his top team.
Which, by definition, makes them politically charged.
Exactly. So our role here is not to advocate for or against this. We are strictly, data analysts. We are the impartial guides. Our only job is to unpack the factual details, to analyze the feasibility based on the numbers they've provided, and just explain what all these public statements mean for your financial reality and your stability.
So, okay, let's start with the basics, the terminology, because the sources have shown that the administration is kind of struggling to land on one single name for this payment.
It's true.
You'll hear it called a $2,000 stimulus check. Sometimes it's a $2,000 dividend, other times just a distribution or a rebate.
It's a real payment name game, and if you look closely at the analysts' notes in our sources, you can kind of see the strategy behind it. The name itself, functionally, it's irrelevant. It's just the movement of money from the government to you. But one source suggests the president has deliberately chosen the term dividend.
Right, because it, quote, sounds better.
It sounds better. It sounds like you're getting a return on an investment, rather than just a handout. And that little rhetorical shift is really meant to make the payment more palatable to broader political groups.
But regardless of what you call it, a check, a dividend, whatever, the core promise, which is what matters to every single person on a fixed income, it remains the same.
And that promise is?
A dividend of at least $2,000 a person. And I'm going to keep stressing that at least part. It's a really critical linguistic marker. It signals an intention not to disappoint, or maybe, just maybe, to even increase the amount later on, depending on political pressures.
And what's genuinely startling here, what really gives this proposal real weight, is the frequency, how often they've made this commitment.
Yeah, this isn't a one-off comment.
Not at all. The sources highlight that this is the fourth time the president has officially endorsed some kind of mass money distribution plan. Just since taking office back in January of this year, we're seeing a pattern solidify.
And we really have to trace that progression because it tells a story. It's a story of, frankly, escalating political necessity.
Yeah.
You mentioned the first attempt way back in February.
Yeah.
That was the quickly dismissed $5,000 Doge dividend proposal.
Yeah.
Now, for anyone who missed that, it was a highly unusual suggestion.
Unusual is one word for it. For a deep dive, we really have to pause and look at that. The sources described it as like bordering on performance art.
Right.
But it was a serious proposal to use cryptocurrency, specifically Dogecoin, as the way to get money to people. The analysts they dismissed it almost instantly.
Well, of course. I mean, the logistical and legal barriers to sending $5,000 through a volatile, non-federally managed asset like Dogecoin to millions of retirees and low-income citizens were just,
Mhm.
they were astronomical.
It died very quickly. But it did signal an intention. It showed they wanted to distribute money, even if the method was out there.
So then you fast forward to August,
Hmm.
and the commitment becomes a lot more conventional. We see the introduction of the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025. That proposed a $600 rebate check.
Okay, so a concrete legislative attempt.
Exactly. Then, in early October, the president started talking about a distribution range, somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000.
And now, just a few weeks later, here we are. We're firmly anchored at least 2,000. The pattern is crystal clear and, honestly, fiscally startling, as one source put it so well.
Every time he opens his mouth, the dollar amount gets bigger.
It just keeps going up. And this escalating promise, it significantly ratchets up the political stakes for them.
It does. And what increases the seriousness even further is that this isn't just, rhetoric from the top.
Right.
We now have formal, high-level cabinet endorsements.
That's a huge point. We saw the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He came out and confirmed that the $2,000 rebate is, quote, in discussion.
He didn't wave it off as some hypothetical idea.
No, not at all. He framed it as an active policy consideration.
But the most definitive statement, the one that really locks them in, came from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. She stated, and this is a direct quote from the official transcript.
What did she say?
She said, "The White House is committed to making that happen. Yes." And then she went on to elaborate, saying they are currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
Okay, hold on a moment. That is a very, very strong commitment. But let's pause and apply a critical lens, which is what we do here. When a top official says they're exploring all legal options, how much weight should our listeners, especially those of you on a tight budget, really put on that kind of political optimism? Is that a commitment or is that a goal?
That is a crucial distinction. In the political world, committed means they're intellectually and, publicly dedicated to the outcome. But in the practical legislative world, exploring all legal options means they haven't figured out the logistics yet.
Or secured the votes in Congress.
Or secured the votes. The sources all confirm that this statement really puts the White House out on a limb.
Right.
They have now committed to the outcome, that $2,000, which forces them to now figure out the nearly impossible mechanism, how to fund it and how to pass it.
Right. So it signals that for the administration, their policy position is fixed. It's non-negotiable, even if the pathway through Congress is going to be turbulent, to say the least.
Exactly. And that strong multi-level confirmation from the president, from the Treasury, from the press secretary, that's what makes this a real proposal and not just a rumor.
Okay, so let's move directly to the section that I think matters most to the vast majority of our audience. Eligibility. Who actually qualifies for this proposed $2,000 dividend? And what is the guarantee for those of you relying on Social Security, SSDI, SSI, or VA benefits?
Well, the excellent news here, really, is that the core principle has remained consistent through all of this. Income. Income is the only metric that matters.
That's the key takeaway. It's so important for everyone listening to hear that. Eligibility is always income-based. It doesn't matter what specific benefit you receive, whether it's Social Security retirement, SSDI, SSI, VA benefits, railroad retirement, it doesn't matter.
Your employment status, too. Whether you're currently working or not, that's secondary to your adjusted gross income.
So let's detail this evolving income threshold debate. In past stimulus rounds, they typically used, what was it, $75,000 for an individual?
Yeah. $75,000 for an individual, $150,000 for a married couple. And that captured around 85% of the American population. That was kind of the benchmark analysts were using.
But the administration seems to be aiming higher this time. Maybe they're seeking broader middle-class support. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, he specified that the threshold they're talking about is for individuals earning less than $100,000.
Right. And if we just extrapolate from that, based on what they've done in the past, doubling that for married couples would put the upper limit at $200,000 for full eligibility.
Wow.
Which immediately brings more, high-earning middle-class Americans into the fold than previous distributions did.
Let's reflect on that for a second. The political calculus behind raising that cap from $75,000 to $100,000, that's a massive, 33% increase in the income ceiling?
It is.
Why would they float a number that's just going to make the total cost even higher than it already is?
The sources suggest two main reasons. First, it's about political appeal. $100,000 threshold, it broadens the base of support for the policy. It makes it feel less like a low-income welfare distribution and more like general middle-class relief.
Okay, that makes sense. And the second reason?
It's a negotiating tactic. If you start the bidding at 100,000, Congress can then negotiate it down to, say, 85 or 80,000.
Right.
And the administration can claim a legislative win by meeting them in the middle.
While still making sure that the core fixed income population is absolutely covered.
Precisely. Which brings us to the absolutely crucial point for our listeners, the inclusion of fixed income recipients. This directly addresses that constant anxiety, that fear that every time a payment is announced, those on federal benefits will somehow be excluded because of some technicality.
We get so many questions about this.
And the sources are unequivocal on this point. Fixed income beneficiaries are broadly and explicitly included. This covers Social Security, that's Title II, so retirement, SSDI, spousal survivor benefits. It covers SSI, which is Title X6, and it covers VA beneficiaries.
And why? What's the simple reason?
The simple reason is the very nature of these benefits means their income is inherently well below that $100,000 ceiling. For the vast majority, it's far below even the historical $75,000 mark.
So the payment is targeted at low and middle income people.
And that is exactly where these beneficiaries sit.
So the simple sanity check for you listening is this. Is your annual income below $75,000? If the answer is yes, you meet the primary requirement. This is about your income level, not your benefit type.
Now, can we tackle the single biggest source of confusion and fear?
The tax return myth.
The tax return myth. The narrative that goes, I don't file a tax return so the IRS won't know I exist and I won't get the money.
We need to spend some real time dispelling this because for so many SSI recipients and low-income retirees, they just don't have enough taxable income to justify filing a return.
And this is a critical misconception. It's rooted in how the system might have worked decades ago, but it's not how it works now. Filing a tax return has nothing to do with your eligibility when you receive benefits through the SSA or the VA.
The government does not need the IRS to be the middleman for data collection.
Let's just break down the technical process. Sometimes it's called the non-filer method. When you are a recipient of Social Security or SSDI or SSI, the Social Security Administration or the Department of Veterans Affairs already has a complete profile on you.
A comprehensive profile.
Exactly. They have your name, your current mailing address, they have your direct deposit information if you get your benefits that way, and crucially, they know your exact income level because they're the ones paying you that income. They have a fully functioning payment system that is completely separate from the IRS's tax filing system.
And here's where we can clarify the legal mechanism behind this. The payment is structured as an advance of a refundable tax credit. And that specific phrasing is really important.
The word refundable is key. A traditional tax credit might only reduce the amount of tax you owe. So if you don't owe any tax, that credit is useless to you. A refundable credit means that even if you have zero tax liability, even if you haven't filed a tax return in 20 years, you still get the full amount of the credit back as cash. It is designed precisely to make sure non-filers and low-income individuals benefit.
And that's why Treasury Secretary Besson referred to citizens seeing substantial tax refunds. He's using the technical term for the mechanism, even though for most of you on a fixed income, it won't feel like a refund at all. It's just a direct payment.
For the vast majority on Social Security Retirement or SSDI, that payment will come automatically through the SSA's existing payment rails. No action needed.
We should also briefly touch on the difference between, say, Title II and Title X6 recipients.
Good point. For SSI recipients, that's Title X6, the process is slightly different because SSI is a needs-based program. Now, the SSA still handles their payments, but historically in past rounds, those payments were often sent out a little later than the general Social Security population.
Why is that?
It's usually just due to internal processing delays between the SSA and the Treasury.
Yeah.
But the fundamental requirement is exactly the same. No separate application, no tax filing is necessary. If you are in the SSA system, they will find you.
Okay, so we've established the commitment and we've established who qualifies. Now, let's pivot to the really crucial question that exposes the core political contradiction in this whole proposal.
The funding.
The funding. Where is this $2,000 per person going to come from? And is the math even remotely feasible? The administration has repeatedly claimed the money is intended to be a distribution of revenues generated by the massive new tariffs. It's being pitched as giving tariff revenue back to the people.
And this is where we have to shift from, the optimism of the proposal to the hard reality of the numbers provided in the sources. We have to analyze the gap between what's coming in and what they want to send out.
So let's start with the revenue stream. The sources are reporting that these tariffs are currently generating about $1 billion a day.
$1 billion a day, which is a massive influx of cash. It totals out to approximately $350 billion per year.
Okay, $350 billion a year. That sounds like a gargantuan sum.
It is a gargantuan sum, but now let's compare that to the expense. We established that the estimated cost of this proposed $2,000 payment, if it's sent to 85% of the population, that's roughly 284 million qualifying Americans. The cost is a staggering $568 billion, more than $500 billion.
So wait, let me get this straight. We need $568 billion for this one-time payment.
Right.
But the annual tariff income is only $350 billion.
Which leaves a gap of $218 billion.
So the math instantly confirms that the administration's current story, it's incomplete.
It is. Funding one single $2,000 payment for most eligible Americans would eat up nearly a year and a half of all current tariff revenue. And that's assuming they halt every other government spending project that uses that revenue.
And waiting that long, 18 months or more, is just politically and practically impossible for a distribution they've promised for early next year.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Which leads us directly to the technical reality that the sources all point to. The government cannot fund this payment based on current annual revenue alone. The only way to do it is by leveraging future income. And that means borrowing.
Borrowing.
The sources confirm the tariffs are projected to bring in over $3 trillion over the next 10 years. So the revenue is guaranteed to be collected over time, but the money hasn't been collected today.
Right.
Therefore, to deliver the payment quickly, the government would have to borrow the required $568 billion today, send it out to all of you, and then pay that debt back over the coming decade using those future tariff revenues as collateral.
Okay, let's use an analogy here because these numbers are just huge. Think of the government like a big company that just signed a massive guaranteed 10-year contract worth $3 trillion.
Okay, they know the money's coming.
They know the revenue is coming. But they decide they need to give a $568 billion bonus to their employees today. They don't have the cash on hand.
So what do?
They go to the bank. They take out a massive short-term business loan based on that guaranteed 10-year contract. They send the bonus out immediately.
But they've just attached the cost of that immediate payout to their national credit card. They're adding $568 billion to the national debt right now.
And this borrowing mechanism is the only way for them to easily swing a large distribution quickly, rather than waiting a year and a half to collect the full amount.
And it exposes the political contradiction. Publicly, they're saying the money is from tariffs. Technically, they have to use debt to front the cost.
And that reliance on borrowing, that underscores the whole policy risk here. The administration is asking Congress to knowingly increase the national debt by over $500 billion today to fund a dividend that's being marketed as being paid for.
This will be the central point of contention. When this bill inevitably reaches the highly partisan chambers of Congress, this is what they will fight about.
So let's look at the alternatives discussed in the sources. The two levers Congress could pull to reduce the cost if they just absolutely refuse to increase the national debt by that much.
The first lever is simple. You reduce the dollar amount. If they were forced by fiscal conservatives to cut the payment from $2,000 down to $1,000,
that cuts the cost in half.
It immediately cuts the total cost to $284 billion.
Yeah.
That amount is easily feasible within 1 year of current tariff revenue, which eliminates the immediate need for major borrowing.
Okay, so that's option one. What's the second lever?
The second lever is to tighten eligibility.
Yeah.
You could keep the full promised $2,000 amount, but drastically reduce the number of people who get it if you only sent it to, say, the lowest 50% of the population who are struggling the most, instead of 85%.
That cost also lands near that $284 billion mark.
Right. And this creates a really critical policy choice that we need to spend a moment on.
Yeah, let's unpack that. Do lawmakers prioritize sending a smaller amount, say $1,000, to a much broader group of people, 85%, which includes the fixed income core, but also a lot of middle income families who are, doing okay?
Or do they honor the full $2,000 commitment, but limit it only to the subset of the population, maybe the lowest 50%, who demonstrably need that full amount the most.
That decision will be the true test of their priorities, because for our listeners who are on SSI or only Social Security, that $2,000 can be the difference between just struggling and actually having some dignity.
Absolutely. Cutting that to 1,000, even if it goes to more people, is a huge reduction in the actual impact for those with the deepest need.
Okay, so let's transition now to the practical details, the timeline and logistics. When is this money actually expected to arrive?
Well, the simple truth is that no exact calendar date or month is known, but we can frame the timing within the political and legislative process to give you a realistic window.
And the key anchor point, as we mentioned earlier, came from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson. He indicated that citizens will see substantial tax refunds early next year.
Right. And given that this announcement is happening in late 2025, early next year, means the first few months of 2026.
And this whole timeline is dictated by the legislative pace.
Completely. Even if a bill were introduced tomorrow, getting it passed through the House, then reconciled with the Senate version, and finally signed by the president. Yeah. That takes, at a minimum, a month to a month and a half.
And that's if everything goes smoothly.
That's if everything goes smoothly. Then the Treasury Department needs another 4 to 6 weeks to reprogram their payment systems and actually start the distribution. So that whole process just inherently pushes the earliest possible delivery into late Q1 of 2026.
So we're talking March, maybe April in a best-case scenario.
That's the best-case scenario. Now, if we look at the broader political drivers, the sources suggest the most likely window for distribution actually stretches all the way until the midterm elections in November of 2026.
Why so late?
Because historically, politicians on both sides of the aisle tend to use these kinds of distributions or rebates, what some of the sources bluntly call a bribe, to boost voter sentiment right before a major election.
So that provides a solid maximum deadline for them to act.
Exactly. So for you listening, you should view early 2026 as the optimistic target, with the period leading up to the November 2026 midterms being the high probability window for the money to actually hit your account.
Okay, let's talk about a crucial protection: financial offsets and garnishment. So many people on fixed incomes worry that this money will be announced and then immediately seized by creditors or deducted because of old debts. We need to detail the very rare conditions where a payment might be reduced or withheld.
The primary condition for an offset is if you owe a liability directly to the federal government. We have to be really clear about that. This specifically includes things like past due federal income taxes, or in some past distributions, delinquent student loan payments that are owed to the federal government.
And let's be blunt about how that works. If you owe the federal government $10,000 in back taxes, they are not going to cut you a full $2,000 check.
No. They will keep the $2,000 payment, and that will reduce your liability down to $8,000. It's an offset. It's not a seizure for general debt.
We should also remember the specific criteria from past stimulus rounds. Past due child support was also a reason for offset.
Yes, and that is a major liability that could definitely apply again, but it all depends on the final legislative text.
But here is the critical reassurance for the vast majority of our listeners on a fixed income. If you are on Social Security, SSDI, or VA benefits, and you do not have significant outstanding federal liabilities, which is the case for most of you, the payment should be received without any offset.
And critically, these payments are typically protected from general debt collectors, unlike your regular income.
So a credit card company can't touch it.
A credit card company or a hospital debt collector, they cannot garnish these funds once they hit your bank account. And that protection offers immense relief. It provides that much-needed breathing room and, frankly, the dignity to pay your essential bills without the fear of immediate seizure.
Finally, in this section, we have to address financial security and scams. The sources are very clear about how these payments would arrive through existing SSA, VA, and Treasury records.
And that confirmation is the perfect foundation for a very strong warning. Scammers will inevitably try to exploit the confusion around this proposal.
So let's be absolutely 100% clear.
This is non-negotiable advice. The SSA, the VA, and the Treasury Department already have your information. They have your direct deposit details. They have your address.
Yeah.
You do not need to do anything to receive this money if you are already a federal beneficiary.
Therefore, if anyone calls you or texts you or emails you or sends you a direct message asking for money or for your bank account verification or personal information like your Social Security number to process your $2,000 dividend,
That is a scam. It is 100% fraud.
The government does not initiate contact this way for unsolicited payments. Ever.
Trust only official letters sent through the mail or verified government websites. If a payment is coming, you will see it show up in your existing Direct Express account or your bank account. Do not engage with anyone claiming to be from the IRS or the SSA asking for a processing fee for this dividend.
And you should report any suspicious contact immediately to the Inspector General's office.
Okay, let's turn our attention now to the underlying political and economic forces at play here. This is where the deep dive really earns its name.
Yeah, why is the administration pushing this so aggressively? They've made 4 separate commitments when the funding math is so obviously difficult. The sources suggest they've really boxed themselves into a corner.
They have. The commitment is now so deep that the potential damage from failing to deliver is immense. One source explicitly noted the intense political danger here.
What did it say?
It said that if they do not follow through with this payment, and specifically with the promised $2,000 amount, their credibility, particularly with that crucial low and middle-income electorate, is, quote, going to go down the toilet.
Wow.
They called the failure to deliver a really bad messaging campaign.
And the analogy used in the source material is potent. It says the administration is dangerously close to becoming the kid who cried wolf way too many times.
They've set the expectation now. If the delivery is delayed indefinitely, or if the amount is cut dramatically to, say, $500, the resulting collapse of trust would be devastating, especially among the fixed-income population who rely on these funds the most.
So this high political risk tells us they view this payment as essential. But beyond the politics, we have to analyze the economic catalysts. Stimulus is rarely just political.
It's almost always pegged to underlying economic anxieties.
And the sources reveal a really stark contrast. You have the official government reports claiming the economy is booming.
And then you have the underlying data, which is described as actually very bad. There's a major bifurcation. High-income earners are doing well, and they're driving certain spending indicators up. But the vast majority of low and middle-income Americans are really struggling. They're tapped out, and they're dealing with persistent inflation that's not going away.
So what are the triggers? What could make this happen faster?
The sources cited several specific implosion triggers as potential reasons for rapid stimulus action. One key concern is the risk of a crash and burn in the economy due to factors that are largely invisible to the public.
Like what?
Things like massive corporate bankruptcies that are currently brewing, the unstable private credit market, and escalating global tensions that are threatening our supply chains.
So the analysis is pretty straightforward. The public message is about tariffs, but the real trigger for Congress to act swiftly, to bypass all that partisan gridlock, will be an economic collapse.
Exactly. If the economy spirals downward, this payment suddenly becomes an emergency necessity, not just a political promise.
And we have historical precedent for this kind of rapid response, which should, reassure our listeners that the government can act quickly when it really needs to.
Absolutely. Just remember the 2020 CARES Act. When the economy spiraled quickly into lockdown, Congress scrambled and passed a multi-trillion-dollar package, including stimulus checks, in just a matter of weeks. The consensus in the sources is clear. If the economy starts showing undeniable weakness, that's when money is approved.
So you have this confluence of factors creating massive momentum. You have the administration's public commitment driving the political expectation.
And you have this significant underlying economic weakness that could necessitate stimulus action anyway.
Yeah.
Both pathways point strongly toward a distribution within that target window of early 2026, leading up to the November midterms.
Okay. This has been a necessary and I think a very deep dive into a proposal that could provide really significant financial stability for millions of you, especially those of you who depend entirely on fixed benefits. Let's just reinforce the 4 essential facts you need to walk away with right now.
Okay, first, the amount. The administration stated 4-time commitment is for a dividend of at least $2,000 per person. That is the number they are publicly on the hook for.
Second, eligibility. The target is explicitly low and middle income. So if you're a fixed income beneficiary on SSDI, SSI, or VA, you are overwhelmingly included, as long as your income is below that proposed ceiling of $100,000 for an individual.
Third, application and protection. For the vast majority of you receiving fixed federal benefits, no application is required. The agencies already have your information. And remember, those funds are protected from general debt collection once they're deposited.
And fourth, timing. The distribution is currently forecast for early 2026, linked to tax refunds, but the final delivery is contingent on that legislative process, and it could stretch all the way through the midterm elections in late 2026.
And we understand truly that for many of you listening, this payment is more than just a number on a screen. It's a vital lifeline. It represents breathing room to handle your essential bills, maybe finally fix a leaky roof, or just offer some financial dignity in a really tough economy.
We hope this clarity provides some certainty in what is a very uncertain time.
Mm-hmm.
So let's close with that provocative policy question we examined, because it's really going to define the debate in Congress. Given the need to finance this payment and that huge gap between the tariff revenue and the $568 billion cost, lawmakers might be forced to compromise.
They will be.
So if they had to choose just one option to reduce the cost to align with the available revenue, should they prioritize sending a smaller amount, say $1,000, to 85% of the population to ensure that there's widespread relief?
Or should they prioritize honoring the full $2,000 commitment, but limit it only to the lowest 50% of the population, the SSI recipients and the truly lowest income retirees, the people who need that full amount most desperately?
The ultimate decision they make, broad relief or targeted deeper impact, that will reveal their true policy priorities. And that is what you need to watch for as this proposal moves toward a vote. Thank you for trusting us to take this deep. Okay, if you are watching your mailbox or, checking your bank account, anxiously tracking any sign of financial relief that could ease the strain of rising costs, well, this is the deep dive you absolutely cannot afford to miss. We are tracking a major financial update that has gone from maybe rumor to near certainty.
Yeah.
A potential payment that could put a significant amount, at least $2,000, directly into your pocket.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
The speculation phase, I think we can say, is over now.
Yeah.
We have concrete, high-level confirmation. After the president's initial statements, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has stepped forward, and he's actively confirming and discussing this substantial payment. That gives us the crucial logistical and eligibility details we've really been waiting for.
And here's the truly game-changing detail, I think, especially for those maybe in the middle income bracket who felt kind of excluded before. The income threshold for eligibility is significantly higher than anything we saw in previous stimulus rounds. I mean, much higher. Yeah. This means many more low-income, fixed-income, and yes, middle-income Americans could qualify. It offers crucial breathing room, against inflation and those high utility bills.
And so today, we are diving deep into the source material, the direct comments, the analysis surrounding Bessent's recent remarks. Our mission is really to provide the critical clarity you need right now. We'll meticulously cover who exactly gets this money, why the Treasury Secretary is framing it as a tax refund, which is interesting, and the highly specific legislative timeline pointing toward potential payments in, early 2026. This is the financial deep dive you need to manage your expectations and your budget effectively.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we are undertaking a crucial financial analysis. We're moving past the headlines and really getting into the fine print of the newly released information concerning this potential $2,000 payment. For our listeners on fixed incomes, retirees, low-income citizens, and those relying on benefits like Social Security, SSDI, or VA payments, these funds aren't just a bonus. They could be truly life-changing, offering a critical buffer against the relentless pressure of current economic realities. The interest in this subject is, understandably, through the roof.
It really is. And the level of governmental engagement, that's what differentiates this from just, mere rumor or speculation. The momentum is driven by recent public announcements from the president, and it's been quickly crystallized and detailed by comments from a key player, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. When the Treasury Secretary speaks about the logistics, about transferring hundreds of billions of dollars, that signals that these payments are rapidly moving from just a proposal into an active, high-priority governmental initiative. And that necessitates a full deep dive into the specifics, like we're doing.
Right. So our mission today is to cut through all the confusion and the jargon. And believe me, there is a lot of jargon swirling around this. We need to clarify exactly what this $2,000 is, who the Treasury Secretary says is eligible, which, again, sounds like a much broader category than we've seen. And crucially, we need to provide a realistic timeline. When might we actually see this money arrive? So let's start with the fundamental nature of this payment, because the terminology itself is causing a lot of worry, I think. Is it a $2,000 stimulus check? Is it a dividend payment? Or is it, something else entirely?
That's the absolute essential first step, yeah.
Right.
And we need to clarify this immediately because the language chosen by the administration is highly strategic. While the president initially used the term dividend payment, The Treasury Secretary, when he's detailing the actual mechanism for distribution, he consistently uses the term substantial tax refunds. Mm. Now, the core technical concept behind this payment is that it's being structured as an advance of a specific type of benefit, a refundable tax credit, something that would typically be claimed when an individual files their annual tax return.
Okay, advance of a refundable tax credit. I can almost hear the collective sigh of confusion from our listeners right now. That sounds like complex financial jargon that immediately creates panic, right? Especially among our audience of retirees, veterans, or maybe those on fixed disability benefits who, well, they may not have filed a federal tax return in a decade or even more. They hear tax credit and they automatically assume, oh, I'm excluded because I'm a non-filer.
And that assumption, that's precisely the biggest point of confusion and anxiety we have to address, like right now with authority. Based on the history of these types of large-scale federal relief payments, like the ones distributed back in 2020 and 2021, the fact that it's technically an advance on a refundable credit, well, that's strictly a legal and technical mechanism. It's used for efficient distribution. It's not an eligibility barrier. The source material, drawing on the Treasury Secretary's comments, is crystal clear on this. Filing a tax return does not matter for eligibility.
Okay, that is a critical reassurance. But we need to expand on why that's true because the logic, it seems kind of counterintuitive. If it's a tax credit, why don't you need to file taxes?
Okay, yeah, good question. The key lies in that word refundable. Let's try to break down the technical difference. Maybe an analogy helps. Think of a tax credit like a coupon. A non-refundable tax credit is like a regular coupon you use at the store. It can reduce the price of your purchase, maybe down to zero, but you don't get cash back if the coupon's value is more than the item costs.
Right, okay.
But a refundable tax credit, that's different. It's more like a prepaid gift certificate issued by the government. So if the government issues you, say, a $2,000 prepaid certificate, and maybe you only owe $50 in taxes, the government still refunds you the entire difference. That's the $1,950 in this case. Because the credit's value isn't limited by how much tax you owe.
So hang on. If I owed zero taxes because my income was really low, I'd still get the full $2,000.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that's precisely why it's the mechanism of choice for relief aimed at low-income populations. Now, the advance part just means the government doesn't wait for you to submit paperwork in April. They plan to proactively send the money out. They use the tax credit structure to define the benefit legally, sure, but they use existing Treasury infrastructure to actually distribute it. The source analysis confirms this strong assertion. If you don't file a tax return, it doesn't really matter. Has nothing to do with that whatsoever. It's entirely a function of qualifying for the credit based on income thresholds alone.
Okay, that immediately addresses the biggest hurdle, I think, for our fixed income and retired listeners. But digging a bit deeper, how does the government know where to send the money if someone hasn't filed a return in years? I mean, back in 2020, there were significant delays and, frankly, a lot of confusion for non-filers who relied solely on Social Security or SSI.
That's a really skeptical and necessary question, yeah, given those historical issues. The reason the Treasury Secretary can be so confident now is because the infrastructure used for those previous stimulus payments, well, it remains in place. And crucially, it's been refined. The Treasury and the IRS have established data matching agreements with the Social Security Administration, SSA, the Veterans Affairs, VA, and other federal benefit agencies.
Meaning, what does that mean practically?
Practically, it means that if you're receiving regular federal benefits, Social Security retirement, SSDI, SSI, VA compensation, the Treasury already has your current address, your direct deposit information, or your direct express card data on file. They don't need a tax return to verify you exist or know how to pay you. They simply match your benefit file against the income threshold set for this new $2,000 credit. So this system, it basically bypasses the traditional tax filing hurdle for the vast majority of non-filers who receive federal payments.
Wow. So the system is actually designed to identify and pay the non-filers automatically, just as long as their income falls below that target threshold. This really speaks volumes about the political intent, doesn't it? They know this relief is fundamentally aimed at those segments of the population.
Exactly. The government is, in essence, characterizing this as a straightforward cash transfer. But they have to cloak it in the technical mechanism of a refundable tax credit for legislative reasons, primarily for speed, and establishing a legal precedent for disbursement. This political maneuvering, framing it as a tax refund rather than stimulus, that's key. A tax refund sounds fiscally responsible, right? It suggests the return of money already collected. A stimulus check sounds like new government spending, which is much harder to pass through a well, a divided Congress.
That distinction responsible return versus new spending, that's fascinating. And it drives directly into the political expediency, the choice of words. It's strategic shorthand, really, to make the, nearly $500 billion expenditure more palatable.
It's definitely an exercise in political linguistics, yeah.
Yeah.
And let's not lose sight of the dollar amount itself. The president's original announcement stated a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that at least is potent, But the base $2,000 is already a substantial headline-grabbing figure. It provides real, meaningful relief compared to some of the smaller, more targeted release packages we've seen. It sets a very high expectation right out of the gate.
The clarity here is invaluable, I think. So message is, ignore the tax language if you're a non-filer, trust the income threshold, and pay attention to the flow of information because the administration is clearly prioritizing this.
Yeah. Okay. Now we get to the core of the good news. Eligibility. This is where the source material suggests a massive expansion of aid. The income threshold being discussed by Treasury Secretary Besson is substantially higher than we originally thought, potentially making more people eligible for this than in any previous relief round. Seriously, this is big. This expansion is arguably the most surprising and financially impactful detail we've seen. Scott Besson was explicit about the income thresholds the administration is currently advocating for. For an individual, the eligibility line is set at $100,000 or less in annual adjusted gross income.
$100,000. Wow, that is a huge figure to define the ceiling for federal aid like this.
It really is, and it truly defines where the line of high income now stands, at least for this specific initiative. Now, while Besson specifically focused on the individual limit, the source analysis assumes, and it's a logical assumption, that for a married couple filing jointly, the threshold would likely double. That indicates an upper limit of around $200,000.
Okay, we absolutely have to put this in context for our audience. Let's compare this to the two previous major stimulus payments back in 2020 and 2021. For those payments, the full benefit usually started phasing out around $75,000 for individuals and $150,000 for married couples. What does this jump from $75,000 to $100,000 actually mean in real terms?
Well, it means the inclusion of a demographic we might call the squeezed middle. It really does. This includes skilled workers, maybe dual-income households, even retirees with substantial private pensions who were previously phased out of relief. Someone earning, say, $80,000 or a couple earning $160,000 who might be struggling intensely with mortgage rates, childcare costs, inflation. They are now squarely in the qualifying zone. This decision, it reflects a policy choice, I think, to recognize that the current economic squeeze is affecting families well above the traditional poverty line, deep into that middle income bracket.
Yeah, and the political framing here, linking it back to the president's original intent to be clear about not including high-income people, that's revealing. By setting the cutoff at $100,000, the administration is essentially making a public statement about what they view as the line between the struggling middle and the, financially comfortable in this current climate.
Precisely. Besson is defining high income in this context as those earning over $100,000 individually. It establishes a necessary boundary. The source emphasizes that Besson's position is firm on this. Nobody over $100,000 of income for an individual is going to get this. This clarity is crucial, but it brings us to a major financial planning detail.
Yeah.
Is this a hard eligibility cliff, or is there likely to be some kind of phase-out mechanism?
Right. That's the essential nuance for our financially astute audience. If I earn $100,001, do I just get nothing? That seems harsh.
Yeah, it would be. While the Treasury Secretary specified the $100,000 figure as the maximum eligibility, previous relief payments of this nature have typically included a phase-out mechanism. It's designed to smooth the transition and avoid that extreme cliff effect you mentioned. A phase-out basically means that for every dollar you earn above the threshold, the benefit decreases by a fixed percentage. Now, the source material doesn't detail the exact phase-out rate for this proposed $2,000 dividend, but financial precedent strongly suggests there will likely be one. That would stretch the income eligibility slightly higher, but it would reduce the total payment amount as you go up. For budgeting purposes right now, though, our listeners should probably operate under the assumption that the full benefit is guaranteed up to that $100,000 mark.
Okay, that's helpful context. And let's just reiterate the core rule of eligibility, particularly for those on fixed benefits. Does my status, as a recipient of Social Security, SSDI, SSI, or VA benefits automatically guarantee my eligibility?
No, it does not guarantee eligibility, but it does ensure ease of payment, which is important. Eligibility is always based on income alone. The type of benefit you receive is irrelevant if your adjusted gross income exceeds that $100,000 threshold, or the presumed $200,000 for couples. The source material is really consistent on this. They don't give a rip about all the other details when it comes to benefit type. The one and only determining factor is your annual income. This focus simplifies the distribution process immensely for the government and ensures that low to middle income earners are treated equally, regardless of whether their income comes from work, a small pension, or federal benefits.
Got it. So if we have, say, a retired couple who combined, maybe they receive $45,000 from Social Security, maybe $10,000 from a modest investment portfolio, and $25,000 from a private pension, their total income is $80,000. That's well below the likely $200,000 threshold. So they qualify easily and automatically based purely on the income test.
Correct. And because they're already in the federal benefit ecosystem, their payment delivery will be streamlined through those existing Treasury systems. It bypasses any need for new applications or tax filings. This is exactly why the high-level confirmation from BESON is so important. It validates the process for the people who, frankly, need this money most urgently.
Okay, let's turn our attention now to probably the most urgent question for anyone watching their budget, the timing. When will this money actually arrive? Scott Besson's statement provided the clearest indication we have so far, he said. Substantial tax refunds coming early next year, explicitly meaning early 2026.
Right. Given that we're discussing this in November 2025, early 2026 might sound close, but the reality of the legislative process, well, that can make it seem like an eternity.
Yeah.
We really need to provide a crucial reality check here and analyze the legislative timeline in detail because Congress, it moves at a geological pace sometimes. That is the necessary tempering factor, absolutely. The enthusiasm over the announcement, it has to be balanced against the mechanical constraints of Congress. Even with high priority, writing, debating, voting on a $500 billion spending bill, that takes substantial time. The source material estimates this process takes a minimum of a month to maybe a month and a half after lawmakers even agree on the specifics.
Okay, walk us through the steps that absolutely must happen using the congressional calendar as our guide. What makes early 2026 seem almost unavoidable at this point?
Okay, well, first, the bill itself needs to be formally written and introduced. Then it goes to the key financial committees, that's Ways and Means in the House and Finance in the Senate. These committees, they have hearings, amendments get debated, the price tag is fiercely contested. This alone can take weeks, easily.
And right during this critical drafting and committee phase, we hit major legislative roadblocks that are just built into the calendar, right?
Exactly. We are rapidly approaching the major congressional breaks. Lawmakers are scheduled to leave pretty soon for their Thanksgiving recess. They come back for a short period, and then bang, the massive holiday break hits, the traditional Christmas and New Year break. If a bill is not passed and signed by the president by, say, early to mid-December, the entire process just stalls until Congress reconvenes, which is usually the second week of January.
So let's say, best case scenario, they manage to pass it in early December. What happens next? Does the money flow immediately then?
No, unfortunately not. Even if the bill is fast-tracked and signed by the president in December, the Treasury Department and the IRS need administrative time to actually mobilize. This is a crucial, often overlooked step. They have to program the computers, update all the disbursement files, implement the new $100,000 threshold verification system, confirm bank details for millions and millions of recipients, especially those non-filers we talked about. The logistical constraint alone, just the sheer need to disperse hundreds of billions of dollars accurately, that pushes the payment date into the start of the next year.
This strongly suggests that the term early 2026 isn't just some political excuse. It's a necessary buffer built around bureaucratic capacity and the realities of the calendar. And when Secretary Besson links it specifically to tax refunds, he's kind of hinting at the tax season schedule, isn't he?
He absolutely is. The traditional tax filing season begins usually late January or early February. By suggesting these payments will arrive then, he's aligning the administrative rollout of this new credit with the existing, very robust operational window for the IRS. This reinforces the projection that payments will likely start flowing in the latter half of January or early February 2026. It is really crucial for listeners to understand that while the announcement is exciting now, they must budget for this delay. This money is not a guarantee for your December utility bills.
Yeah, it sounds like the greatest threat to a swift payment isn't necessarily political opposition, but simply the sheer size and weight of the governmental machinery trying to move this fast, especially during the holidays. It's like trying to turn a massive oil tanker ship. It takes momentum and time, even if everyone agrees on the destination.
That's a perfect analogy, yeah. The political desire might be high, but the procedural hurdles are concrete. We also have to consider the disbursement methods. While the source details are a bit limited here, given this is framed as a tax refund advance, we can pretty safely assume the standard trio of payment methods will be employed.
Which are? Remind us.
Direct deposit is always the fastest for those whose bank information is already on file with the IRS, or, importantly, the SSA. Then, there are paper checks sent through the mail, which takes significantly longer and adds to the administrative backlog. And third, for many SSI and SSDI recipients, payments will likely be loaded onto their existing Direct Express cards. The administrative challenge and really the reason for that January-February timeline will be coordinating those three massive streams simultaneously across millions and millions of people.
Right. So the message on timing seems crystal clear. The money is highly likely to come, but you should probably pencil it in for early next year. Allow time for Congress to clear the decks and for the Treasury to actually flip the switch. Okay, let's transition now to the major elephant in the room that Congress absolutely must contend with, the staggering cost. Here is where the enthusiasm generated by that higher $100,000 income threshold runs directly into the hard reality of, well, budgeting.
This is the absolute crux of the legislative battle ahead. The decision to expand the eligibility threshold from, say, $75,000 up to $100,000. While it's certainly politically popular, it exponentially increases the number of eligible citizens and therefore the program's price tag. This isn't just an extra few $1,000,000 we're talking about. This is the difference between a large bill and a truly massive one.
Let's review the figures detailed in the source material again. Based on calculations for a broad but maybe slightly more targeted distribution, say covering 85% of the population at the old $75,000 level, the cost was already estimated at a pretty daunting $568 billion. What does the jump to the $100,000 threshold mean for the government's ledger?
Well, with the $100,000 threshold, which includes a substantially larger swath of the middle class, the total estimated cost skyrockets to approximately $600 billion. The source emphasizes the sheer, almost unthinkable magnitude of this figure. It's more than $500 billion. This level of spending just does not pass through Congress quietly. It will face intense scrutiny, resistance from fiscal conservatives, and almost certainly demands for offsets elsewhere in the budget.
Yeah, $500 billion is a number that creates serious political headaches, regardless of the merit of the relief itself. This brings us directly to the legislative strategy we need to anticipate. Given this enormous cost, how do lawmakers and the administration actually expect this bill to pass?
This is where we shift from kind of analysis to political calculus. The source raises a really critical strategic observation. While $100,000 is the current high-water mark being discussed by Besson, there's a very strong possibility, maybe even probability, that this threshold may be lowered significantly during the negotiation and legislative process.
Okay, so you're suggesting the administration might be using the high $100,000 figure as a form of political leverage, almost like an opening bid, knowing they'll probably have to give some ground later.
Exactly. It's a classic legislative maneuver. The explanation is purely economic and political. To make the bill an easier sell to lawmakers and secure the necessary votes, the overall price tag likely needs to drop. Lawmakers who might balk at a $600 billion expenditure will almost certainly pressure the administration to reduce the income limit to something more fiscally conservative, maybe back down to $75,000 or perhaps even a more aggressively targeted $60,000.
Well, why not just start at $75,000 then, if that's where they might end up?
Well, because the $100,000 figure generates maximum public excitement and puts significant political pressure on Congress now, if the administration starts high, they can afford to compromise down to a still generous $75,000 or maybe $80,000 and still claim a victory for delivering substantial relief. They'd be hailed as heroes for fighting to keep the limit high, even if perhaps they knew the $100,000 figure was potentially unsustainable from the very start.
That is a sharp insight into the political theater involved here. They use the enthusiasm of the middle class, who are now included, to push the bill forward, but the final legislatively feasible version might end up only targeting those who truly need this money, as the source suggests, likely meaning those on fixed or lower incomes.
And that strategic reduction, that's the key variable for our listeners to really track. If the income limit were brought down, the cost would be lowered substantially, and the likelihood of the bill passing would become significantly higher. The debate really boils down to this. Is this relief primarily for the most vulnerable SSI, SSDI recipients, the lowest income retirees, or is it a broad economic stimulus meant to include the entire struggling middle class? Right now, the $100,000 figure leans toward the latter, the broad approach, but legislative reality will likely force it somewhat toward the former, the more targeted approach.
Okay, so this means our listeners really need to understand that the $100,000 figure is, right now, more of a political statement, a target, not yet a legal guarantee baked into law.
Absolutely. We must treat the $100,000 as the current, let's say, optimal scenario being proposed. The ultimate fate of this $2,000 payment hinges entirely on whether Congress decides to prioritize broad political appeal at $600 billion or narrow targeting to manage the national budget. It's a big choice.
Okay, let's move to anticipating and maybe soothing some concerns. Focusing once again on our core audience, older adults and fixed benefit recipients who, deal with government bureaucracy daily. Despite all our clarity, I suspect the primary fear will resurface. I don't file a tax return, so I won't get it. We have to address this head on again.
We absolutely must put this concern to rest with total authority, drawing directly on the analysis of the payment mechanism. We have to repeat it. Filing a tax return has nothing to do with eligibility. The confusion is understandable, I get it, because the words tax credit are used, but we have to emphasize the process over the language.
Right. Let's reinforce the mechanism one last time. Focus on why the non-filer is safe and how the government actually handles the logistics for them.
Okay. The government system for distributing these advance payments, it relies on two main pillars. First, the income threshold, that's set by the upcoming law. If you meet that threshold, you are eligible for the refundable credit, period. Second, the government uses its existing federal benefit systems to locate you and pay you. Since 2020, the Treasury has really fine-tuned its ability to pull data from the SSA, the VA, the Railroad Retirement Board. If you receive monthly benefits from any of these agencies, Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA compensation, your current address and bank information are already verified and secured within the Treasury's disbursement infrastructure. They have it.
So a non-filer on Social Security is essentially treated by the government as if they are an active filer who is simply claiming the benefit via an automated proactive system. Is that fair?
That's a great way to put it. Precisely. They do not need you to submit a Form 1040. They just need confirmation from the SSA, for example, that your income falls below the legislated limit. The system is designed to identify you automatically, deposit the money through the existing channel, direct deposit or direct express, and notify you afterward. This is a critical distinction that should provide some peace of mind. Your income is the only factor that matters for eligibility.
Okay. Beyond the logistical concerns, let's look at the political dynamic for a moment. The source suggests that public support and enthusiasm are actually vital. That is, the energy and excitement generated by discussions like this one are actually critical to pushing a, $500 billion bill through a slow-moving Congress. That seems counterintuitive.
Well, political momentum is the fuel for enormous spending bills like this. If the public remains silent or seems skeptical, lawmakers feel no urgency. The political analysis suggests that if the population doesn't engage, if they don't seem interested, lawmakers might decide, well, maybe the public doesn't give a rip about the $2,000, making it easier to just let the bill die quietly in committee.
But the opposite happens when the public shows sustained interest and lets their voices be heard.
Absolutely. When lawmakers see widespread discussion, excitement, a sense of anticipation, when our listeners share this information, when they maybe ask their representatives about it, it creates a powerful psychological effect on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers perceive that the people are all jacked up, as the source puts it, and they're eagerly anticipating this payment. This perceived demand increases the urgency and the political likelihood of the bill actually passing. It validates the need for this level of spending in their eyes.
Wow. So for our audience, staying informed and sharing this information isn't just passive learning. It's actually an active form of advocacy. By demonstrating that this $2,000 payment is important to them, they are directly contributing to the political pressure needed to overcome that $600 billion price tag hurdle.
It creates a mandate, essentially. When the public demonstrates that this level of financial relief is desperately important to them, it weighs heavily on the minds of the people who have to vote on the allocation of those funds. This is a crucial, practical way to help ensure the $100,000 target, or maybe something reasonably close to it, survives the inevitable congressional haggling.
Okay, one last crucial point. We must briefly address the potential for scams, which always proliferate when large payments like this are announced. What is the one ironclad rule our listeners absolutely must follow?
The number one rule, and it cannot be stated enough times, is this. The IRS, the SSA, or the Treasury will never call you, text you, or email you asking for money, personal information, or demanding that you pay some kind of fee to release your payment. Never. This payment is automatic for those who qualify. If you receive any contact demanding payment or threatening to withhold your money, it is 100% a scam. Trust only official letters sent through the U.S. mail or verified government websites like SSA.gov or IRS.gov. Stay vigilant, please, because scammers follow these news cycles very, very closely.
Okay, we have completed a pretty comprehensive deep dive into what is arguably the most significant financial relief discussion currently unfolding in Washington. Let's summarize the key facts you need to remember as you plan your finances for the coming months.
All right, first, the amount. This proposal centers on a payment of at least $2,000 per person. Could be more, but $2,000 is the baseline.
Second, eligibility. The current political target, the goal, is individuals earning under $100,000 and married couples likely under $200,000. We must reiterate, income is the sole determining factor, regardless of whether you receive Social Security, SSDI, SSI, or VA benefits.
Third, timing. Due to the legislative process and those congressional calendar breaks we discussed, the payment is anticipated for early 2026, most likely starting in late January or early February, aligning with the tax refund schedule.
And fourth, how it works. It's structured as an advance on a refundable tax credit. This is the crucial point for our audience. You do not need to file a tax return to receive this payment if your income falls within the threshold. The government has existing benefit infrastructure to pay you automatically.
Right. And as we conclude, let's just revisit that final, maybe provocative thought. The ultimate shape of this relief, who actually gets it and how much it ultimately costs, is entirely dependent on a fierce internal debate over prioritization. Will lawmakers yield to the immense public enthusiasm and try to pass the broad but very expensive $600 billion bill, knowing they face significant resistance? Or will they prioritize legislative feasibility by lowering the income threshold, making sure the payment is tightly targeted toward the most vulnerable fixed-income citizens?
The outcome really hinges on that choice between broad reach and immediate need. Your knowledge of these specifics, what we've talked about today, is your best financial protection. It allows you to manage expectations and budget accurately. We strongly encourage you to share this valuable information with friends or family who are also anxiously watching their finances. Stay informed, stay vigilant against those scams, and we will be here to provide the next piece of critical clarity as soon as the negotiation. Welcome back to the deep dive. We are really cutting through all the noise today to give you the essential financial truth.
And there is so much noise right now.
There really is. But right now, there is one single announcement that's just dominating the conversation. And honestly, it's causing a lot of anxiety, but also a lot of hope for millions of Americans.
That's exactly right. We're focused today on a pretty major financial update. We're talking about the possibility of a new, a really substantial direct payment.
A dividend, they're calling it.
Yes, a dividend of $2,000, maybe even more, that has been discussed at the very highest levels of government. So, this isn't just a theory. This is a live, ongoing discussion.
A discussion about delivering, crucial money directly to you.
Exactly.
And this specific proposal, it's made massive headlines. You can't miss it.
Of course. The scale of the payment is huge.
It is. But for our community, and we mean for those of you relying on Social Security, on SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, the core question is, well, it's simple and it's really urgent.
It's always the same question, isn't it?
It is. Will this money finally reach retirees? Will it reach people on fixed benefits without some arbitrary exclusion?
And that frustration it's more than just palpable. It's historically justified. We've heard from hundreds of our listeners who just feel perpetually left out of these big relief announcements.
They feel forgotten.
Totally forgotten.
Yeah.
There's this deeply ingrained skepticism among Social Security, SSI, SSDI, and VA beneficiaries. They just assume, and maybe rightly so, that there's going to be a footnote or an asterisk somewhere that somehow excludes them.
We want to validate those concerns right away. We absolutely hear you, and we understand that history has, created this high degree of skepticism about whether you're eligible.
It makes perfect sense.
It does, and that's why our mission today is very specifically tailored to answer that one question. What about us? We want to provide some concrete clarity based on the source material we actually have.
And we are working directly from presidential remarks concerning this $2,000 plus dividend. So we're going to unpack the specific, really crucial language that's been used to figure out the true eligibility for the low-income and fixed-income community.
So if you're out there, you're struggling with rising costs, you're relying on those monthly checks to get by.
This deep dive is for you. We really need to know if this potential $2,000 or even more is truly coming your way.
Okay, let's get into it. Let's unpack this. We have a direct statement, a key quote that really sets the stage for what this payment is supposed to be.
Right.
And it focuses on two really important phrases that seem to be at odds with that skepticism we were just talking about.
Exactly. The core language we're analyzing right now is this statement about a distribution of funds. And the phrases that matter most are, first, at least a $2,000 dividend for everyone will be paid.
For everyone. Okay.
And then, immediately following that, the exclusion, not high-income people.
Those four words, everyone, and not high-income people. I mean, that's everything, isn't it?
Those are the hinges upon which this whole discussion turns. This is the official starting point for analyzing this, and on the surface, those two phrases, they really seem to suggest maximum inclusion.
It sounds incredibly broad.
It does. And this brings us immediately to the mechanism of the payment, which is so crucial because it's what differentiates this proposal from the three previous stimulus checks we saw back in 2020 and 2021.
How so? What's different?
This money's being discussed not as, traditional relief spending that's funded by borrowing or domestic taxes. This is being framed as a distribution derived specifically from tariff revenues.
Tariffs. Okay, let's stop right there and explain that distinction because that is really, really interesting. When we talk about tariff revenues, what are we actually talking about?
We're talking about money that's collected by the government through international trade duties. So basically taxes that are levied on goods imported into the country.
And why is using that money tariff revenue? Why is that so different, both politically and economically, from just, printing money or using general tax revenue like before?
That's where this deep dive really begins. See, when the previous stimulus checks were issued, they were typically funded by debt. The government either borrowed the money or used existing general funds. And that, it increased the national deficit.
Which is always a point of contention.
Always. But using tariff revenue, that creates a completely different narrative.
Yeah.
It allows the proponents to say, look, we're taking money collected from foreign trade actions, and we are giving it directly back to American citizens.
So it's framed less like a government handout and more like a benefit?
A policy benefit, exactly. Something derived from an economic strategy rather than a domestic relief bill designed to fight a crisis. It completely shifts the discussion from government spending to revenue sharing.
That's a very clever distinction.
It is. It provides a very distinct why behind this specific proposal. The idea is that the government takes revenue generated through these economic measures, the tariffs, and then distributes it back to the public as a dividend.
And that political framing might make the payment more palatable to lawmakers who are normally pretty resistant to deficit spending.
Precisely.
Okay, so this brings us back full circle to our core question, which is so critical for our audience. Because when they hear that word everyone, they immediately and understandably become skeptical.
They remember past exclusions. They remember confusing eligibility rules.
Exactly. And we really need to remember the sheer size of the community we're talking about here. It's massive.
Oh, the range of beneficiaries is immense, and their dependence on these fixed benefits is acute. We're talking about Social Security retirees who've seen their savings just decimated by inflation.
We're talking about veterans receiving VA benefits.
Individuals on SSDI due to disability, SSI recipients who are living right at the poverty line.
Don't forget Railroad Retirement Board beneficiaries, and of course, people receiving spousal and survivor benefits.
All of them. And they're all asking the same thing. Is this time going to be different?
That feeling of being sidelined, of being excluded, it's so legitimate.
Yeah.
Historically, the devil has always been in the details, right?
Right.
Or in some specific definition in the funding mechanism.
But this time, the language is unusually broad. Everyone is included. The only people excluded are high-income people.
So let's just deliver that initial broad answer right now, based purely on the analysis of the language in this funding mechanism. Let's just try to alleviate some of that immediate anxiety.
Let's do it.
Give it to us straight. Are the low-income fixed benefit communities included in this?
Okay, the simple answer is this. Broadly, yes. Based on the language, at least a $2,000 dividend for everyone will be paid, not high-income people. There's absolutely no reason these groups would be excluded.
There's a big condition there.
There is, provided their income is below the eventual threshold.
That is the critical distinction we have to hammer home. Eligibility is not tied to your benefit type. It is tied purely to your income level.
Right. It's income-based, not benefit-based. They just don't typically structure these laws to say, everyone gets this except the people who rely on Social Security for a living.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
That would be political suicide.
Exactly. The current proposal, as we have it, focuses only on excluding high-income earners. So if you're a Social Security recipient or a low-income recipient of SSI or SSDI, you are, by definition, the community this payment is designed to support. You are the non-high-income bracket.
So we've established that the eligibility, at least in theory, is broad. So now we have to zoom in on that one crucial phrase that determines everything.
Not high-income people.
That definition holds the key to the vault.
And this is where we really need to focus our critical thinking and apply some historical data. Because the entire eligibility question hinges on how the government defines a high-income person for this specific purpose.
This is the only barrier.
The only barrier mentioned in the proposal. It makes that income threshold the absolute immovable dividing line.
Okay, so let's establish some serious historical context here, because that's really the single best predictor we have for what lawmakers consider high income when they're designing these kinds of payments.
We don't have the current threshold defined yet, no, but we have excellent precedent from those three prior major stimulus checks.
Back in 2020 and 2021.
Exactly. So to project the likely cutoff for this $2,000 plus dividend, we have to do a deep dive into the historical cutoffs that the IRS used. And those past checks, they relied on a metric called adjusted gross income.
AGI.
AGI, yes.
Let's pause right there because AGI is such a crucial term, but it causes a lot of confusion, especially for seniors who might not file taxes or who might be confused about how their benefits even factor in. So in simple terms, what is adjusted gross income?
Okay, simply put, AGI is your total income. So that includes wages, interest, any capital gains, retirement distributions, and in some cases, the taxable portions of your Social Security. And then you subtract certain allowable deductions. For most people on fixed income, their AGI is very, very low.
Why is that?
Because the majority of their Social Security income may not even be taxable, or they might only have some modest pension income on top of it. So the number ends up being quite small.
So AGI is the number the government used in the past to decide who was high income. Let's look at those historical AGI cutoffs. What were they?
Okay. For the first stimulus check in 2020, the one for $1,200.
I remember that one.
The individual threshold for the full payment was an AGI of $75,000. But the payment didn't completely phase out. It didn't disappear until an individual's AGI hit $100,000.
$100,000.
So the first standard for high income was effectively $100,000.
That's a key figure. And $100,000 for an individual, I mean, that felt pretty inclusive at the time.
It did. But that standard shifted. And it shifted quickly. By the time we got to Stimulus Check 2, the $600 one, and Stimulus Check 3, the $1,400 one,
Right.
the threshold had been lowered substantially. And the idea was to target the relief more stringently toward lower-income Americans.
So what did it drop to?
Well, the threshold for the full payment, it stayed at $75,000 for individuals, but the maximum phase-out point was dropped sharply. The payment often ended completely for individuals making above, say, $80,000 or $90,000.
So why did they drop that threshold, that reduction from $100,000 down to around $75,000 as the starting point for that phase out? I mean, that's a significant political move.
It really is. And it speaks to the political drive to make sure that these relief funds are highly targeted. The lower you set that AGI threshold, the fewer middle and upper middle class people receive the money.
Which saves the government money overall.
It saves money, and it theoretically lets them focus the impact on those most acutely in need, which of course includes our fixed income community.
But hold on, you raised a really interesting point earlier. This $2,000 dividend is coming from tariffs. It's a totally new funding mechanism for this kind of widespread relief.
It is.
So why are we relying so heavily on the old IRS stimulus rules for the income cutoff? Couldn't they define high income using a completely different metric this time? Maybe, I don't know, net worth instead of AGI.
That is a brilliant question. I mean, it gets right to the heart of the uncertainty here. And while it's true the funding mechanism is new, the logistical mechanism for actually distributing the money,
Getting it to people.
that is almost certainly going to be the IRS. Because they're the ones who hold the records needed to verify income through tax data. And that's true even for non-filers who get benefits.
So trying to change the metric from AGI to something like net worth would be a nightmare.
An administrative nightmare. It would introduce impossible complexity and, significant delays. It's just not practical.
So tradition and just administrative ease. suggests that that $75,000 individual AGI mark is still the most likely standard for triggering the phase-out.
Or perhaps even that higher $100,000 mark just for the sake of political expediency.
It's hard to say for sure.
It is. But we're operating under the highly probable assumption that the definition of high income will be at or very near that $75,000 to $100,000 AGI range for individual.
And for married couples.
Likely double that. So $150,000 to $200,000 for married couples filing jointly.
And this is the critical connection point for our audience. We need to relate these numbers directly to the reality of being a Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA beneficiary.
Let's be blunt about it. For the vast majority of our fixed income listeners, the retirees, the survivors, the disabled individuals, the low-income veterans, the notion of earning an adjusted gross income of $75,000 or more per year.
It's just not their reality.
It's simply non-existent for most.
We can say with a lot of confidence that if you are living primarily or solely on fixed benefits, you are highly unlikely to be anywhere near that threshold.
Think about it. Even someone who's receiving the absolute maximum Social Security benefit, which is around $3,800 a month right now.
Which is very rare.
Very rare.
Yeah.
But even they only bring in about $46,000 a year. And not all of that is even taxable, which lowers their AGI even further.
So that's why the language is so reassuring. Eligibility hinges purely on income. The law doesn't exclude Social Security beneficiaries as a group.
It excludes high-income earners. So if you're in the fixed income community, you are, by definition, intended to be included in this.
The only way a Social Security recipient might be excluded is if they have substantial other income. Maybe a big pension, significant investment income, or a large second job that pushes their AGI over that expected $75,000 to $100,000 cutoff.
And that is, as you said, a very fortunate and very small minority among this population.
Okay, so we've established that based on income history, the vast majority of our audience should be eligible. So now let's tackle some of the administrative and logistical myths that always pop up.
Especially the ones about tax filing. That is a major source of confusion for older Americans.
Myth number one, the one that always produces so much anxiety. I don't file a tax return, so the government doesn't know who I am, and this payment isn't for me.
Right.
This misunderstanding is rooted in decades of tax procedures, but it needs to be completely, thoroughly eliminated.
It really does. This concern has to be fully addressed and just dismissed with authority. Filing a tax return has absolutely nothing to do with eligibility or the distribution of this $2,000 plus dividend money for the fixed income population.
So whether you file a Form 1040 or not,
It is completely irrelevant to receiving the payment.
tell us why that is. If it's not from a tax return, where is the government getting the information?
Because if you are a fixed income beneficiary, if you're getting Social Security, retirement, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, the government already has all your essential payment information on file.
It's managed by the SSA or the VA?
Oh, the Railroad Retirement Board, exactly. They already have it.
So they already know your direct deposit bank account details. They know if you use a Direct Express card. They know your current address for a paper check.
Correct. They don't need the IRS to tell them where you live or where to send the funds. During the previous stimulus checks, the IRS and the Treasury Department successfully used these existing SSA and VA files to get payments to non-filers seamlessly.
So they've done this before.
They've done it 3 times. It established a functional, proven infrastructure that just bypasses the entire tax return filing process for this specific group. The presidential remarks said nothing about needing a tax return. The focus was purely on income and the revenue source.
So we have to give the disclaimer that, this is not personalized tax or accounting advice.
Of course.
But the historical precedent is overwhelmingly clear. Your filing status has nothing to do with getting these specific relief payments if you're already receiving federal benefits.
Okay, let's move on to myth number 2. This is only for people who are currently working or are disabled but looking for work. Does the source material suggest this payment is employment-based at all?
Not in the slightest. The source material confirms the criteria are purely income-based. This is a dividend, intended to be shared among eligible Americans.
So it doesn't matter if you're fully retired.
Fully retired, permanently disabled, or even working a minimal part-time job that keeps you under the income threshold, it does not matter. It is a calculation based on your AGI, not your employment status.
And that is a huge relief for so many people. People on SSDI who face really strict earnings limits, or for seniors who have fully left the workforce.
So your status is irrelevant.
Your income level is the only metric that counts.
Absolutely. Okay, now Let's clarify how the income thresholds usually work for people who might be, close to that limit, that important phase-out mechanism. We need to be specific here, maybe give some scenarios so people can really understand the math.
Right. A phase out is critical because it prevents what we call an eligibility cliff,
Hmm.
where one extra dollar of income makes you lose the whole payment.
Nobody wants that.
No. So when income exceeds the limit, and let's just assume for now the full payment threshold is 75,000 AGI for an individual, there's typically a gradual reduction in the payment amount.
Okay, let's use a hypothetical situation based on the old rules. Let's say the government approves a $2,000 dividend, and they set a phase-out rate of, say, a $50 reduction for every $1,000 you earn over that $75,000 limit. Walk us through a scenario.
Okay, perfect. Let's take an individual whose adjusted gross income is $77,000.
Okay, so just a little over.
It's still a little over. That's $2,000 over the $75,000 limit. Under our assumed phase-out rule, $50 per thousand over, you take that $2,000 excess, divide it by 1,000, which gives you 2.
Right.
Then you multiply that 2 by the $50 reduction rate, which equals a $100 reduction.
So instead of getting the full $2,000, that person would get $1,900. It's a slope, not a cliff.
Exactly. Now let's take someone who earns 85,000 AGI.
Okay, a bit higher.
Right. That's $10,000 over the 75,000 limit. So you divide 10,000 by 1,000, which is 10. Multiply that 10 by the $50 reduction rate, and you get a total reduction of $500.
So their payment would be $1,500.
$1,500. It makes the mechanism really clear. You keep getting a portion of the payment until your income hits a much higher secondary cutoff. In this case, it would be an AGI of $115,000, where the $40,000 overage would zero out the $2,000 payment.
And the takeaway for the fixed income community here remains the same.
Absolutely. For the vast majority of people relying only on fixed income, this phase-out is not a concern whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're having to worry about hitting $75,000 or $100,000 in AGI, you are already in a very fortunate minority among fixed income beneficiaries.
So, to summarize this section, forget about tax filing, forget about working status, focus only on your AGI. If you're well under that likely $75,000 to $100,000 range, you should be included based on all historical precedent and what's been said so far.
Exactly. But now we do need to discuss the gotchas.
Right.
These are the specific conditions that historically have made recipients ineligible or resulted in the payment being offset. An offset just means the government legally keeps the money to settle a debt. This is essential information because these factors can severely impact some recipients.
Let's start with the big one debt that you owe directly to the federal government, back taxes.
Yes. If a recipient owes back taxes to the government can, and very likely will, exercise its right to keep the funds from this dividend payment and apply them against that outstanding tax liability.
This is called a federal offset.
It is, and it's standard procedure for federal payouts that are administered through the Treasury Department. It's important to understand this isn't some kind of surprise attack. If you owe the government, they often collect before they cut you a check.
That's a really crucial nuance. It'll only impact a smaller subset of the population, but it's a clear warning for those it does affect.
What was the second major federal offset we saw during the last distributions?
Past due child support. During the previous stimulus check distributions, the law allowed for individuals with outstanding past due child support obligations to have those checks offset.
So the money was taken.
The money was taken and then redirected to the custodial parent or the appropriate state agency to cover that owed support.
So these two federal offsets back taxes and past due child support are the two major historical pitfalls that we really need to watch out for. Right. And while they don't impact the majority of beneficiaries, they are key nuances, and they often cause a lot of heartbreak for those who are expecting the money, only to find out it was intercepted.
Okay, so now we have to step into the critical area of protections. Since the specific legal language for this dividend isn't finalized yet, we have to talk about what Congress usually does for relief payments to this specific fixed income population.
We're talking about protection from private debt garnishment and clarification of taxability.
And this is maybe the most critical financial protection detail for low-income beneficiaries. We need two major confirmations, right?
Two, first, will the payment be considered taxable income? And second, and maybe even more importantly, will it be protected from garnishment by private debt collectors?
Let's start with garnishment. In past relief efforts, especially those aimed at vulnerable populations, Congress has often made sure the payments were shielded from garnishment. Why is that protection so vitally important for someone on Social Security or SSI who might have, say, medical or credit card debt?
Because if the payment is not explicitly protected by the final legislation, a private debt collector could legally seize those funds the second they hit the recipient's bank account.
Wow.
There are critical laws, like 42 U.S.C. Section 407, that protect most Social Security and SSI payments from garnishment. But this new dividend, since it's from tariff revenue, it might be seen as a separate type of federal benefit. It has to be explicitly protected in the new law.
So if that $2,000 lands in an account unprotected and the recipient owes, say, $5,000 in old credit card debt, the bank could potentially just freeze or seize that money.
They could. And the entire intention of providing breathing room and dignity is just completely undermined if the funds end up in a debt collector's hands.
It defeats the whole purpose.
Absolutely. The legislation must include specific language stating that this $2,000 plus dividend is exempt from the claims of creditors. We have to monitor this very closely.
And what about taxability?
We need clarity there, too. Previous stimulus payments were tax-free. They were essentially a refundable tax credit. We expect the same treatment for this dividend to maximize its benefit, but it has to be confirmed.
Okay, now let's move to perhaps the single greatest source of anxiety for our SSI and means-tested audience, how this payment interacts with other programs.
Like s.n.a.p, Medicaid, or housing assistance, yes.
This is a critical detail that's completely missing right now, and the lack of clarity, it poses an immediate threat to the eligibility of the most vulnerable recipients.
We're talking specifically about means-tested programs, which are defined by very strict limits on both your income and your resources, meaning your assets.
Can you define means-tested programs and explain the specific crisis a $2,000 payment could create for someone in them?
Sure. Means-tested programs include supplemental security income, or SSI, s.n.a.p, which is food stamps, certain Medicaid benefits, and housing assistance. For SSI, for example, the resource limit, the amount of money or assets you can have in the bank, is often only $2,000 for an individual.
Wait a minute. So if someone on SSI currently has, say, $1,500 in their bank account and they get this $2,000 dividend,
They are instantly at $3,500 in resources.
so they are now over the $2,000 resource limit.
Precisely. And that temporary increase could, in theory, immediately jeopardize their eligibility for SSI.
Yeah.
And losing SSI usually means losing your Medicaid coverage, too.
That is a catastrophic scenario, receiving a $2,000 dividend only to lose your essential health care or food benefits.
It's in the worst-case scenario.
So what's the historical solution? What has Congress done in the past to protect this population?
They include specific language in the relief bill, language that states the payment does not count as income or as a resource for the purposes of these means-tested programs for a specific period of time,
How long?
usually 12 months. It's known as an exclusion period. This 12-month grace period allows the recipient to spend the money on immediate needs, bills, food, medicine, without being penalized by the stringent asset tests of SSI or s.n.a.p.
This detail feels non-negotiable. If that 12-month exclusion period isn't in the final legislation, this dividend could cause way more harm than good for the lowest income recipients.
It is the single most important safety net provision we are looking for in the final text. We need confirmation that the payment will be tax-free, protected from garnishment, and excluded from resource calculations for means-tested benefits.
So we have two major logistical worries based on historical patterns that lawmakers must provide clarity on before this money is sent out. We've established eligibility is broad, but the protections are still pretty hazy.
They are, and we have provided a lot of solid answers based on precedent and the source language, but we have to be completely transparent about the outstanding unknowns. This situation is fluid, and certain key elements are still being debated or defined.
And the single most important unknown right now is the official final definition of high income for this specific proposal.
That's the one.
We've used that historical $75,000 individual AGI threshold as our best guide, but the final legislation, when it's written and passed, that's what will define the true cutoff.
And that definition is everything. If, for example, due to political pressure from groups advocating for lower-income Americans, they set the threshold even lower, say, $50,000.
That would change things?
It dramatically changes who's included, although it would still largely encompass the fixed income community. Conversely, if they raise it to $125,000, far more middle income people would be included. We're just waiting for lawmakers to give us that specific financial detail.
And it's important to acknowledge the reality of the legislative process. I mean, information is changing daily. We are currently waiting for lawmakers to provide all these specific details.
Official income thresholds, potential payment dates,
Right. Will they use birth dates like Social Security does? Will they just lump it all together?
and the specific language addressing the protections and the offsets we just talked about.
We're really in the policy development phase of this potential payment. We know the proposal exists. We know the source of the funding is tariffs, and we know the general intent is to include everyone except high earners.
But the regulatory plumbing, the how and when of it all, is still being finalized.
Let's try to position this potential payment within the broader context of, advocacy for fixed income individuals. This audience doesn't just need one-time checks. They need long-term stability and structural reform.
That's the bigger picture, absolutely. Is this potential $2,000 plus dividend just a one-time fix to address the current inflation crisis? Or is it part of a bigger push for more permanent structural change?
You mean like the cost of living adjustment?
Exactly. Advocacy groups have been putting sustained pressure on Congress to address issues like the insufficient CLLA formula.
Because that calculation often fails to capture the true inflation that seniors experience, right? Especially the steep rise in medical and housing costs.
It does. A $2,000 check provides temporary relief, which is wonderful, but it doesn't fix the underlying problem of inadequate annual adjustments.
So this is breathing room.
It's breathing room, yes. But we need systemic changes, too. And the economic reasoning behind this dividend, tying it to tariff revenues, is a very distinct policy move. It's aimed at community relief, distributing wealth collected via trade policy. But it remains to be seen if this signals a real commitment to long-term reforms that permanently improve the dignity and financial stability of fixed-income Americans.
Okay, before we wrap up with our final summary, we have a crucial, very high-stakes warning that we have to deliver. This is absolutely essential for every single person receiving Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits.
Because every time a major payment is announced, the scammers target this group first.
Immediately.
We have to strongly warn the audience about potential scams. The second that news of this dividend becomes more solid, the scammers will just flood phone lines and email inboxes. They prey specifically on the vulnerable, on older adults, and on those who are desperate for the money.
This is your absolute protection. The Social Security Administration, the IRS, and the VA will never call you, text you, or email you asking for money, for gift cards, or for personal information related to receiving this payment.
They will never, ever tell you that you need to pay a processing fee or an enrollment fee to get your $2,000.
Remember the old stimulus scams? The phone calls claiming you needed to verify your bank account details.
Or demanding you go out and purchase gift cards to pay some non-existent administrative charge.
If you get a call, a text, or an email claiming to be about this dividend, and they're asking for your Social Security number or your bank details over the phone,
it is a scam, 100% of the time. Hang up immediately, delete the message, and rely only on official letters sent through the physical mail or on verified government websites. You have to protect your identity and your money.
Okay, that brings us to the summary of this comprehensive deep dive. We've covered a tremendous amount of ground. We've hopefully alleviated some anxiety about basic eligibility, but also highlighted the critical unknowns that are still out there.
Let's reinforce the most important facts we discussed today, the non-negotiables. First, the potential payment amount is substantial, $2,000 or more. This is real money being discussed.
Second, eligibility is broad. Based on the language of everyone and not high-income people, Social Security, SSI, SSDI, and VA beneficiaries should absolutely be included as long as their income is under that likely $75,000 to $100,000 individual AGI threshold.
Third, pay close attention to those two key federal offsets we identified. If you owe back taxes to the federal government, or if you have past due child support obligations, your payment may be intercepted before it ever reaches you.
And fourth, the urgent need for clarity on protections. We are still waiting for that official definition of high income, as well as confirmation on critical safeguards for garnishment, and most importantly for our most vulnerable listeners, that 12-month exclusion from means-tested benefits like SSI and s.n.a.p.
We understand that these potential payments can be life-changing. I mean, they offer much-needed breathing room to cover utilities, medical costs, overdue rent. We are committed to being your trusted guide, breaking down all this technical language into clear, actionable, and empathetic information every single step of the way.
Now for our final provocative closing thought. This entire payment, as we've said, is tied to tariff revenues. It's tied to international trade policy, not traditional domestic spending.
So if the funding mechanism for widespread community relief is now structurally tied to trade revenue, what does that imply about future payments? Does this create an entirely new stream of economic relief, one that's tied to global trade policy?
And would that make these payments more frequent, less dependent on those contentious domestic appropriations debates?
It's a fascinating precedent. It could fundamentally change how we think about economic policy and wealth distribution in the U.S.
Absolutely. And the situation is dynamic. It is changing daily. The second that details like official dates and finalized income thresholds hit the wire, we will be right here to update you immediately. We strongly encourage you to subscribe and turn on your notifications so you never miss a crucial financial update.
And please, share this deep dive with family or friends who are also relying on these fixed benefits. We appreciate your trust, and we'll be here for you every step of the way, providing clarity.
Okay, we are hitting the ground running today with some really big financial news, a development that could affect millions.
Absolutely. We're talking about a potential $2,000 payment.
Right, a $2,000 dividend targeted directly at low and middle income Americans, the folks perhaps struggling the most right now.
And this isn't just like some think tank idea floating around.
Oh, not at all.
This is coming directly from recent very public statements, posts and endorsements from the president.
Yeah, so the idea is an immediate cash boost. Call it a dividend, a rebate, maybe a stimulus check, whatever term you prefer.
But the key thing, the really important part for our listeners, is who it's aimed at.
Exactly. It's specifically looking at people on fixed incomes. So think Social Security, SSI, SSDI, veteran benefits too, millions of people.
The potential eligibility here, that's the strongest signal we've seen in a while for this kind of direct payment.
It really is. So if you're low income or maybe middle income, this payment, and it's a substantial $2,000 per person we're talking about, this could genuinely be for you.
Which is why we need to unpack it carefully.
That's our mission for this deep dive, really. To guide you through all the layers, we need to look at exactly who they mean by low and middle income.
Yeah.
We need to understand the funding. How are they going to pay for it? It's tied specifically to this idea of massive tariff income.
Which is a whole topic in itself.
Definitely. And then there are the big questions, the really crucial ones. Is this politically actually going to happen? Does the math even work?
And maybe most importantly for you listening, what about protections? Will this money actually help? Or could it mess up your current benefits? Those legal safeguards are vital.
Yeah, that's non-negotiable for many people.
And the politics are huge here because, well, the sources we're looking at point out this isn't the first time this idea has come up.
Right. It's like the fourth time since January.
Something like that. Different versions, different amounts, but the core idea of distributing money directly keeps reappearing.
So we have to look hard at the funding math. This tariff idea, is it really going to cover it without adding to the debt like they claim?
And we need to analyze the specific words they use. That phrase, low and middle income USA citizens, that's what gives hope, right?
It does.
But then there's this complete silence on the legal protections, the things people on fixed incomes absolutely need clarity on. It's a real contrast.
Okay, let's unpack this properly then. We're diving into this this massive update about a $2,000 payment. It's been put forward and then, really emphasized again very recently by the president.
Well, double down on it.
Exactly. And for our community, for listeners who rely on fixed income, this might be the single biggest piece of financial news this whole year, just because the language seems so, targeted this time.
And we absolutely get that anticipation. I mean, when you're living on a fixed budget, right, and inflation is just eating away at everything.
Yeah, outpacing COLA adjustments easily.
Right. A sudden $2,000 isn't just like a nice little extra.
Yeah.
It could be the difference. Paying a big medical bill, catching up on rent, utilities.
It's a potential lifeline.
It really is. And because of that, we owe it to you, the listener, to really scrutinize every single detail we have. Rigorously.
Couldn't agree more. So our mission today, it's really custom tailored for you, especially if you're one of the millions, low income, fixed income, receiving Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA benefits.
All those groups.
And you've been watching these headlines thinking, okay, but will I actually get this? Or am I going to be left out again because I don't file taxes? Or just because I get benefits?
And those are valid worries based on past experiences.
They really are. We remember the confusion last time, the stress around the stimulus rollouts.
Yeah, eligibility often seemed tied directly to filing a tax return.
Right.
Which, immediately creates hurdles for many low-income seniors, people with disabilities,
Right.
folks who just aren't required to file.
Exactly. They got left out or faced huge delays.
But this new messaging, the way it focuses squarely on income status, that feels different. It signals a potential shift, and that's something we need to celebrate, but also examine really closely.
Okay, so the core announcement, it came via these presidential posts online. Initially, it sounded quite broad, like a $2,000 payment for everyone, but then, crucially, not including high-income people.
Right, and that initial wording, everyone, that caused a bit of confusion, didn't it?
It did, because everyone could mean a lot of things, but the clarification came pretty quickly after that.
Yes, that follow-up post was key. It defined the group much more clearly as, and this is the exact quote, low and middle income USA citizens.
And that phrase, low and middle income USA citizens, that's the linguistic key, isn't it? That unlocks the potential for our audience.
Absolutely. It immediately narrows the focus. It moves away from, say, your tax filing status and puts the emphasis squarely on your economic situation, your income level.
So, by cutting out the high earners and focusing on low and middle brackets.
It inherently sweeps in the vast majority of people who rely on fixed income benefits like Social Security, SSI, VA payments. Their income levels generally place them firmly in those categories.
And this is where it gets really, really interesting for the low-income community specifically. This clarification, it really suggests genuine hope for benefit recipients. It feels like an acknowledgement of their economic vulnerability. So let's guide you through the details now, starting with, okay, what do they actually mean by low and middle income?
Okay, let's start with the basics. The specifics of the payment itself, based on what the president has stated.
Right, the amount seems clear.
Yes, it's described as a dividend of at least $2,000 a person. At least $2,000.
And we mentioned the language shift. It started a bit vague, everyone. Not high income.
Correct. But that follow-up, that commitment that the $2,000 would go to low and middle income USA citizens,
Yeah.
that's what makes this proposal feel different.
Why is that specific wording so important?
Well, it strongly suggests that eligibility will be determined using income data the government likely already has. From Social Security, the VA, maybe past IRS records for others.
Instead of requiring everyone to file a new tax return just to claim this one payment?
Exactly. Which, as we discussed, was a major hurdle for the fixed income community in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. For years, seniors, people with disabilities living solely on benefits, often falling below that income level where you even need to file taxes.
Which is a pretty low threshold for most seniors.
Right. They face these complicated delays. Sometimes they were just excluded entirely from payments distributed mainly through the IRS tax system.
So the significance of explicitly saying low and middle income, it's potentially profound for this community.
It feels like it.
It strongly suggests these groups are the intended recipients.
Yeah.
And that the method of getting the money out will probably leverage existing data from agencies like the Social Security Administration or the VA, not just the IRS.
So it shifts the focus away from the technicality of, did you file taxes?
Exactly. And puts it squarely onto the person's actual economic need, their income level.
Which makes sense, right? If the real goal is effective economic relief for people being squeezed by rising costs, utilities, food, housing, what we call the fixed income squeeze.
Then targeting low and middle income is the most direct, logical way to do it.
Yeah, it seems obvious when you put it like that.
And we really need to emphasize this. Historically, the main way stimulus has been distributed is based on income.
Okay.
What's really noticeable here is what wasn't said. The source material, the posts, they don't mention anything about needing to file a tax return. Not a word.
That's a significant omission.
It is. Based on the last couple of big stimulus rounds, the core factor seems to be your income level. And for anyone getting SSI or maybe lower Social Security payments, their income automatically puts them in that low income bracket.
Okay, so that brings us to the big unknown, but we have to talk about it. Defining high income. Where's the cutoff?
Correct. We're definitely speculating a bit here on the high income threshold because the official line in the sand, that specific dollar amount defining who's high income and thus excluded, that's missing.
We don't have the legislative language yet.
Exactly. So we have to look back, use historical precedent to give you, the listener, the most likely scenario.
And what does history suggest? What were the cutoffs like for the stimulus packages a few years back?
Based on those, the speculation centers around roughly $75,000 for an individual.
Okay, $75K for a single person.
And probably around $150,000 for a married couple filing their taxes together.
Let's pause on that $75,000 figure for an individual. Why is that number so critical for our listeners, particularly those on fixed incomes?
Well, because the vast majority of people receiving fixed benefits fall dramatically below that level.
Dramatically.
Even someone getting the absolute maximum Social Security retirement benefit possible is still well under $50,000 a year.
Right. And SSI recipients, by definition, have almost no other income to even qualify for SSI in the first place.
So that $75,000 threshold, it acts like a really big reassuring buffer.
Right.
If they set the cutoff much lower, say, I don't know, $35,000 or $40,000.
It would start cutting into the middle class, maybe even some higher Social Security earners.
Exactly. But setting it up there, $75,000 or maybe even a bit higher, it confidently includes pretty much everyone listening who is retired, has a disability, or relies on fixed benefits.
And we can kind of ground that speculation in wider statistics too, right? The average household income last year was around $83,000.
Approximately, yes. So if the stated goal is to reach middle-income Americans, they really can't set the exclusion threshold below the national average household income. It wouldn't make sense politically or economically.
Yeah, that tracks.
So setting that cutoff somewhere in the $75,000 to maybe $100,000 range for individuals, that reinforces the idea that the plan is likely to include the vast majority of middle-income earners, while maybe excluding the top 10, perhaps 15% of earners.
Which lines up perfectly with saying it's for low and middle-income USA citizens.
Precisely. So wrapping up this first part, the who seems pretty clear and frankly quite promising for our audience right now.
Okay, so part one gives us strong clarity on the who. Explicitly low and middle income, which effectively means the fixed income community is almost certainly included. Great. Now we have to shift gears, big time, to part two. The complex, maybe messy financial reality. How do they plan to pay for what could be $500 billion?
Right. This is where it gets maybe less straightforward.
Yeah.
We move from social policy, who gets the money, into the weeds of political economics.
The big question, where does $500 billion or something close to it suddenly appear from, especially without sparking a huge political fight about adding to the national debt?
The proposed answer, the mechanism they're pointing to, is the source of the funds, tariff revenue.
Okay, tariffs.
The proposal specifically says the money comes directly from massive tariff income. This is presented as the key element, making the whole thing financially viable and supposedly debt neutral over the long haul.
We should probably quickly define tariffs, just for clarity.
Good idea. So tariffs are basically taxes. Taxes that the U.S. government puts on goods and services imported from other countries.
And who pays those taxes?
Technically, the importing companies here in the U.S. pay the tax to the government. But realistically, those costs often get passed along down the chain, potentially ending up in the prices consumers pay for those imported goods.
Got it. And this massive tariff income the president talks about, is it really that massive?
Well, the numbers are actually pretty staggering. Recent reports suggest the U.S. has drawn in something like $195 billion in tariff revenue just so far this fiscal year.
Wow, $195 billion already. That's a lot.
It is. It works out to roughly $30 billion coming in each month just from these import taxes.
Okay.
So if you project that pace out for a full year,
You get to.
around $350 billion over a 12-month period. That's the current annual projection based on the pace so far.
$350 billion a year from tariffs.
Okay. But I remember seeing even bigger numbers mentioned
Yeah.
long term. Yes, that's where the real scale of this proposed funding mechanism comes in. The same research projects that over the next 10 years, the U.S. could collect over $3 trillion in tariff revenues.
$3 trillion over a decade.
That's the projection. It's an almost unimaginable amount. And politically, it's what gives this proposal its financial backing, its perceived long-term stability.
Because it allows the administration to say, look, we have this huge, dedicated, ongoing revenue stream specifically for this purpose.
Exactly. It provides the necessary political cover. But, and this is a big but, we have to look at the math problem.
Yes, the math.
This is where the funding gap, at least in the short term, becomes pretty clear.
Okay, let's run the numbers. How much would it actually cost to send $2,000 to everyone who might qualify?
To get a reasonable estimate, we can look back at the last big stimulus payment. That $1,400 check reached about 85% of the U.S. population.
Okay, 85%. How many people is that?
That worked out to roughly 284 million people, and importantly, that included adult dependents as well.
Gotcha. So 284 million people times $2,000 each.
If you multiply that out, the total cost comes to $568 billion.
Okay, let's just sit with that number. $568 billion. More than $500 billion.
It's a colossal figure. No way around it.
And that immediately highlights the short-term issue, right? We just said the annual tariff projection is maybe $350 billion.
Correct. So you compare the $350 billion projected annual revenue against the $568 billion needed. Even using the most optimistic annual revenue number, there's a huge shortfall. Over $200 billion short for just 1 year.
The annual tariff income is only about 60% of what's needed for that high-end cost estimate.
Now, we should probably qualify that $568 billion figure. As we established, that's likely the highest possible estimate.
Because the proposal explicitly excludes high-income earners.
Exactly. So if we assume, maybe, that the exclusion criteria removes the top 15 or 20% of earners.
The total cost would come down?
Right. Maybe significantly. Perhaps closer to, say, the $400 billion mark. That feels like a more realistic ballpark figure once you account for the high-income exclusion.
Okay, let's use $400 billion as a working number then. Even at $400 billion compared to the $350 billion annual tariff income.
You're still short, about $50 billion short, just based on 1 year's projected revenue.
So how can they promise a payment now if they don't have the full amount collected this year? How does that work?
This is where that 10-year projection becomes absolutely crucial, that $3 trillion figure over a decade.
Okay.
If that projection holds true, then $400 billion, while huge, becomes a relatively small fraction of the total revenue expected over 10 years. Spread out over a decade, that money is definitely there, backed by a very large projected income stream.
Right, but that leads directly back to the listener's most urgent question. Does this mean we have to wait 10 years to get the money?
And the answer has to be no, right? The whole point is immediate economic relief.
Exactly. So how would the government actually structure this? How would the payment be financed to get cash into people's hands, say, within the next 6 to 12 months?
Well, the timing pretty much dictates the method. They'd have to use a classic government financing technique, something often used for big infrastructure projects or even war funding historically.
Which is?
Essentially, they'd have to borrow the money today. They need to front the money now, get it out the door quickly,
Okay.
and then pay back that borrowed amount over time using the guaranteed stream of future tariff income that's projected to come in over the next decade.
Hold on. Let me push back on that a bit. If they're borrowing the money now, even if they plan to pay it back later with tariffs, aren't they still technically adding $400 billion or whatever the final number is to the national debt right now?
That's an excellent point and a necessary clarification.
Is calling it debt neutral just political spin for we'll pay the debt back later?
Okay, fiscally speaking, in the immediate moment, yes, you are absolutely correct. Borrowing $400 billion today adds $400 billion to the national debt figure today. However, from an accounting perspective, and definitely from a political messaging perspective, the term debt neutral gets used in situations like this. When a new spending liability, the $400 billion payment, is directly linked to and backed by a brand new, dedicated, and sustained revenue stream, the $3 trillion in tariffs that wasn't previously earmarked for something else.
So it's like taking out a loan, you have the income to repay.
Exactly. It's viewed differently than just adding spending without identifying a way to pay for it. It's more akin to securing a short-term loan that is guaranteed to be repaid by this massive ongoing revenue source. Think of it like maybe issuing revenue bonds to build a new toll road where the future tolls pay off the bonds.
Okay, that context helps make sense of the debt neutral claim, even if the debt number goes up temporarily.
Right. It temporarily increases the debt figure, but the government views it as essentially self-liquidating debt because the repayment mechanism is built in.
Got it.
And we also need to put that $400 billion figure into perspective. As the source material we looked at points out, the government is already adding billions to the national debt every single day through its regular operations.
That's true.
So adding another $400 billion now, specifically to get $2,000 into the hands of millions of low and middle income people, especially when that borrowing is backed by the huge $3 trillion tariff projection. Well, from a government borrowing standpoint, it's financially feasible. The markets would likely see it as a manageable liability because the repayment stream is identified.
So the financial capacity seems to be there provided those tariff projections are accurate and hold up over time.
Pretty much. Which means the main hurdle shifts from can we afford it to do we have the political will to do it, to accelerate the distribution, borrow the money up front, knowing it will make the debt figures look bigger in the short term, even with that guaranteed payback plan.
The math works long term but requires action now.
Precisely. The math Yeah, it's a bit tight this year, but it works out over the decade because the projected tariff revenue is just so enormous.
Yeah.
So the possibility is absolutely real, but it's contingent on them actually moving forward.
Okay, this brings us perfectly to part 3. And this is the section that honestly matters most for our audience, especially those living on fixed incomes. Because even if the government figures out the funding and sends the money, will it actually benefit people? Or could it inadvertently cause harm by messing up their existing essential support programs? This is the crucial deep dive into the unknowns and the absolutely essential protections.
Yes, and this section highlights, I think, the most critical gap in everything that's been announced so far.
How so?
Well, while the administration has been, pretty vocal and enthusiastic about the $2,000 amount and the tariff funding,
Yeah, we've pushed that hard.
they have. But they've been completely silent on the legal nuts and bolts, the specific rules needed to actually protect the people this money is supposedly intended to help.
So even if the money could be funded and sent out relatively fast,
We still have zero details on the practical side of things, like payment schedules, when exactly would it arrive, specific dates, nothing.
or how it would arrive, direct deposit, paper check in the mail.
Or, for many benefit recipients, would it come on their Direct Express card? We just don't know. Because there's no official legislation filed yet, no formal executive order laying out these specifics.
Okay, that's the practical uncertainty. But you mentioned a more critical gap.
Yes, the financial protections, or rather, the complete lack of information about them. And this is especially vital for our audience on fixed incomes. The sources we reviewed provide no information on these crucial safeguards.
We need to explain why the absence of these details isn't just an inconvenience, it's potentially dangerous.
Absolutely. A lack of clear legal protection could turn what looks like a $2,000 blessing into a potential nightmare, costing someone far more in lost benefits down the road.
Okay, let's break down the key protections needed one by one and explain why each one is so critical for someone on, say, Social Security, SSI, or Medicaid.
All right. First up, taxability. Is this $2,000 payment going to be considered taxable income, or will it be tax-free?
Why does that matter so much for low-income folks?
Because for many people who don't normally file taxes or are right on the edge, getting an extra $2,000 classified as taxable income could suddenly mean they have to file a return, or it could lead to an unexpected tax bill they can't afford.
We saw some confusion with past stimulus payments being structured as advanced tax credits, right?
Yeah, it did. Complicated things. And this dividend language is new. If the IRS decides a dividend is just regular taxable income, it could create huge headaches for people least equipped to handle them. So clarity on tax-free status is protection number one.
Okay, protection number 1, is it tax-free? What's number 2?
Number two is arguably the most critical for people on means-tested benefits. Will this $2,000 payment affect eligibility for programs like s.n.a.p, food stamps, Medicaid, or supplemental security income, SSI, or even subsidized housing?
We need to quickly explain means tested.
Right. Means-tested programs are benefits where your eligibility depends not just on how much income you have coming in, but also on how much you own your assets, your resources.
And SSI is maybe the strictest example.
Definitely. For SSI, a single person generally cannot have more than $2,000 in countable assets at any given time. For a married couple, it's $3,000. These limits are incredibly low and haven't been updated in decades.
So picture this. A person on SSI gets a direct deposit of $2,000.
Instantly. If that money just sits in their bank account, even for a short time, and isn't spent immediately.
It could push them over that $2,000 asset limit.
Exactly. And if that happens, even if they got the payment, if it's not legally classified in the special way like non-countable income or a disregarded asset, for a period of time, it could trigger an over-limit notice from Social Security.
Which could mean
They could lose their entire monthly SSI check, which for many is their only income, the money that pays for rent and food. Or, perhaps even worse, they could lose their Medicaid coverage.
And Medicaid is often worth tens of thousands a year in essential health care.
Absolutely critical health care. Losing that lifeline because of a one-time $2,000 payment would be financially catastrophic. It makes no sense.
This is exactly why the structure of the payment, the legal language surrounding it, is actually more important than the dollar amount itself for many people.
Precisely. In the past, emergency payments like stimulus checks were protected by specific language in the laws that created them. They were often declared disaster relief or something similar, which meant they wouldn't be counted against asset limits for means-tested programs, usually for 12 months.
But without that specific protective language in this proposal?
This $2,000 payment could be incredibly risky for SSI and Medicaid recipients.
Yeah.
Protection number 2. Explicitly state it doesn't count against asset limits.
Okay. Taxability asset limits. What's protection number 3?
Third, we need clarity on Medicare premiums. Will this payment impact them?
How could a one-time payment affect ongoing Medicare costs?
It relates to something called IRMAA, the Income-Related Monthly Adjustment Amount.
Okay, IRMAA. Break that down quickly.
Basically, if your income from 2 years ago, your modified adjusted gross income, or MAGI, goes above certain thresholds, Medicare charges you higher premiums for Part B, medical insurance, and Part D, prescription drugs.
So an extra $2,000 in income reported for this year could potentially trigger higher Medicare premiums 2 years from now.
Potentially, yes, especially for people whose income is already close to those IRMAA thresholds. A one-time bump could push them over the edge, leading to hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars in extra Medicare costs per year, ongoing. Again, devastating for someone on a fixed income.
So protection number 3 is ensuring this payment doesn't count towards the income calculation for IRMAA.
Exactly. It needs that specific exemption.
All right. Taxability, asset limits, Medicare premiums. Is there a fourth key protection needed?
Yes, absolutely. Garnishment protection. Is this $2,000 payment safe from being seized by debt collectors or for other debts?
Explain why that's a concern.
Many people on fixed incomes are dealing with debt. It could be medical debt, old credit card bills, maybe even federal debts like defaulted student loans or back taxes.
So if this $2,000 just lands in their bank account,
Without specific legal protection saying it's exempt, creditors who have a judgment against that person or even government agencies collecting certain debts could potentially garnish or seize those funds right out of the account.
didn't we see that happen with one of the earlier stimulus payments?
We did. Initially, the first round of stimulus checks wasn't explicitly protected from all types of garnishment. Debt collectors were grabbing the money until Congress had to rush through follow-up legislation to shield those specific payments.
So protection number 4. Explicitly make the funds exempt from garnishment by private creditors and most government debt collection.
Correct. So, to summarize the danger here, we must strongly caution you, the listener. Until we see official legislation or a formal executive order is issued, all these absolutely essential details, tax treatment, impact on S.n.a.p. Medicaid, SSI, effect on Medicare premiums, and protection from garnishment, they remain complete unknowns.
And without those protections clearly written into law.
This proposed $2,000 payment could, tragically, cause more financial harm than good for some of the most vulnerable people it's supposed to help.
That stark lack of clarity on protections naturally leads us to the question of credibility. The idea sounds good, the long-term funding maybe works on paper with the tariffs, but this isn't the first time we've heard promises like this. Why should anyone believe this fourth attempt is the one that will actually deliver?
That's the million-dollar political question, isn't it? Because this history of repeated promises, it creates an enormous political liability for the administration.
As we mentioned, this is now, the fourth time since January that the president has either proposed or endorsed some form of direct payment to citizens?
That pattern is undeniable. On one hand, you could say it shows consistent commitment to the idea. On the other hand, it also paints a picture of recurring difficulty in actually making it happen.
Let's quickly recap that history just for context, because it shows how the promise has kind of evolved and grown.
Okay, well, way back near the start of the year, there was that kind of out there mention of a $5,000 Doge dividend.
Right, tied to cryptocurrency. That one felt pretty unlikely.
Met with widespread skepticism, yes. But it did plant the seed of this direct cash transfer idea again. Then later, things got a bit more grounded.
With the American Worker Rebate Act?
Exactly. A formal bill was introduced proposing a $600 rebate check, and the president endorsed that specific legislation. That felt more concrete.
Okay, $600. Then what happened?
Then, more recently, maybe around early October, the amount seemed to jump up again. In a separate interview, the president mentioned the idea of a distribution or dividend somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000.
Getting closer to the current number.
Right. And now we have this latest, very specific announcement. $2,000 explicitly for low and middle income Americans, funded specifically by tariffs. It's the most detailed version yet.
The enthusiasm around this $2,000 figure, especially targeted this way, is obviously huge. Politically, it's a winner if they deliver.
Massive potential upside. But the risk associated with this pattern of promises is directly proportional to how big and specific the promise has become.
Meaning?
Meaning failing to follow through now after 4 separate endorsements, each getting more specific and raising expectations higher. That would be a colossal political blunder, potentially career-defining, in a bad way.
The sources we looked at use the phrase painting themselves into a corner.
That's a perfect description. They've set an expectation now that is incredibly specific. Low and middle income get $2,000 paid for by tariffs. If this proposal now gets floated again, generates all this buzz, and then just disappears or stalls indefinitely in Congress.
They risk losing massive credibility.
Especially with the exact group. They seem to be trying hardest to reach the low-income, fixed-income voters, people struggling with costs. It could completely backfire.
The sources use that analogy.
Yeah, the risk is becoming the political equivalent of the boy who cried wolf, or maybe more accurately here, the president who cried stimulus way too many times. People will just stop believing it.
So politically, the pressure to actually deliver this time is immense.
You could argue the only politically viable path forward for them now is to actually fulfill the promise. They've almost left themselves no other option without suffering major consequences.
Okay, so until that crucial piece of legislation or that executive order appears, spelling out the details and protections, what should you, the listener, be doing right now? Any actionable advice? What should you be wary of?
Okay, 2 key things. First, some reassurance. At this moment, there is absolutely no application needed. Don't go looking for one.
Why not?
Because based on all past stimulus payments and how this is being described, tied to income levels, eligibility will almost certainly be determined automatically using data the government already has from the IRS, Social Security, the VA.
So if you got previous stimulus checks, or if you currently receive federal benefits,
You are very likely already in the system. They probably have your bank account information for direct deposit or your Direct Express card details on file. So step 1 is just wait for official instructions. No need to apply anywhere right now.
okay, that's reassuring. What's the second key thing?
The second thing is the crucial urgent scam warning.
Always important with these announcements.
Absolutely critical. Because the details are still unofficial, based only on these public posts, scammers will try to exploit the confusion and anticipation.
How?
You need to be extremely cautious. Only trust information that comes directly from official government sources. We're talking official letters in the mail from the IRS or Social Security, or information published on verified government websites, irs.gov, ssa.gov, va.gov.
And what will government agencies never do?
They will never call you, text you, or email you out of the blue asking for your personal information, like your Social Security number or bank account details, to process your payment. They will never ask you to pay a fee or buy gift cards to get your money.
So if someone contacts you saying you need to provide info or pay something to get your $2,000 check,
It is 100% a scam. Hang up the phone, delete the email or text, do not click any links, report it if you can.
good advice. So the moment anything official is announced, like application procedures, if any, specific payment dates, how the money will be delivered, we will share that official verified update immediately.
Yes. But until then, treat any unsolicited contact about this payment with extreme skepticism. Protect your information.
Okay, let's try to bring this all together then. We've covered a lot of ground. So what does this all mean for you, the listener, especially if you're on a fixed income?
Let's summarize. We have a clear, repeated endorsement, recently emphasized again, for a $2,000 payment.
Specifically aimed at low and middle income USA citizens. That part seems clear.
Yes. And the proposed way to pay for it is through massive tariff revenue. That's the funding mechanism they're pointing to.
Which makes the long-term math seem possible, even if it requires borrowing the money up front and paying it back over the next decade using those tariff projections.
Right. So the immediate focus really shifts now. It's less about who qualifies, because the answer seems to be nearly everyone on fixed, low, or middle income, and more about will they actually follow through this time.
And crucially, will they include the protections?
That's the absolute key. The financial mechanism to borrow the $400 to $568 billion needed, backed by the $3 trillion tariff projection, it exists. The government can do that. But the political will has to translate into actual official legislation or an order.
And that legislation must include those non-negotiable legal protections we detailed. Tax-free status, no impact on means-tested benefits like SSI and Medicaid, no IRMAA trigger for Medicare, and exemption from garnishment.
Without those protections, the whole thing could unravel for the very people it's meant to help.
And we really understand the emotional weight behind this news. We know that for many people listening, $2,000 could be genuinely life-changing.
Absolutely. It could provide that desperately needed breathing room, help catch up on bills, cover a major expense, maybe just offer a bit of dignity and reduce stress for those struggling with rising costs month after month.
The anticipation, the hope tied to these announcements, it's immense. And that's exactly why the pressure now is for action, not just more talk. Rhetoric needs to turn into real relief.
And that's why we're going to keep watching this story incredibly closely, day by day, really.
What are we watching for specifically?
Our primary focus going forward will be on any movement towards official legislation or an executive order. We need to see the final legal structure. Specifically, are those benefit protections we talked about, especially for SSI, Medicaid, s.n.a.p, explicitly included in the language?
We also need to see the final official income cutoff levels defining high income.
Yes. And ultimately, whether they actually proceed with the plan. You need these updates as soon as they happen, because you need to know if this money is coming and if it's safe for you to receive without jeopardizing your other essential support.
Yeah. Okay. Now, before we wrap up, let's leave you with a final provocative thought to consider.
Okay, if, and it's still an if, but if they do successfully send out this $2,000 to low and middle income Americans.
Using the tariff money as proposed.
Right. And the president in his posts specifically mentioned that even after doing that, there would still be money left over from the tariff income to pay down our debt.
Implying the tariff income is even larger than the cost of the payments plus servicing the initial borrowing.
Exactly. So if that's true, if the math works out so well that they can distribute $400 billion or more to citizens and still have a surplus from tariffs to reduce the national debt, what does that tell us?
It raises a really interesting question about the sheer size and capacity of this tariff income stream. How much money are we actually talking about here beyond this one-time payment?
Precisely. Could this massive, dedicated revenue source, funded entirely by taxes on international trade, mean that this $2,000 payment isn't just a one-off emergency measure?
Could it be the start of something more permanent?
Could it potentially lay the foundation for a recurring citizen dividend, a new baseline of economic support for low and middle-income Americans, paid for consistently by this tariff revenue, fundamentally changing the social safety net?
Wow, that's a big thought, a recurring payment funded by tariffs.
It's definitely something to mull over. It shifts the perspective from short-term relief to potentially long-term structural change. Something to keep in the back of your mind as we wait for the next official update on the protections and the payment plan for this initial $2,000.
A very compelling thought indeed. We will, of course, keep you updated every step of the way. We'll catch you next time for the next. A major financial update is on the horizon, promising a payment of at least $2,000 for millions of Americans, especially those of you on a fixed income.
That's right. This isn't just another proposal. We're talking about a commitment from the highest levels of government.
So, are you eligible? Will you need to apply? And when could you actually see this money?
We're going to break down all the official details, separate the facts from the fiction, and give you the clarity you need.
Stay with us. Welcome to the Deep Dive. We're the show that takes all the noise, the confusing reports, the press briefings, the official statements, and boils it all down into what you actually need to know.
And today, we're tackling a huge one. This is the topic you've been asking us about nonstop. That proposed $2,000 plus dividend payment.
Right, and this isn't some abstract economic policy. This is aimed directly at low and middle income Americans.
And most importantly, for so many of our listeners, it's especially targeted at those of you who rely on fixed income programs like Social Security or VA benefits.
Exactly. For many people, this isn't just a news headline. It's a potential lifeline. And because the stakes are so incredibly high, so is the skepticism. People are asking, is this real?
That's our mission today, to cut straight through all that noise and just deliver clarity. We've gone through everything, the reports, the live streams, the official statements, to get to the core facts.
So the big questions are, is this $2,000 payment actually going to happen? Who specifically is guaranteed to get it, especially if you're on, say, Social Security retirement or SSDI or SSI?
And the question everyone wants an answer to, when? When could you realistically expect this money to arrive in your bank account?
Now, we have to be upfront. The sources we've synthesized, they're They're vast. We're talking multiple reports, transcripts from White House press briefings, and even statements from the president himself.
And because of that, a lot of this is, of course, politically charged. It's coming directly from the top of the administration.
So let's be absolutely clear about our role here. We're not here to endorse any political viewpoint. We're not here to oppose one either. Our only job today is to impartially report and unpack the facts, the actual commitments we found in these sources.
And the biggest fact, the one that really frames this whole conversation, is that the commitment, at least on paper, seems very real.
How so?
Well, the administration has repeatedly, and I mean repeatedly, confirmed their dedication to a financial distribution of, and this is the key phrase, at least $2,000 per person.
And the targeting is specific.
Very specific. The sources are clear that this payment is designed for, and I'm quoting here, everyone, not including high-income people. So the target is squarely low and middle-income citizens, which by definition includes the vast majority of people on a fixed income.
Okay, so let's start there. Let's unpack what this distribution actually is, because the name itself seems to be a moving target.
It really does. That's actually where a lot of the initial confusion comes from. It feels like they're sort of testing out different branding for the same concept.
Yeah. What have you seen it called?
Oh, all sorts of things. In our source material, it's been called a $2,000 stimulus check, a tariff check, a rebate, a distribution.
And the most recent one seems to be a $2,000 dividend.
Exactly. But the sources were really explicit about this point. The name doesn't matter. Whether you call it a dividend, a stimulus, a rebate, it doesn't change the fundamental reality. It's the direct distribution of money to people.
And there's a reason for that word dividend, isn't there? I saw one source quote, a high-level official.
You did. They noted that the president is deliberately using the term dividend because, frankly, it sounds better.
It sounds better than stimulus.
It sounds more, I don't know, cool or politically attractive. The word stimulus now carries a lot of baggage from the last few years. This is really just an exercise in political branding.
But the substance remains the same.
The substance is money in your pocket. The core promise, no matter what they call it, is a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
And this isn't just a one-off comment. The reason we're taking this so seriously is because of the pattern, right? The consistency.
That's the crucial context. This commitment is gaining weight because it's part of a very consistent and actually escalating pattern of endorsements coming straight from the top.
This is now the fourth time, isn't it? The fourth time since the inauguration in January that the president has personally backed some kind of mass money distribution plan.
Fourth time. So you can't look at this as just a random idea. It's a clear, committed narrative they're building.
Let's trace that progression, because I think the timeline is really telling. It started way back in February, didn't it?
It did. It started with a very unconventional idea, I think it's fair to say. The highly speculative $5,000 Doge dividend.
Right, which the media jumped all over. It seemed to tie the payment to cryptocurrency or some other unusual funding source.
And to be fair, our source material was quick to dismiss that one. The analysts we read saw it as pretty unlikely to happen, mainly because the funding was so speculative. There was no clear legislative path for it.
So that one kind of came and went. But then in August, something more concrete appeared.
Much more concrete. That was the proposal for a $600 rebate check. And that was significant because it was formally introduced in Congress. It had a name, the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025.
So it went from a kind of wild idea to actual legislative language.
A huge step. But then after that, the dollar amount started to climb.
By early October, the conversation shifted again.
It did. In a public interview, the president started floating a new range, saying the distribution would likely be between $1,000 and $2,000.
So already moving away from that smaller $600 rebate.
And now, most recently, the sources all confirm he has settled on this new floor, repeatedly declaring an amount of at least $2,000.
That upward trend is really what makes this feel different. One of the analysts in our sources had a great line about it.
I think I know the one you mean.
Every time he opens his mouth, the dollar amount gets bigger.
Exactly. And what that escalation does politically is it effectively boxes the administration into a corner. It makes it much, much harder for them to walk this back.
Which brings us to the official confirmation. This isn't just a remark anymore. It's been backed up by high-level officials.
And this is what elevates it. It's not just a tweet or an off-the-cuff comment. This has been formally acknowledged by the top non-elected financial people in the administration.
The sources cite two key people here. First, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Right. When he was asked about it directly, he confirmed that the $2,000 rebate is, quote, in discussion. He didn't dismiss it. He validated as a serious, active topic inside the Treasury Department.
And the second one was even stronger. The statement from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt.
That was the big one. She gave the most explicit, unambiguous statement of intent you could ask for. She said, and this is a direct quote, "The White House is committed to making that happen,
Yes.
and we are currently exploring all legal options to get that done."
Committed to making that happen. That's incredibly strong language.
It's as strong as it gets. Exploring all legal options. That phrase transforms this from, a campaign promise into a major, committed, and imminent policy goal.
Okay, so that level of official buy-in really sets the stage for everything else. We've established the White House says they're dedicated to it.
But commitment doesn't equal cash in the bank.
Exactly. So now we have to get to the part that really matters to everyone listening, who actually qualifies.
This is the most crucial point for so many people. Who qualifies? Especially those of you who depend on fixed benefits like Social Security or VA payments.
Because historically, these groups, they often feel like an afterthought.
They do, and that creates this deep-seated anxiety. One expert we read put it perfectly. He said that for fixed-income recipients, it feels like every good financial announcement is followed by that terrible little footnote.
Oh, except for Social Security beneficiaries.
But our source materials suggest that this time is different. We can dispel that fear right now. We can. The fundamental rule, and this was reinforced across every single source we looked at, is this. Income is the only metric. That's it.
So eligibility for this payment is based purely on your income level. It doesn't matter where that income comes from.
It is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter if it's from Social Security retirement benefits or disability insurance SSDI or supplemental security income SSI. Doesn't matter if it's from VA benefits, the Railroad Retirement Board, or a full-time job.
And it might be good to just quickly clarify those acronyms since we'll be using them a lot.
Good idea.
Yeah.
So SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, that's for disabled workers who've paid into the system. SSI, or Supplemental Security Income, is a needs-based program for the aged, blind, and disabled who have very limited income and resources.
And RRB is the Railroad Retirement Board.
Correct. But the good news is, for this payment, they're all looked at under the exact same income umbrella.
The president's own words were that the payment would go to low and middle income people and would exclude high income people.
Right. So our main job is to figure out what is that specific income ceiling? Where is that line drawn?
And this is where we're seeing a bit of a negotiation playing out in public, it seems.
It is. The initial speculation, naturally, was based on what we've seen before. The stimulus rounds in 2020 and 2021 used a threshold of $75,000 for an individual.
And $150,000 for a married couple.
Exactly. And that threshold, historically, included about 85% of the entire U.S. population. So that was the baseline assumption.
But that's changed.
It has. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent gave us a new and much higher number. He specified that the threshold currently being discussed is less than $100,000 for an individual.
Wow, so $100,000, and that would imply, what, up to $200,000 for a married couple filing their taxes together?
That's the implication, yeah.
That's a huge deal. That $100,000 ceiling would bring a lot more people into the fold.
It absolutely would. But this is where we have to apply a bit of political reality based on what the analysts in our sources were saying. While the administration is talking about $100,000, moving the cutoff that high makes the total cost of the program explode.
You're adding billions and billions to the final price tag.
That's the conflict. So the sources anticipate that even though the public message is $100,000, the final number in any legislation might get negotiated back down.
Back towards that historical $75,000 or maybe $80,000 mark.
Exactly. And the reason would be purely financial. If you can lower the overall cost, you dramatically increase the chances of the bill actually passing through Congress, especially a fiscally sensitive one.
But here's the key takeaway for our listeners, right? Regardless of where that line ends up, $75,000 or $100,000, the message for most people on fixed benefits is one of inclusion.
Absolutely. The answer is a definitive yes. Beneficiaries across Social Security, so that's retirement, SSDI, SSI, and across VA and RRB programs, are, by and large, included.
The math just works out.
The math is irrefutable. The income from these fixed benefits is almost always well below $75,000, let alone the higher $100,000 threshold.
So when the president says low and middle income people, beneficiaries are squarely in that low income part of the target audience. If you're relying mostly on those benefits, your income already qualifies you.
And this brings us straight to a myth that we have to bust. It's one of the biggest sources of anxiety we saw mentioned in the source material from previous payment rounds.
The tax return myth.
The tax return myth. The worry that goes, I don't file a tax return so the government won't know I exist and I won't get the money.
That worry needs to be put to bed completely.
Completely. The sources confirm that filing a tax return has nothing to do with eligibility. One report emphatically said the president never, not once, mentioned filing a tax return as a condition.
And the reason is all about how the government already operates.
It's foundational.
Yeah.
Social Security Administration, the VA, the RRB, they already have all the information they need to send you the money.
They have your name, your address.
Your direct deposit information, and most importantly, they have your certified income level. They know what you make.
The mechanism here is the key, the legal structure of the payment. It's not a welfare check.
No, it's legally structured as an advance of a refundable tax credit. And that technical detail is why the Treasury Secretary keeps talking about people seeing substantial tax refunds early next year.
Okay, let's break that down for a second, because refundable tax credit can sound complicated.
It sounds more complicated than it is. A refundable credit just means that if the credit is worth more than the taxes you owe, or if you don't owe any taxes at all, the government pays you the difference. It's cash back.
So because the government will have passed a law saying low and middle income people are due this specific credit,
The Treasury Department is then legally allowed to advance you that payment. They can send you the money now using the records they already have from the SSA or the VA. You don't need to fill out a new form with the IRS.
so all those special tools for non-filers that we saw in the past, they aren't really necessary this time around.
For most people, no. The systems at the SSA and VA are already plugged into the Treasury's payment system. If you got a stimulus check without filing taxes, the government already knows how to find you. You are in the system.
You are covered. So to wrap up this section for our listener, forget about the tax filing process. Just focus on the income number. If your fixed income is below that cutoff, you're eligible, and the payment should come to you automatically.
That's the bottom line.
Okay, so we've covered the commitment, we've covered who's eligible. Now for the really tough part, the money. Where is it coming from? This is where we get into the cold, hard numbers.
Yes. The administration has been very specific about the funding source. It's supposed to come from the distribution of revenues generated by massive federal tariffs.
And this is the section where, the political messaging collides with economic reality.
It really is. The sources reveal a pretty significant financial challenge here. We have to do the tariff math, as one report called it, using their own numbers to see if this is even feasible.
Let's start with the money coming in, the revenue.
Okay. The sources say these tariffs are currently bringing in about $1 billion a day.
$1 billion a day.
So over a full year, that adds up to roughly $350 billion in annual revenue. And the long-term projection is even bigger. They're projecting over $3 trillion from this revenue stream over the next 10 years. So that's the pool of money they're looking at.
Okay, so that's the income. Now, what about the cost of sending out these checks?
For the cost, we'll use the most common estimate from the sources. They assume the $2,000 payment will go to that same 85% of the population that qualified for past stimulus checks.
And that 85%, what does that translate to in terms of people?
Well, with a U.S. population of roughly 334 million, 85% of that is about 284 million eligible recipients.
Okay, so 284 million people, each getting $2,000. The multiplication there it's huge.
It is staggering. That comes out to a total cost for just one single payment round of $568 billion.
$568 billion, more than $500 billion.
And right there, that's the gap. That's the problem. The source material flags immediately.
The math doesn't work. You need $568 billion now.
But your annual income from the tariffs is only $350 billion. You're short by more than $200 billion.
One of the analysts did the math on that, didn't they? At $1 billion a day.
They did. At that collection rate, it would take 568 days, that's almost a year and 7 months, of collecting tariff revenue just to cover this one payment.
So that completely blows up the administration's timeline of early next year. You can't send a payment soon if you have to wait 18 months to collect the money.
You can't. And that leads directly to the only realistic way to fund this payment quickly.
Borrowing. It has to be connected to the national debt.
It's the only way to easily swing it, as one source put it. Instead of waiting for the cash to come in, the government has to use the mechanism of borrowing.
So how does that work? How do they justify that?
Well, remember that 10-year projection of over $3 trillion in tariff revenue?
Right.
the government can essentially use that future income stream as collateral. So the Treasury would need to borrow the $568 billion today, send out all the checks, and then simply pay that debt back over the next few years as the tariff money actually comes in.
So this is the big contradiction that the sources point out. The payment is marketed to the public as a tariff dividend.
We're implying it's money we already have that we collected from trade.
But financially, to get it out the door quickly, it has to be debt funded today.
Precisely. One report noted, look, the national debt is going up by billions every day anyway. This strategy just lets them front the money for the checks, attach that cost to the debt, but publicly give all the credit to the tariff policy.
That's a critical distinction. So when they say it's funded by tariffs, what they really mean is that the repayment of the loan will be funded by tariffs.
That's the justification. It's functional and it's political. Functionally, the tariffs are essential to paying for it long term. Politically, dividend just sounds a lot better than we borrowed more money for you.
Okay, so because that borrowing amount is so big and adding to the debt is always a tough sell in Congress, the sources expect lawmakers to look for ways to bring the price tag down.
And they have two main levers they can pull to do that.
What's the first one?
The first one is the most obvious.
Yeah.
You just reduce the dollar amount of the payment.
So instead of $2,000, maybe it's $1,000.
Exactly. And if you do that, if you cut the payment in half to $1,000, the total cost for that same 85% of the population immediately drops to $284 billion.
Which is an amount that is well within the $350 billion they collect in a year.
Right. Suddenly, it's financially feasible without having to do massive immediate borrowing.
Okay, so that's lever number one. What's the second option?
The second lever is to reduce eligibility.
So you keep the payment at the full $2,000, but you send it to fewer people.
Precisely. Instead of the broad 85% of the population, Congress could tighten the income rules dramatically. For example, what if only the lowest 50% of the population gets the full $2,000?
And what does the math on that look like?
Interestingly, the math is almost identical. Setting the full $2,000 to only the lowest 50% of the population also costs right around $284 billion.
Wow. So that sets up a really profound political choice for them, doesn't it?
It's a huge one, and the sources suggest this will be the main fight in Congress. It's not just a financial choice, it's ideological.
Do you maximize the reach by sending a smaller check to almost everyone? Or do you maximize the impact by sending the full check, but only to those who are the most economically vulnerable?
The final decision on that one will tell you everything you need to know about the real goal of this relief package.
Let's switch gears to the practical stuff. The questions that really affect people's ability to plan. When can you expect this money? And what kind of financial protections are in place?
Okay, timing is always tricky because it depends on Congress, but we do have some strong clues. The biggest one comes directly from the Treasury Secretary.
The substantial tax refunds comment?
Yes. He said citizens would see substantial tax refunds early next year, 2026.
So early next year is our baseline. That's the earliest possible window.
It is. And that timeline makes sense when you factor in the legislative process. A bill this big needs to be drafted, debated, negotiated. It has to pass the House, then the Senate, then get signed by the president.
Even when they rush, that process takes time.
It does. Based on past experience, even an expedited process takes a bare minimum of a month to a month and a half. So with the year-end holidays approaching, that schedule naturally pushes the actual delivery of money into the first few months of 2026.
And if we look at the bigger political picture, there's another deadline looming, isn't there?
The midterm elections in November of 2026. The sources were pretty clear that the real window for delivery is any time between now and then.
Because historically, major financial distributions like this are often timed for maximum political effect right before an election.
It's a powerful incentive. So while early 2026 is the official forecast, there are strong political reasons for them to get this done well before the midterms.
Okay, what about financial protections? This is so important for people on fixed incomes who might be dealing with old debts. Can this $2,000 payment be taken away?
It can, but only under very specific and rare conditions.
What are those?
The main threat is what's called an offset, and it only applies if you owe money directly to the federal government.
So things like unpaid back federal taxes.
Exactly. Unpaid federal taxes or other non-tax federal debts. The sources confirm the Treasury is authorized to keep your payment and apply it directly to what you owe them.
The example they used was pretty clear. If you owe, say, $10,000 in back taxes.
They would intercept the $2,000 payment, you wouldn't receive it, and your federal tax debt would be reduced to $8,000.
And in past stimulus rounds, past due child support was another big one.
Yes, because that's often enforced through federal systems. So that could also be a reason for an offset.
But, and this is a huge, but what about private debts? Credit cards, medical bills.
And this is where the crucial protection comes in. Because this money is structured as a government relief payment or a tax credit, it is generally protected from private creditors.
That's a life-changing detail for a lot of people.
It is. It means for the vast majority of fixed-income beneficiaries, people who don't owe back taxes or child support, this $2,000 should arrive in full, and it should be safe from a credit card company or a private debt collector trying to garnish it.
So the key distinction is federal debt versus private debt. For most people, the money will be safe.
And that flows perfectly into the scam warning we have to give.
Right. Because the sources are so clear about how the money will arrive, it makes spotting scams much easier.
It does. And we have to say this as loudly and clearly as possible. No legitimate government agency, not the IRS, not the Social Security Administration, not the VA will ever call you, text you, or email you asking for money or personal information to get this payment.
They will never ask you to pay a fee or buy a gift card.
Never. If you are already receiving benefits, the government already have everything it needs. They have your direct deposit info. There is no application for most beneficiaries.
The money will just show up.
It will just arrive in your bank account or it'll be loaded onto your Direct Express card. If you get a call, a text, or an email that seems suspicious, do not engage. Hang up. Delete it.
This is a prime target for scammers, isn't it? Especially targeting older adults.
A massive target.
Right.
If you get a letter that looks official, but it asks you to go to a website and validate your bank details to get your dividend, it is a scam. The only thing you need to do is wait for the money to arrive automatically if you are eligible.
Okay, let's zoom out for the last section and look at the big picture. The political stakes and the economic reasons that are really driving this whole proposal.
Right. We need to connect all those endorsements from the president back to the immense pressure the administration is now feeling.
They've really gone beyond just floating an idea. They are actively building a huge amount of public expectation for this $2,000 payment.
They are. And that aggressive commitment, especially those really strong words from the White House press secretary we talked about, has painted them into a very, very tight political corner.
One of the analyses we read put it in stark terms.
It did. It noted the danger very clearly. If they fail to follow through on this, after endorsing it 4 separate times, their credibility and trust is, and I'm quoting, going to go down the toilet.
A political disaster.
A total disaster. The sources warned it would be a really, really, really bad messaging campaign. They would risk becoming the kid who cried wolf way too many times.
And that erodes public trust in everything they promise in the future.
So that political pressure makes delivering this payment an absolute imperative for them, even if the funding math is a bit messy.
And that's just the political side. There's also the economic pressure. Stimulus proposals like this are always tied to how the economy is doing.
Always. And while you might hear some official reports saying the economy is booming, the sources we reviewed paint a much more complicated and, frankly, a darker picture for many people.
What are they seeing?
They indicate that the underlying economic data, especially for low and middle-income consumers, is actually very bad. While wealthy consumers are still spending, the vast majority of people, including those on fixed incomes, are described as being completely tapped out.
Still struggling with inflation, high interest rates.
All of it. And that financial stress creates what the sources call potential implosion triggers.
Meaning things that could cause the economy to decline very quickly.
Exactly. They pointed to a few risks. The rising number of corporate bankruptcies is one. Another is the shaky state of the private credit market, which is basically unregulated lending that could trigger a sudden downturn. And of course, global tensions are always a risk.
And the key thing to remember here is what happens when the economy does take a nosedive.
History is our guide. We just have to look back to the 2020 CARES Act. When the economy started to plummet, that bill passed in a matter of weeks. The political gridlock just vanished.
The sources are clear on this. When the economy genuinely starts to collapse, that's when money is approved. And it's approved fast. That economic risk is a much more powerful driver than just political promises.
And then finally, there's the one we already mentioned, the midterm election factor. You just can't ignore it.
With the elections coming in November 2026?
Politicians know the power of putting money in voters' pockets right before they head to the polls. One source used some pretty charged language, which we'll report neutrally, saying politicians historically try to bait the hook or bribe us with rebates before an election.
So when you put it all together, the economic weakness, the need to avoid a credibility crisis, and the looming midterms.
You have three massive forces all pushing Congress in the same direction toward delivering some kind of financial payment, even if they have to borrow the money to do it.
This has been a really detailed look at a proposal that could have a huge impact on millions of people, especially those on fixed incomes who are just looking for some breathing room.
It really could. So let's try to boil everything we've talked about down into the essential facts you need to remember as the story develops.
Okay, the 4 facts. What's number 1?
Number 1 is the amount. The administration's repeated, stated commitment is for a payment of at least $2,000 per person.
Number 2, eligibility.
This is for low and middle-income people only. And crucially, fixed-income beneficiaries, Social Security, SSDI, SSI VA fee broadly included, as long as your income is below that proposed ceiling, which is currently being discussed at up to $100,000 for an individual.
Number 3, application.
No application is needed for the vast majority of you receiving fixed benefits. The government already have your payment information and will send the money directly. It's treated as an advance of a tax credit.
And finally, number 4, timing.
The official forecast from the Treasury is early 2026, probably tied to the tax refund season. But keep a close eye on the economy. A sharp downturn could significantly speed up that timeline.
You know, we recognize that for so many of you listening, this isn't just a number in a government budget. A payment like this can represent dignity. It's a chance to catch up on bills. It's just essential breathing room.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
And we spent a lot of time on the financial mechanics, showing that the math makes it hard to send that full amount to everyone without borrowing.
And that financial friction, as the sources laid out, forces lawmakers into a very difficult choice.
Which brings us to our final provocative thought for you to take with you.
Given that they'll likely have to reduce the total cost of this program to get it passed, they face a real moral and political dilemma. So, option 1. Should they prioritize sending a smaller amount, like $1,000 to almost everyone, that 85% of the population, to ensure broad-based support?
Or option 2. Should they prioritize maximizing the impact by sending the full committed $2,000, but only to the lowest 50% of the population, the group that statistically needs it the most just to get by?
The choice between wide reach with less impact versus targeted impact with less reach.
It's a defining political question. And the choice they ultimately make between those two options will tell us everything about their true priorities. That's the question we'll leave you with as this all moves forward.
We really hope this deep dive has given you the detail and the clarity you need to follow this critical financial story. Thanks for diving.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we are cutting straight through all the noise.
A lot of noise.
So much noise around what might be one of the biggest financial updates we've seen in a while. We're talking about the very real possibility of thousands of dollars in direct payments.
Right.
Specifically, that number we keep hearing is $2,000, and it could be coming to you as emergency relief.
And that's the keyword, relief. And for those of you on a fixed income, and we know that so many of you listening, whether you're a retiree or you're receiving Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA benefits, your biggest question is always, am I included?
Of course.
We're going to make it crystal clear today why this payment is, well, it's pretty much designed with you in mind.
Yeah, this money could provide that breathing room everyone needs for bills, for rising costs, and we're going to break down the timeline, who's eligible, and how to protect yourself right now.
Let's do it.
Okay, so let's really set the stage. Our mission today is to focus on these really high-profile updates. They're coming directly from the administration. We're talking the president, the Treasury Secretary.
Yep.
And they're using this specific term, dividend payments.
Right. And we need to translate that immediately. When you hear dividend payment, just, think stimulus check.
Exactly. It's a direct payment.
It's a direct payment. And the number that keeps coming up over and over is $2,000. Or sometimes they'll phrase it as thousands of dollars.
And what feels different this time, and you've pointed this out, is the sheer political commitment. It's not just a vague idea anymore.
No, not at all. You have lawmakers, senators, the highest profile people in the administration giving, almost daily updates. It suggests this is highly, highly likely to happen.
So the goal here is to filter out that noise, like we said, and really speak to the concerns of everyone on a fixed income. Retirees, people on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA benefits. You need clarity.
You need to know if you qualify, and just as important, when that money might actually show up.
Absolutely. The political momentum is building, and it seems like they're really committing their reputation to this.
They really are. And that's important because when they commit this hard, politically, it becomes very, very difficult for them to back out. The public backlash would just be enormous.
Okay, so let's unpack maybe the most interesting and unique detail about this whole thing. Where is this $2,000 payment actually supposed to come from?
Yeah.
Because it's not like the last stimulus rounds.
No, not at all. This is not the same playbook. Those were funded through, massive borrowing, just straight up deficit spending.
Right, printing money, basically.
This is completely different, and that's why they're using that very specific word, dividend.
Okay, so what does that mean? A dividend from what?
The entire plan is to fund these payments using tariff revenue.
Tariff revenue. Okay, explain that.
So, money the government collects on imported goods. The plan is to peel off about $600 billion of that revenue money that's already in the government's accounts and then distribute it back out to the people.
600 billion. That is not a small number.
That's a massive number.
Before we even get to how they'll send it out, what does taking $600 billion from tariffs do to the rest of the budget? That money usually goes somewhere, right?
That is the multi-hundred-billion-dollar question, isn't it? And yeah, it's a major political trade-off. That revenue normally just flows into the general fund.
So it helps pay for everything.
Pretty much. Government operations, infrastructure projects, maybe paying down a tiny piece of the deficit. So if you divert $600 billion, you're essentially choosing not to fund other things.
So it isn't really free money.
Oh, absolutely not. Nothing is. It's a redirection. They're taking money that could have, say, repaired highways or funded federal agencies, and they're putting it directly into your pocket.
And that must be facing some serious opposition.
It is, of course it is. But this is where the political messaging comes in. By calling it a dividend or a rebate to the American consumer, they're framing it differently.
They're saying it's your money anyway.
Exactly. They're basically saying you paid for these tariffs through higher prices on goods, so we're just giving it back to you.
Yeah.
And politically, that's a much easier sell than we're going to borrow another $600 billion.
And that amount, the $600 billion, it's a huge number. How much tariff revenue is that really?
To put it in perspective, it's nearly 2 full years worth of tariff collections.
Wow.
So it's a gigantic bet. They are betting that the political win from sending you $2,000 is bigger than any political fight over the budget.
So how does that $600 billion figure connect back to the $2,000 checks for everybody?
It lines up almost perfectly. The math works out. I mean, we're talking about a huge logistical operation here.
Yeah, I'll bet.
The goal is to send $2,000 to about 85% of the population.
Yeah.
That comes out to roughly 284 million people. And if you do the math, $2,000 times that many people is about $568 billion.
So the $600 billion covers it with a little buffer.
Exactly. The funding pool is specifically designed to cover the full cost. It's not an accident.
All right. That makes the funding part much clearer. It's a redirection. Now, let's get to what is, I think, the most critical part for our audience. Eligibility. We have to address the confusion and, honestly, the anxiety that was caused when officials, including the Treasury Secretary, used the phrase working families.
That phrase, it caused immediate panic. We saw it in the comments, the emails. I'm on disability. I can't work. Does this mean I'm left out?
Right. I'm a retiree. I'm not a working family anymore.
And we need to just state this as clearly as possible.
So let's be definitive. Are people on fixed income, Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA benefits excluded because of that phrase?
No, absolutely not. 100% no. That phrase, working families, is just. It's political jargon, it's shorthand, it's meant to sound inclusive and relatable to a broad audience.
So it doesn't literally mean you have to have a job.
It does not mean you must be currently employed. The administration knows, they know full well, that excluding seniors and people with disabilities from a major payment like this would be political suicide.
Okay, so if it's not about having a job, what is the actual rule? What's the real criteria they'll use?
Well, it's one thing, your income.
That's it.
That's it. Specifically, your adjusted gross income, or AGI. They are not checking your employment status. They don't care if you have a job. The only question they ask is your income below the cutoff?
And what do we expect that cutoff to be?
Well, nothing is final until a bill is passed, but if we look at the past 3 stimulus rounds and other proposals, all signs point to a threshold of around $75,000 for an individual.
And for a couple.
and $150,000 for a married couple who files their taxes together.
Okay, let's quickly define AGI, because a lot of our listeners might not file taxes, so that term might be new to them.
Right, good point. So adjusted gross income is basically your total gross income minus a few specific deductions. For most people on a fixed income, your AGI would be the taxable part of your Social Security benefits.
Not the whole amount.
No, just the taxable portion. Plus, any pension income, money you take out of a traditional 401k or IRA, things like that.
What about things that aren't taxed?
Critically, non-taxable income doesn't count. So certain VA benefits or the non-taxable part of your Social Security, that's excluded. And that's really helpful because it means your AGI is often much lower than your total cash in hand.
So it's very likely that most people on Social Security or disability will fall well below that $75,000 line.
The vast majority, yes. So if your AGI is below that line, you qualify, period. End of story. The phrase working families is noise. Your AGI is the signal.
And let's just hammer this home with the historical proof, because I think it's the most reassuring thing we can offer.
It really is. The evidence is concrete.
Why are we so confident?
Okay, first, just pure politics. Seniors and retirees are one of the largest, most reliable voting blocs in the country.
They show up to vote.
They absolutely show up, alienating that entire group by denying them a $2,000 check right before an election. It would be, well, it would be politically ridiculous. It would backfire spectacularly.
So there's the political motivation, but there's also the plumbing, right? The system is already built to do
The
that.
plumbing is already there.
Yeah.
Exactly. Look at the last 3 stimulus checks, the $1,200, the $600, the $1,400 payments. In all 3 of those cases, the system was already set up to send money directly to Social Security retirees, to SSDI recipients, to people on SSI, to VA beneficiaries.
Right.
They didn't have to invent a new system. They just used the payment info they already had.
And you even brought up a really specific example from back in 2009.
Yes. This is a perfect historical precedent. Back in May of 2009, during that crisis, the government sent out a special $250 payment, and it went only to Social Security beneficiaries, railroad retirees, and veterans.
So they've specifically targeted this exact group before?
They have. It proves they have the ability and the willingness to do it. So when you hear working families, I want you to replace that little bit of anxiety with the confidence of history. The system is built for you.
It's incredibly clear. Let's talk a bit more about those income thresholds, the 75 and 150,000. What about people who are right on the edge? Say someone makes 76,000. Are they just out of luck?
That's a great question. And no, they're usually not just cut off completely. These kinds of payments almost always use what's called a phase out.
Phase out.
Yeah, so your benefit doesn't just drop from $2,000 to zero the second you make $1 over the limit.
Okay, so how does that work, typically?
Usually, the payment amount starts to decrease gradually over a certain income range. For example, they might reduce the payment by, say, $50 for every $1,000 you earn above that $75,000 threshold.
So someone making 80,000 wouldn't get the full 2,000, but they'd still get something.
Exactly. They might get, say, $1,750 instead. It protects people who are right on that borderline from losing the entire benefit just because they're a little bit over. We fully expect to see a similar phase-out rule for this payment.
That's really helpful. Okay, now let's move to the legal structure of the payment. This is a bit technical, but it's maybe the most important detail for anyone with low or zero taxable income. What is this payment legally?
This is the absolute key to the whole thing. Legally, these stimulus checks, these dividend payments, they are all structured as an advance of a refundable tax credit.
Okay, 2 big phrases there, advance and refundable tax credit. Let's break down refundable tax credit first.
Right. So think about it like this. A non-refundable tax credit can only lower the taxes you owe. If you owe $500 in taxes, a $2,000 non-refundable credit will wipe out that $500, and the other $1,500 just disappears.
You don't get it back.
You get nothing back. But because this payment is refundable,
It's different.
completely different, a refundable tax credit is treated like actual money you've paid to the government. Even if your income is so low that you owe zero in taxes,
You still get the money.
you still get the full $2,000. The government literally cuts you a check or makes a direct deposit for the full amount.
That is the guarantee. That's the mechanism that makes sure everyone on a fixed income, even with no taxable income, gets the money.
That's the whole ballgame. And the advance part just means they give you the money now based on your status instead of making you wait to claim it on a tax return next year.
Which brings up the next question. What about filing taxes? So many people on fixed incomes don't have to file. Will they need to file a tax return just to get this money?
It is highly, highly unlikely. Just like with the last stimulus rounds, the Treasury and the IRS will get the data they need directly from the Social Security Administration and the VA.
So if you're already getting a federal benefit.
They know who you are. They have your payment information, whether it's a bank account for direct deposit or a mailing address for a check or a direct express card. As long as your income is below the threshold, you should not need to do anything at all. No tax return required.
That is a huge relief to hear. Okay, so we've covered the money, we've covered who gets it. Now, the big question, when? When might this $2,000 actually arrive?
Right, the timing. So the official word coming from the president is that the money is, and this is the quote, likely coming sometime in the middle of next year, or possibly a little bit later than the middle of next year.
Okay, so let's translate middle of next year or a little bit later. What does that mean in terms of months?
We're looking at a window of, say, late summer to early fall of next year.
So not next week.
Definitely not next week. Everyone needs to manage their expectations. This is not immediate. There's a whole legislative process to get through first. This money is not scheduled to arrive in the next few weeks or even couple months.
But let's look at that timing. Late summer or early fall of next year. That's not an accident, is it?
Oh, not at all. You just have to look at the calendar. That timing is perfectly calibrated.
For the midterm election.
Right before the midterm elections. It is a classic textbook political strategy. You deliver a huge, tangible financial benefit to millions and millions of voters just a couple of months, maybe even a few weeks, before they go to the polls.
And make sure the payment is fresh in their minds.
Top of mind. It's
Yeah.
designed to have maximum political impact.
And we have to keep saying this is still a preliminary plan. It's not law yet. What has to happen for it to become real?
Well, it has to pass through Congress. It'll likely be part of a larger bill, maybe an appropriations bill, or it could be a standalone piece of legislation. That process takes time. Debates, votes. That's why the target is the middle of next year. The final date won't be set in stone until that bill is actually signed into law.
Okay, so that's the planned timeline. But you mentioned an accelerator. What could happen that would make this money show up much faster than the middle of next year?
One thing, really. A major economic shock.
A crash.
A crash, a severe recession, a major market downturn, that crash and burn scenario. If that were to happen in the near future, say, in the next couple of months.
The political timeline goes out the window.
Completely. The need for emergency fiscal stimulus would override everything else. In that situation, the government's priority shifts from political timing to just getting cash out the door.
And they would move immediately.
Practically immediately. An economic crisis like that triggers an emergency response. You'd see massive money printing, what people call helicopter money, just to stabilize consumer spending and prevent a total collapse.
You've mentioned a number before in a scenario like that, a staggering number.
Yeah.
$15 trillion. Can you put that in context? That sounds astronomical.
It is. And to be clear, that $15 trillion isn't just for stimulus checks.
Okay.
That's an estimate of the total government and central bank intervention that would be needed to stabilize the entire financial system in a crisis on the scale of, say, 2008, but in today's much larger economy.
So that includes bailing out banks, liquidity for markets, everything.
Everything. It's the whole financial war chest. The stimulus checks would be one of the first and most important parts of that, but they'd be a piece of that much larger response. The point is, if the economy hits a wall, this payment becomes almost certain, and it becomes immediate.
Okay, that makes sense. We're talking about a potentially life-changing amount of money here, $2,000. So we have to spend some serious time on safety, security, and financial protections.
This is a top priority, paramount.
Let's start with garnishment. If you owe money to a credit card company or a debt collector, can they just take this money from your bank account?
Great question. Based on all the previous stimulus checks, the answer is almost certainly no. Those payments came with very strong protections against garnishment.
So most creditors couldn't touch it.
For the vast majority of people, yes. Now, there were a few rare exceptions.
What were they?
Things like federally owed back taxes or court-ordered back child support. In those specific cases, the money could sometimes be intercepted. But for your typical debts, credit cards, medical bills, personal loans, the money was protected. We fully anticipate this $2,000 payment will have those same protections built in.
What about other benefits? So many of our listeners rely on programs like S.N.A.P. food assistance, Medicaid, or housing assistance. Will getting this $2,000 suddenly make them ineligible for those things?
That's a vital concern, and the answer, again, should be no. Because the payment is legally a tax credit, a one-time thing, it's not treated as regular income for these programs.
So that doesn't count against you.
Right. In the past, the rule was that the stimulus money didn't count as income or as a resource for at least 12 months. The whole point is to help you, not to accidentally kick you off other essential benefits.
And for those on disability who work part-time, what about SGA, the substantial gainful activity limits?
It does not count towards your SGA limit, not at all. This is a federal benefit payment. It is not earned income from a job. Your eligibility for the $2,000 is based on your total AGI, not on how it interacts with SSA's work rules.
Perfect. Now, the big one, scams. The second there's a whisper of thousands of dollars, the scammers just come out of the woodwork. They target seniors. They target vulnerable people. We need to be loud and clear about this.
We have to be. So if you are listening, please commit this to memory.
Yeah.
The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the VA, they will never, ever call you, text you, or email you to ask for personal information or money to release your payment.
Never. What are the red flags to look for?
Any message that creates a sense of urgency or fear, your account is frozen, or you must act now to claim your money.
High pressure.
Exactly. Anyone asking you to pay a processing fee or an admin fee to get your benefit, that is always a scam.
What about gift cards?
If anyone, for any reason, tells you to go buy gift cards, Apple, Google Play, Target, whatever, and give them the numbers on the back to pay for something, hang up. It is 100% a scam every single time.
So where do people get real trusted information?
Only from official sources. That means a physical letter in the mail from the IRS or SSA, or a government website that ends in .gov. That's it.
So if you get a suspicious call,
you hang up. You don't argue. You don't engage. Just hang up. And if you can, report it. You can call the Social Security Office of the Inspector General hotline to report scams.
okay, let's say the payment is approved, the dates are announced next year, and for some reason, a listener's payment doesn't arrive, or it's the wrong amount. What should they do?
First thing is, don't panic. With millions of payments going out, there are always some delays, especially if you've recently moved or changed bank accounts.
Your banks is key.
It is. The best place to check for official updates if you're a Social Security recipient is your online My Social Security portal. That will have the most accurate, personalized information for you.
So wait for the official word before assuming it's lost.
Exactly. The government will set up official channels to report missing payments, just like they did before. It'll probably be a tool on the IRS website. But wait for that to be announced. Don't call random numbers or click on suspicious links.
Okay, let's pull back for a moment. How does this $2,000 payment fit into the bigger economic picture? This is just a one-time political fix.
It's a signal. It signals a huge vulnerability in the economy, especially for people on fixed incomes. The fact that the government feels it needs to do a nearly $600 billion direct payment tells you that the normal systems, like the annual COA, aren't enough.
The cost of living adjustment isn't keeping up.
It's not with this kind of sustained inflation. It's a good mechanism, but it lags. This $2,000 payment is an admission that people have fallen behind and need a big, direct boost to catch up.
So if it goes out next year as planned, it's a targeted boost.
It's a targeted boost, but as we talked about, if it gets accelerated because of a crash, it signals something much more serious. It signals that the system itself is in crisis and needs an emergency cash infusion to stay afloat. The fact that they're preparing this tool shows they know that's a possibility.
Let's circle back to that political commitment one last time. They've gone all in on this, the funding source. They've committed so hard, as you said.
They really have. The political capital they've spent just talking about this is immense. They've built up a massive public expectation.
So what happens if they don't deliver?
I think the backlash would be absolutely massive. It would be seen as a colossal failure, a broken promise, especially by seniors and other fixed-income voters who've been told this is for them.
It would be a huge breach of trust.
A profound breach of trust right before an election. For that reason alone, the political pressure to make this happen is just enormous. It strongly suggests that, one way or another, this payment must happen.
That is the crucial context. Okay, let's bring it all together. A final summary of the most important facts.
Yes, let's lock in the key takeaways.
First, the amount. We're talking about a targeted one-time payment of $2,000.
Second, and this is the big one, who qualifies? Social Security retirees, SSDI, SSI VA beneficiaries, you are included. Please ignore the political jargon like working families.
It's all about your income.
It is only about your adjusted gross income being below the threshold, which we expect to be around $75,000 for an individual and $150,000 for a couple.
Third, the timing. The plan right now is for the middle of next year, late summer, early fall.
But you have to watch the economy. A serious downturn could speed that up significantly, making it almost immediate.
Finally, the protection.
Remember, this is an advanced refundable tax credit. That's the legal structure that guarantees you get the money, even with zero taxable income. And it protects the funds from most creditors and from messing up your other benefits.
We completely understand how critical a payment like this is. It's about dignity. It's about paying the bills without having to choose. It's about providing that stability. We are going to keep tracking every single development.
Every press release, every legislative draft, we'll bring it to you the moment it happens. And that's why we have to encourage you, if this deep dive was helpful, please subscribe to the channel and make sure you turn on your notifications.
It's truly the only way to guarantee you won't miss a critical update on this $2,000 payment or anything else that affects your financial security.
And please, share this with friends, with family, anyone you know who needs this information. And leave your questions in the comments below. We read them all.
Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back soon with another deep dive into the headlines that matter.
Welcome to the deep dive. Our goal here is always, to cut through all the noise, take these dense reports, government announcements, and really boil them down to what you actually need to know for your life, for your budget. And today, wow, we're jumping into something that could really, really change the financial picture for, tens of millions of Americans, especially thinking about those of you on fixed incomes, maybe disability benefits, or just really trying to make every dollar count right now with inflation.
Yeah.
We're talking about a potential pretty substantial direct payment, at least $2,000.
And this isn't just, whispers anymore. The initial talk about this payment, well, it's now been basically confirmed by top government officials. It's not just speculation.
Right.
We've got direct confirmation from the administration, and it's really solidified by recent comments from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He's indicating that a major payment, structured maybe as a dividend, maybe as an advanced tax refund, is actively being discussed.
And I think what's really catching everyone's eye, what makes this maybe a game changer for, say, middle-income folks, is the income level they're talking about. It's potentially higher, much higher, than any previous relief payment, which means more low-income people, yes, but crucially also more middle-income Americans could qualify this time around. It really broadens the net.
Absolutely. And that's what our deep dive is focused on today, giving you real, actionable clarity.
Yeah.
We want to unpack the exact way the Treasury might do this, the mechanism, why they're calling it a dividend, what are specific income levels Secretary Bessent mentioned.
Okay.
But just as importantly, we have to look at the hurdles. There's a huge price tag, maybe $600 billion. There's the whole legislative reality, which dictates the timing.
Right. When does the money actually show up?
Exactly. And the need to manage expectations, because it looks like early 2026 is the most likely time frame. So we're going beyond the headlines today, really getting into the nuts and bolts, the logistics.
Okay, so let's start right at the beginning. When we say $2,000, especially for people relying on Social Security or supplemental security income, SSI or VA benefits, we're talking about something significant.
Oh, definitely.
For so many, this isn't just a little bonus. It could be the difference between making rent or not,
Yeah.
affording a car repair that you desperately need, getting prescriptions filled, or just having a little breathing room with housing costs soaring.
It's critical money.
Exactly. Which is why the confirmation that Secretary Bessent is seriously discussing this payment, well, that's huge news. It feels monumental.
It really is. The source material we're looking at makes it clear this whole conversation is being pushed by the president again, and now the Treasury Department has acknowledged it.
Okay.
When the head of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, actually comes out and confirms his department is involved in discussing a specific $2,000 payment, well, that moves it. It moves it from just, political talk into actual administrative planning.
So our first step here, our mission, has to be getting the language right. especially for everyone listening. We hear stimulus check, we hear dividend, we hear tax refund. We need
Yeah.
to nail down what this payment actually is and who they're saying is eligible.
Right. And before we even get into the how, let's talk about the who for a second. Because many of you listening are on different kinds of government support, and it's probably good to quickly clarify what those are, since the rules we're discussing seem to apply across the board as long as the income fits.
Good point.
So we often talk about three main types of fixed benefits. First, there's Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI. That's usually for folks who worked, paid Social Security taxes, and now have a qualifying disability.
Okay.
Second, Supplemental Security Income,
What?
or SSI. That's different. It's based purely on financial need. It provides monthly payments to adults and kids with disabilities or people 65 and older who have very low income and few resources. And third, VA benefits. That covers a range of programs from the Department of Veterans Affairs, things like disability compensation, pensions, aid, and attendance.
That's really helpful clarity because the main rule, the one we're going to keep coming back to, is that getting this new payment seems to depend on just one thing, your income.
Exactly. Income.
But let's tackle the confusing part now, the mechanism. Why do they keep calling this $2,000 in advance on a refundable tax credit? What does that even mean?
Yeah, it sounds complicated, but it's mostly a technical and legal thing. Historically, payments like this one and the stimulus checks we saw before, they're structured as an advance payment of a refundable tax credit.
Okay.
So in plain English, the government needs a legal way, a pathway, to send out potentially hundreds of billions of dollars quickly. The tax code already has systems built for that, so they use that vehicle.
So it's not like a refund where you get money back because you paid too much in taxes?
Absolutely not. That's the key confusion. A refundable tax credit means that if you qualify based on the rules, like income, the government sends you the full amount even if you owe zero taxes. Yeah. Even if you don't earn enough to file a tax return at all.
Ah, okay.
The word advance just means they're giving it to you now or, soon, instead of making you wait until you file taxes next year to claim it.
Right.
So the big takeaway, especially for, say, our listeners on SSI or maybe retirees who don't usually file taxes, the term tax refund refers to the way they send the money, the distribution pathway. It's not a requirement that you have filed taxes. Eligibility is purely about your income.
That difference pathway versus requirement, that's where I think a lot of the worry comes from, so we really need to put that fear to rest. The tax structure is just how the government cuts the checks, essentially.
Precisely. It's the administrative plumbing. So we can move on knowing that for almost everyone listening, if your income is below the line they set, the fact that you don't file taxes, it just doesn't matter for getting this payment.
Okay, let's talk context and the timing of how this all unfolded, because this story really picked up speed fast, didn't it?
It really did.
You had the president making the initial announcement, then doubling down on it, and now the really crucial step. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirms the discussion is happening, it's moving forward. That quick succession, it suggests real focus, maybe political will behind it.
It definitely signals intent, but maybe also some political strategy too. Secretary Bessent's statement mentioned citizens seeing substantial tax refunds early next year.
Right, that phrasing.
That specific phrasing, calling it a tax refund, that seems intentional. It feels designed to sort of manage the political discussion around what would be a massive spending bill.
How do you mean? How does that help manage it?
Well, think about it. If the administration called this a new stimulus entitlement or maybe a dividend spending program, you'd immediately get pushback from fiscal conservatives worried about the deficit, right?
Sure, yeah. Budget hawks.
Exactly. But by calling it a substantial tax refund, the story changes a bit. It sounds more like the government is just returning money to citizens, which feels different psychologically than just handing out new money. It's a subtle framing, but it could be a powerful political move to make a huge spending item seem, well, more acceptable to lawmakers and maybe the public.
So the language itself is kind of a rhetorical shield against budget concerns. Interesting. And let's not forget the amount they're anchoring this discussion around. At least $2,000 a person? That's a big number, sets expectations high.
It's very substantial. And that at least part is key because it implies a floor, a minimum. If you look back at earlier relief payments, they were often exact amounts, like $1,200 or $600.
Right.
Stating at least $2,000 suggests the administration recognizes the economic pressure people are under right now, probably driven by inflation, and that a larger amount of cash is needed to provide, meaningful help.
Okay, so we've talked about the tax mechanism being just the delivery system. Let's use this moment to make sure we understand the purpose of this payment beyond just basic relief. What's it trying to achieve?
Well, it seems like it's designed for sort of a dual purpose.
Mm,
For people in the lower income brackets, think retirees, SSI recipients, it's about critical stability, helping them keep afloat.
makes sense.
But for the middle income earners, the ones this new higher threshold aims to include, it also acts as a potentially powerful economic stimulus.
How so?
Because when people in those middle and lower brackets get a sudden chunk of money, like $2,000 or maybe $4,000 for a couple, they tend not to just save it all. They spend it pretty quickly on things they need: groceries, rent, maybe catching up on bills, car payments.
Right, immediate needs.
Exactly. And that immediate injection of spending is intended to help boost local economies, keep businesses going.
So the mechanism isn't just about legal structure, it's about signaling maybe responsible distribution, and it's aiming for both individual help and a broader economic boost.
That seems to be the thinking. And the fact that they'd use the existing Treasury payment systems, the same ones used for regular tax refunds, that's just the fastest, most efficient way to get money out nationwide, assuming Congress actually approves the funding for it.
Okay, now let's get to the part that's generated, I think, the most buzz, especially for working families or people who just missed out on previous payments. The income level, the threshold they're discussing, is higher than we originally thought. That means a much bigger group of Americans could be eligible.
Yes, and Treasury Secretary Besson was quite specific here. He drew a pretty clear line, at least to the current discussion. For an individual, the working number right now is $100,000 or less in annual income.
Wow, okay, $100,000, that's what, a third higher than the main threshold from the last big stimulus rounds?
Roughly, yes. A significant jump.
And how does it usually work for married couples filing together? Does it just double?
Typically, yes. Based on how these things have been structured before, the INC fee threshold for a married couple filing jointly would almost certainly be double the individual limit. So we're likely looking at eligibility up to about $200,000 for a married couple.
Okay.
We should emphasize, though, the administration often talks about the individual limit publicly, kind of as the main number, but the married limit usually follows right along proportionally.
Let's just pause on that for a second. The shift here is really significant. If you think back to the CARES Act or the checks after that, the income phase-out often started around $75,000 for individuals, $150,000 for couples. Raising that floor to $100,000 and potentially $200,000, that's a very clear choice by the administration. It seems aimed squarely at providing relief to the middle class, not just focusing solely on the lowest incomes.
That really is the core policy difference here. Moving from $75,000 to $100,000, it fundamentally changes the definition of who's considered to be, feeling the squeeze in this economy.
Yeah.
Think about a family maybe earning $160,000. Perhaps a teacher married to someone in a skilled trade. They might have been completely phased out of the last round of major relief.
Right.
Under this proposal, that same family could now be eligible for a $4,000 payment, $2,000 each. It really shows a strategic, maybe political desire to reach a much broader group of people, gain wider support.
And remember, the president's original comment was that this payment wouldn't include high-income people. So Scott Besson's $100,000 figure, that's essentially the administration putting a number on what they consider high income for this specific purpose. Anyone above that is out.
Precisely. That $100,000 number provides really valuable clarity. It sets a boundary. If you're an individual earning, say, $105,000, then under this current plan, you'd be considered high income and not eligible for this dividend. It's not a value judgment, obviously, but it's a necessary line for the Treasury to draw so they can figure out costs and target the money.
Okay, and we absolutely have to repeat the main rule here for our audience, especially anyone getting benefits like SSI or SSDI. If your entire income comes from those fixed benefits, but you're worried about some other rule tripping you up, what's the single most important thing to remember?
The rule is simple and unwavering. Eligibility is based only on your annual income compared to that threshold they set. Right now, the discussion is $100,000.
Okay.
Your specific benefit status, whether you're a Social Security retiree, a disabled vet, an SSI recipient, that's secondary. If your total income from all sources, including your benefits, is below $100,000 as an individual, you qualify based on this proposal. There's no special application, no extra test, no new paperwork just because of the type of benefit you receive. It's purely an income test.
That simplicity is actually really helpful, isn't it? It cuts through a lot of the anxiety that comes with complex federal programs. Income is the only filter.
Exactly. And that consistency is what makes it possible, theoretically, for them to distribute the funds relatively quickly once a bill actually gets passed.
Mm-hmm.
They can use the income data they likely already have on file from past tax info or existing benefit records.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's shift gears to the big logistical question, the one everyone asks. When would the money actually arrive? Secretary Besant specifically said substantial tax refunds coming early next year. Now, given that we're already pretty late in this year, early next year clearly points to a target time frame of early 2026.
Okay, early 2026, that sounds, relatively soon. But we need to be really honest here about the whole legislative process. When you're talking about a spending package that could be $600 billion, the gap between active discussion and actual money landing in bank accounts is, well, it's pretty wide.
It's huge. Right.
What's the actual process that makes early 2026 the likely timeline? What has to happen?
Well, you can think of it in roughly 4 stages, and they all take time. First, someone has to actually write the bill, the legislation. Second, it has to pass both the House of Representatives and the Senate. Third, the president has to sign it into law. And fourth, and this is a big one, the Treasury and the IRS have to actually implement the distribution. They have to set things up to send the money out.
Okay.
So even if Congress magically agreed on the funding amount tomorrow, just drafting and debating a bill this massive takes weeks, maybe longer. And then you have the question of how they pass it. Will it be its own standalone bill? Those can be hard to pass.
Right.
Or will they try to attach it to something else that has to pass, like a big government funding bill, an omnibus bill, or maybe use a special process called reconciliation? The path they choose really affects the speed. Reconciliation, for example, can get around the Senate filibuster, but it has its own complex rules for drafting.
And then you throw in the calendar, right? The calendar is always working against speed, especially near the end of the year.
Oh, absolutely. The source material we looked at really highlights this legislative slowdown. You've got lawmakers scheduled for a Thanksgiving break. Then there's always that mad dash at the very end of the year, followed by significant time off for the holidays and New Year's.
Yeah.
So if Congress doesn't manage to pass this bill until, say, the first or second week of December, the whole operation basically pauses until January. That kind of built-in delay, that inertia, means the cash realistically can't start flowing until early 2026.
Okay, so let's say best case, they pass it and sign it in mid-December. Why can't the Treasury just, hit a button and send the payments out right away in January? What takes so long on their end?
Right, that's the implementation stage, and this is where the sheer logistics of sending out potentially $500 billion become really clear. It's a massive undertaking. The Treasury and the IRS need time to update their computer systems, their IT infrastructure. They have to generate completely new payment files based on the rules of this specific bill, cross-referencing who's eligible against that new $100,000 threshold. They also need to run checks to avoid errors, like sending money to people who aren't eligible or, frankly, people who've passed away.
Quality control,
Essentially.
Okay. All right.
And we saw this with the previous stimulus rounds. Even when they were moving really fast under intense pressure, the rollout still took time.
Yeah, I remember that.
The first wave of payments usually goes out pretty quickly to people who have current direct deposit information already on file with the IRS or SSA. But then they have to start processing paper checks, which takes longer. Then loading funds onto direct express cards for those who use them. And often these payments are staggered, maybe by benefit type or even by birth date, just to manage the workload. That whole process, that logistical runway, easily takes 3 or 4 weeks, maybe more. And that's what pushes the actual delivery for most people into early 2026, probably February or March, seems most realistic based on past experience.
It's so important for listeners to understand that. This isn't about whether they want to send it faster. It's about the massive administrative machine that has to gear up, governed by bureaucracy and computer systems. Early 2026 is really a best-case scenario, assuming everything goes smoothly through Congress first.
And one last logistical point here, the payment methods. Because this is being structured, or at least discussed, as an advance on a tax refund, the Treasury will definitely use the payment channels they already have set up.
Yeah.
So if you're a retiree already getting your Social Security or SSI payments via direct deposit or maybe onto a direct express card, that's almost certainly how this payment would arrive too, and likely the fastest.
Okay.
Anyone who still relies on paper checks in the mail, unfortunately, will naturally face a longer wait just due to mail delivery and check processing times. That's just standard procedure for any big federal payment like this.
Okay, now we have to tackle the huge obstacle, the elephant in the room, the cost. We've established that raising the income limit to $100,000 is potentially great news for middle-class families, but wow, it makes passing the bill politically much, much harder. This is where the feasibility question really comes in.
It's a gigantic hurdle.
Yeah.
The first estimates we saw for a payment like this, which probably assume the older $75,000 threshold and aim for about 85% of the population, they were already huge, around $568 billion.
Okay, over half a trillion already.
Right now, by raising that income ceiling to $100,000 for individuals, potentially $200,000 for couples, you're pulling in millions more people who qualify.
So the cost goes up significantly.
Exactly. Our sources are estimating that with that higher $100,000 individual ceiling, the total price tag for just this one-time dividend payment balloons to an estimated $600 billion.
$600 billion. Okay, let's pause there and apply some, critical thinking. We're in a time where people are very aware of the national debt, concerned about inflation. How can lawmakers possibly justify adding another $600 billion, more than half a trillion dollars, to federal spending right now? Isn't that just going to make the debt situation worse?
That is precisely the question that creates the political gridlock. Fiscal conservatives, deficit hawks, they will immediately raise those concerns about the debt. They'll argue that pumping that much cash into the economy will only worsen inflation by boosting demand without necessarily increasing the supply of goods and services.
Right. Too much money chasing too few goods.
That's the argument. Now, the administration and supporters will counter that targeted relief, especially for low- and middle-income families who are struggling, is actually crucial to maintain economic stability and maybe even prevent slipping towards a recession.
So the economic fight is basically stability versus inflation risk. Okay, but where does the money physically come from? Are they just planning to borrow $600 billion more?
Well, that's the core of the legislative strategy battle.
Yeah.
If the spending isn't offset, meaning paid for by new revenue, like taxes, or by cutting spending somewhere else, then yes, it adds directly to the deficit.
Okay.
So a huge part of the negotiation in Congress will be trying to identify potential ways to pay for it, finding offsets. Maybe they could use some unspent money from previous COVID relief packages or propose cuts to other government programs, although finding $600 billion in cuts everyone agrees on is, well, it's politically very, very difficult.
Brutal, yeah.
And if they can't find those offsets, then lawmakers who are really worried about the budget will almost certainly demand that the scope of the bill gets smaller. They'll want to reduce the cost.
Which leads us directly to the negotiation tactic that the source material mentions. The real possibility that this $100,000 income limit gets lowered.
Correct. While $100,000 might be the administration's opening bid, their stated goal for maximum reach, it could very well be negotiated down to make the bill an easier sell to lawmakers, as the source puts it. If the primary goal shifts from including the most people possible to just getting something passed, then lowering that income threshold is the most obvious way to cut the cost.
So if they did lower it, let's say back towards the old level, maybe $75,000, or perhaps even lower, like $60,000, what's the political argument they'd use to justify cutting people out?
The argument would shift to one of prioritization. By bringing that income limit down, they significantly reduce the total cost. Maybe they shave off $50 billion, maybe $100 billion, depending on how low they go. Lawmakers pushing for that reduction would frame it as making sure the limited funds are hyper-targeted to those who truly need this money the most. They'd focus the rhetoric on helping fixed-income retirees, people with disabilities, the working poor, the most vulnerable groups. The argument basically changes from broad middle-class stimulus to essential relief for those closest to the edge, and the source material is very direct about this. If the threshold is lowered, the chance of the bill actually passing becomes significantly higher. Why? Because the smaller price tag makes it less of a budget hit and much easier to justify to colleagues worried about spending.
So this means the $100,000 figure, while exciting, is maybe more of an initial proposal, a wish list item. The actual final income limit could depend entirely on a political calculation in Congress.
Exactly.
Is the administration willing to potentially exclude some middle-class families in order to make the bill pass more easily, thereby guaranteeing that some relief, maybe focused on lower incomes, actually gets delivered?
That really is the crucial choice they face. The fate of this entire massive payment plan doesn't really hinge on the mechanics of sending checks. It hinges entirely on Congress's ability or inability to agree on how to handle that $500 billion plus price tag.
Okay, so we've laid out the huge logistical challenges, the political battles over cost. Let's bring it back to the listener again and think about other concerns they might have, things that could cause anxiety or prevent them from getting the money if it does come through. We absolutely have to hammer home the point about not needing to file taxes.
Yes, absolutely critical. For many older adults or people on SSI, maybe you haven't filed taxes in years, the immediate understandable fear is, oh no, do I have to deal with the IRS now? A process many try to avoid.
Right.
So we need to state it as clearly as possible. Please do not let the official terms like tax refund advance or refundable tax credit scare you or make you think you need to do something new. Your eligibility, based on everything we know now, is determined by one thing: your total annual income compared to whatever threshold they finally set. The current proposal being that $100,000 line. They use existing federal records, like from Social Security or previous tax years if you did file. You almost certainly will not need to file a special tax return or learn new tax procedures just to get this payment. The mechanism is just how they send it. The requirement is purely about your income level.
That clarity is just so important for reducing financial stress around this. Okay, now let's think about a different kind of protection, financial protection. If this money arrives labeled as a tax refund advance, does it have the same kind of protections against, say, debt collectors or garnishment that regular Social Security or SSI benefits have?
That's a really important question. Historically, these kinds of federal relief payments, like the earlier stimulus checks, were generally given strong protections against garnishment, especially when the money went to people receiving federal benefits like Social Security or VA payments.
Okay, so there's precedent.
Yes. While the exact details would have to be written into the final legislation for this specific payment, the clear intent behind these payments is usually to provide immediate relief and financial stability, not to have the money immediately snatched away to pay off old debts. Lawmakers typically include specific language in the bill to shield these funds from seizure by private debt collectors or banks for overdrafts. That's a crucial detail the final bill must get right to make sure the money actually helps the people it's intended for.
That's key. The money is meant for current needs, not settling past debts.
Okay, let's shift focus slightly now to the sort of power dynamic here. The source material suggests that public support, public enthusiasm is actually really important for getting this whole thing done. How does people being excited about a $2,000 check actually help move a bill through Congress? It provides essential political cover for the lawmakers. They are incredibly sensitive to what their constituents are thinking and feeling, especially, around election times. For a bill that costs $600 billion, they need to feel confident that they're doing something a large number of their voters strongly support.
Yeah.
If the public seems indifferent, if people aren't talking about it, sharing news about it, expressing hope or need for it, lawmakers might read that as it being a low priority for voters. They might think, well, people aren't really focused on this. And that makes it easier for them to hesitate or vote against a financially controversial bill. There's less pressure on them to act.
But conversely, if there's a lot of buzz,
Yeah.
if fixed income folks, middle class families, advocacy groups are all clearly saying, yes, we need this, we're counting on this,
Then that enthusiasm translates directly into perceived political demand. If lawmakers sense, based on calls, emails, social media, news coverage, that my constituents are really anticipating this payment, they need this payment, it makes voting yes much easier.
okay.
It means they can go back to their districts later and take credit for delivering something tangible, something highly valued by the voters. Basically, that public momentum provides the political mandate, the justification they need to approve spending that huge amount of money.
So in a way, just staying informed, talking about it, letting your representatives know it matters to you, that's actually a proactive step towards making it happen. It creates the urgency Congress needs to overcome those big financial hurdles we talked about.
Absolutely. High public visibility and a clear demonstration of need are often the fuel required to get massive legislative action moving in Washington.
All right, this has been a really important deep dive into a proposal that, it really could change the budget situation for millions of Americans. Let's quickly summarize the absolute core facts you need to hold on to right now, based on what the Treasury Secretary has confirmed is under discussion. First, the amount. The proposal on the table is for a significant dividend or payment of at least $2,000 per eligible person. That could potentially mean $4,000 for a married couple. Second, eligibility. The income threshold currently being discussed, the line set by Secretary Besson, is for individuals earning under $100,000 a year. For married couples, that likely means under about $200,000. And remember, income is the only factor mentioned. If you get SSDI, SSI VA benefits, or Social Security retirement, your eligibility still comes down to meeting that income cutoff.
Third, the timing. Because of the necessary legislative debates and votes, plus the major logistical work the Treasury needs to do to implement it, the realistic delivery timeline is expected to be early 2026. It's tied to when substantial tax refunds normally go out. Definitely do not expect this money before the end of this year.
And fourth, the mechanism. How they plan to send it. It's being structured legally as an advance on a refundable tax credit, but that's a technical detail for how they distribute the funds. The crucial point for you is, you likely do not need to file a tax return just to receive this payment if you meet the income requirements. So, the discussion is serious. It's moved from just rumor into actual policy talks, but the path through Congress is definitely complex, and the final details, especially that income threshold, are still very much up for debate in Washington.
And that leads us to our final provocative thought for you to consider. That whole debate about the $100,000 income threshold versus maybe a lower one, it's not just about numbers on a page. It really represents a fundamental choice about prioritization. Lawmakers have to decide, do they prioritize broad popularity by keeping the $100,000 limit, accepting the $600 billion cost, and making sure the middle class is included? Or do they prioritize legislative success and maybe fiscal caution by dropping that threshold maybe back to $60,000 or $75,000, which makes the bill cheaper and easier to pass, but focuses the help only on the most vulnerable low-income citizens and those on fixed benefits? The final amount and exactly who gets it really hinges on which side wins that argument in Congress.
That political calculation is what will ultimately determine if and how this relief actually arrives. We strongly, strongly encourage you to stay tuned to these developments. Having this kind of detailed, timely information is honestly your best defense against financial uncertainty, and it's crucial for managing your own expectations. We'll keep tracking this proposal as it moves or doesn't move through Congress, and we promise to update you the very moment the next significant...
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we are taking a scalpel to the mountain of financial news to deliver clarity on one of the most hotly debated proposals coming out of the administration right now.
This is a big one.
It really is. We are talking about the very real possibility that thousands of dollars, specifically a $2,000 direct payment, could be on its way to you as emergency economic relief.
That's the critical update. And for our listeners, particularly those who rely on a fixed income, retirees or people on benefit programs like Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, we know your single biggest question is, do I qualify?
Of course.
We have heard the confusion, especially surrounding the jargon about working families. We are going to dedicate significant time today to provide concrete assurance about why this money is absolutely intended for you.
And this is, far beyond just some political rumor. This potential $2,000 payment is being discussed almost daily by the highest-ranking officials. We're talking the president, the Treasury Secretary, influential senators, and the updates are consistent and they're highly detailed. If this is approved, it offers a necessary and, frankly, a substantial financial buffer. It could provide immediate breathing room against relentless inflation, high utility bills, and, well, the rising cost of everyday essentials.
Our mission today is comprehensive. We will break down the exact timeline, but we're also going to dissect the highly unusual, very specific funding mechanism for this. Most importantly, we'll provide the detailed technical assurance on eligibility, explaining the tax credit structure, and detailing the critical legal protections, ensuring that money is safe from garnishment once it lands in your account.
So if your financial stability hinges on a fixed income, this deep dive is required listening.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's set the stage and define the terrain we are navigating. Our goal is to filter the speculation surrounding what the administration has repeatedly termed dividend payments.
Right. That's the key word they're using.
It is. And for you, the listener, we need to be clear. A dividend payment in this context is simply the administration's preferred political term for what is functionally a stimulus check or a direct emergency relief payment. And the consistent figure attached to this conversation is $2,000.
And what's fascinating here is the sheer intensity of the political commitment. I mean, we've seen these proposals before, right? But usually they remain kind of vague until the legislative details emerge.
Sure, there's trial balloons.
Exactly. But here, the administration is front-running the plan, giving regular public updates. When Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, a key financial architect, publicly discusses the plan's funding and purpose, and the president speaks on it repeatedly, it signals that this is not some disposable political ploy.
It's more than that.
It suggests a high degree of confidence and intent to push this through, likely because they view it as politically essential for the coming election cycle.
That political momentum makes our deep dive essential. I mean, our fixed income listeners, retirees, disabled individuals, and veterans, they need clarity. They need to know with certainty if they qualify, given the confusing language, and just as important, when this critical financial support might actually materialize.
And managing expectations regarding the timeline is vital, but we must emphasize the weight of this political promise. The administration is committing massive political capital and, as we'll discuss, nearly 2 years of specific federal revenue to this one promise.
Wow.
If they fail to deliver $2,000 after building it up this much, the political fallout would be immense. The commitment level itself is a powerful indicator of a high probability.
Okay, let's unpack this first major technical hurdle. Where is this $2,000 payment actually supposed to come from? This is the most complex part of the proposal because it explicitly rejects the typical mechanisms of stimulus funding.
Right.
Like borrowing through treasury bonds or tapping into general revenue reserves.
This is what distinguishes this payment conceptually and, well, politically. It's why the term dividend or rebate is being used. The stated mechanism is the funding of these payments entirely through tariff revenue.
Tariff revenue. So break that down for us.
The plan is to strategically peel off roughly $600 billion that has been collected from tariffs, which are basically taxes levied on imported goods, and redistribute that money back to the American population.
$600 billion. That's an astronomical figure. Let's ground that number in reality. How much distribution does $600 billion actually cover, and where does that money typically go now?
The math is indeed enormous. The proposal aims to cover approximately 85% of the population, which translates to roughly 284 million eligible individuals. Now, this excludes considerations for dependents, which usually complicates the final number a bit.
Sure.
But if you just multiply 284 million by the $2,000 payment, the required cost comes out to roughly $568 billion.
So the $600 billion they've earmarked is just about right.
It is. It's specifically earmarked to fund this relief payment entirely, with a small buffer built in.
And the context for that scale is staggering. You mentioned this is not just a fraction of collected tariffs.
That's right. Our sources indicate that $600 billion is nearly 2 years' worth of total tariff collections. So to fully fund this proposal, the government would essentially have to divert practically all the revenue collected from tariffs over a substantial 24-month period.
Just for this single, one-time distribution.
Exactly.
Here is where I have to push back with a critical question. If the government is diverting nearly 2 years of tariff revenue, which normally goes into the Treasury for other purposes, subsidizing domestic programs, maybe offsetting costs of border security, or just contributing to general operational funds, doesn't this diversion necessarily impact other areas of federal spending?
It has to.
Is this truly found money, or is it robbing Peter to pay Paul?
That's a crucial, astute question that highlights the political maneuvering here. While it's politically framed as a rebate of money collected from foreign entities, the importers, though ultimately we consumers bear the cost, you are absolutely correct. Tariff revenue is not sitting in some separate unused account.
Right, it's not a rainy day fund.
No, it is integrated into the general fund. Diverting $600 billion absolutely means that specific federal programs or agencies that rely on that general revenue will either have to go unfunded, or the government will have to increase borrowing or cut spending elsewhere to compensate.
So the short answer is no.
No, it's not found money. It's a very intentional, politically charged redirection of funds.
And that explains why they chose this specific mechanism. It allows them to position the payment not as new debt or deficit spending, which is politically toxic to certain factions, but rather as returning money that was already collected.
Exactly.
It makes the payment palatable to fiscal conservatives by framing it as a trade adjustment, not a welfare program.
Exactly. It's highly politically significant. It avoids the argument that they are printing new money or adding to the debt directly, even though the practical effect on the general fund is very similar to new spending. It's an effective rhetorical device, positioning the administration as returning collected revenue to the people rather than increasing the government's overall size.
Now let's pivot to eligibility, which is where we can provide the most relief and correct the pervasive confusion.
Hmm.
We heard the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, use the specific terminology that this money would be targeted at working families.
Hmm.
This single phrase caused tremendous anxiety for countless retirees and disabled beneficiaries.
And understandably so. We saw mass confusion with listeners writing in saying, I haven't worked in 10 years, I'm retired, I'm on SSDI, am I automatically excluded?
Right.
We must strongly and definitively refute the literal interpretation of working families. That phrase is purely political shorthand. It is broad, encompassing language used to appeal to the tax-paying base, but it is not a legal definition for exclusion.
So just to be crystal clear, if someone is a retiree collecting fixed Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, and they are not currently employed, are they still included in this payment?
Absolutely. Yes, 100%. The crucial factor here is the legal definition of eligibility, and that definition is based solely on your income threshold, specifically your adjusted gross income, or AGI.
AGI.
They do not send an agent to your house to check your employment status. They don't check your work history. They simply check your AGI on file with the IRS.
So what are the anticipated income thresholds? What's the number people need to look at?
Well, the administration initially mentioned a figure under $100,000, but based on all historical precedent from the 3 previous rounds of direct payments and, current discussions among lawmakers, the threshold is highly anticipated to settle at $75,000 for an individual filer.
Okay, $75,000.
And $150,000 for a married couple filing jointly. If your AGI falls below those levels, whether that income is derived from a salary, a pension, or Social Security benefits, you qualify.
That means the vast majority of fixed income recipients whose total income typically falls far, far below that $75,000 mark are included.
Precisely. If your income, whatever the source, is below the legal cutoff, you are included. The panic surrounding the working families phrase needs to be dismissed, because if the goal is broad economic relief, excluding the massive fixed income demographic would completely undermine the entire purpose.
It would be self-defeating.
Completely.
Let's elaborate on the political and historical confidence we have in this inclusion, because I think this context is the most reassuring for our listeners. Why are we so confident seniors and disabled individuals will be included?
We have to view this through the lens of political strategy, especially given the projected timeline, which places the distribution right before the midterm elections. Seniors and retirees are not just a voting bloc. They are arguably the largest, most reliable, and most engaged voting demographic in the United States.
They have the highest turnout rates by far.
Absolutely. In fact, studies show seniors often vote at rates 20 to 30 percentage points higher than younger demographics in midterms.
That's a huge difference.
It is. So to propose a highly publicized, substantial $2,000 cash payment intended to generate goodwill and economic stability, and then arbitrarily exclude the highest turnout demographic, it would be political malpractice of the highest order.
It would be ridiculous.
It would be ridiculous. Lawmakers know that distributing this money to this group is essential for achieving the political objectives of the payment. It's an incentive that targets the core voting base.
It really is.
Furthermore, we have a bulletproof track record. Let's just review the past stimulus efforts from 2020 and 2021. We had 3 rounds: the $1,200, the $600, and the $1,400 payments. In every single instance, Social Security retirees, SSDI recipients, survivors, SSI recipients, and VA beneficiaries were fully included.
So the precedent is there.
The precedent is there, and the mechanism to deliver the money is already set up through the Social Security Administration's existing payment systems. The pipes are already built.
That is the crucial proof. The logistical capacity and the political precedent are already firmly established.
And we can go back even further for dedicated proof. Back in May of 2009, the government issued a $250 economic recovery payment that went specifically and only to Social Security, railroad retirement, and Veterans Affairs beneficiaries.
So they've targeted this group specifically before.
They have. That shows that historically, when the government targets economic relief, fixed income beneficiaries are often the first people they ensure are covered. So the working families language is simply flavor text. The underlying financial rules are what matter.
That transition leads us perfectly to the technical structure of the payment itself. If you qualify based on income, what exactly is this payment, legally speaking? This is critical, especially for those who have very low or even zero taxable income.
This concept is the bedrock of the guarantee for fixed income people. Legally, any federal stimulus or direct relief payment of this nature is structured as an advance of a refundable tax credit.
A refundable tax credit.
This technical distinction is the non-negotiable safety mechanism.
Let's drill down on that term refundable tax credit in plain language. Can you explain why it is so fundamentally different from a standard tax deduction, for example?
Absolutely. Think of tax credits in two main categories. A non-refundable tax credit is limited. It can only reduce the amount of tax you owe down to zero. So if you owe $100 in taxes and you have a $500 non-refundable credit, you only get to use $100 of it.
And the rest just disappears.
Right. And you get nothing back in cash. If you owe zero taxes to begin with, a non-refundable credit gives you zero benefit. It's worthless to you.
But because these dividend payments are designated as refundable.
They flip the script entirely. A refundable tax credit means that even if a person's income is zero, and even if their tax liability is zero, they are still entitled to the full amount of the credit. The government cuts a check directly to them for the difference.
Okay.
This structure is the singular reason why the previous payments were successfully distributed to millions of SSI recipients who may have zero taxable income and are not even required to file a tax return.
So the refundable nature ensures the payment is treated as an entitlement, regardless of filing status or tax debt. It essentially guarantees the money gets distributed to those with the lowest incomes.
Precisely. The goal is liquidity and stability for low-income populations. By making it refundable, Congress ensures that the lowest income individuals, who are often the most cash-strapped, receive the full benefit regardless of whether they engaged with the tax system that year.
This raises a point we must elaborate on. If a large segment of this fixed income population is not required to file a tax return because their income is below the minimum threshold, how does the IRS know where to send the money? What is the implementation mechanism for non-filers?
That's a key piece of operational detail that should provide a lot of comfort. The IRS doesn't rely on the tax return in these specific circumstances. For beneficiaries, the IRS performs a critical cross-reference using existing data streams.
So they talk to other agencies.
They work directly with the Social Security Administration, the SSA, and the Veterans Affairs, the VA systems. The SSA and VA already maintain the necessary banking information and address data for all beneficiaries receiving monthly payments.
So the infrastructure is already fully integrated. The information is already there.
It is. If you are a non-filer on Social Security, the IRS simply pulls your payment address or direct deposit information from the SSA's master file and issues the advanced tax credit payment that way. You do not need to take any action. No special application is required.
And that's why, in the past, if you got your benefits on a Direct Express card,
the payment will likely arrive on that same card. The only question remains your income threshold. Your filing status is immaterial.
we've established the what and the who. Now for the most pressing question. When might this critical $2,000 payment actually arrive? What is the official current indication regarding the timeline?
The official indication, based on statements from the administration and lawmakers discussing the legislative calendar, suggests the money is, and I quote, likely coming sometime in the middle of next year or possibly a little bit later than the middle of next year.
Okay, so translating that into a specific calendar window, we're looking at late summer or early fall of next year.
That's correct. We should specify this likely means late Q3 or early Q4 next year. So for anyone struggling with bills right now, this time frame is not immediate relief, and it's crucial to manage those expectations.
Right.
They are still developing the final detailed legislative proposal.
And as we discussed earlier, we have to acknowledge the political reality underpinning this timeline.
Indeed. The projected distribution window, late summer, early fall next year, is perfectly timed to coincide with the run-up to the midterm elections.
Of course it is.
It's a classic political strategy. It aims to maximize the economic feel-good factor just before the electorate goes to the polls. It is intended to, bait the hook, providing a highly visible cash-in-hand benefit right before a major election cycle.
However, we need to stress that this remains a preliminary plan. Lawmakers do not yet have a definitive, signed-off distribution date, and the whole mechanism is subject to legislative negotiation.
Precisely. This is not codified law yet. The timing is a target, not a guarantee. You should absolutely not be counting on this money arriving next month. But this target timeframe holds true unless a specific, severe external economic condition arises.
And that leads us to the accelerator condition. What event could trigger this payment to arrive significantly faster than the middle of next year?
The economy itself is the ultimate catalyst. The current sort of leisurely timeline assumes economic stability. If, however, the economy experiences a sharp, severe contraction, a deep recession, or what many analysts call a hard landing, in the new term, say, over the next 4 to 6 months,
The calculation changes.
the political calculation shifts instantly from election timing to emergency stabilization.
So in a scenario of severe contraction, the administration would essentially discard the political calendar and move immediately.
They would have to. An imminent economic crash would mandate an immediate, aggressive response. The administration would trigger massive quantitative easing, that's money printing, and immediate direct cash distribution to stave off a systemic collapse.
And that's where we hear those dramatic terms.
Yes, the source material refers to this as pulling out the dozers and implementing helicopter money, which basically means pushing cash out to individuals as fast as the payment systems will allow.
And let's address that number we mentioned in the overview. If a deep crisis were to occur, why would the intervention be potentially on the scale of $15 trillion, far exceeding the stimulus efforts we saw a few years ago?
This is a crucial distinction between preventative stimulus and emergency response. The previous stimulus rounds were focused on keeping the economy afloat during mandated shutdowns. If we face a fundamental structural crisis now, with high debt loads and entrenched inflation, the response needed to stabilize global markets and prevent a complete liquidity freeze would be exponentially larger.
Just a different scale entirely.
A different scale. Analysts suggest that given the current global economic entanglement and the risk of cascading failures, the required liquidity injection, the money printing, could necessitate deploying figures in the $10 to $15 trillion range. That dwarfs the $6 trillion printed during the last major intervention.
So the message is clear. The preliminary target is mid-next year, but watch economic indicators closely. A sudden deep recession changes everything and could mean immediate, large-scale intervention.
That's the takeaway. The current plan is political. The accelerated plan is purely economic triage.
Now, let's turn to safety and security. When you announce a $2,000 payment, you inherently invite scams, and our fixed-income listeners need detailed reassurance regarding protection from predators and financial institutions.
Safety is paramount. First, let's talk about garnishment. Previous stimulus checks included strong federal protections. Now, a few narrow exceptions do exist, specifically for federal debts like back taxes owed to the IRS or specific federal student loan defaults, and most notably, court-ordered back child support.
Okay.
But for the vast majority of recipients, the funds are protected from general private debt collectors, credit card companies, and other creditors.
Can you elaborate on the specific legal mechanism that ensures this protection? What prevents a typical debt collector from sweeping the money once it hits the bank account?
The protection stems from federal statutes that specifically exempt certain types of federal benefit payments from standard garnishment orders. And those protections are typically extended to these direct advanced refundable tax credits. The purpose is to ensure the money provides stability, not merely to pay down old consumer debt.
So the government steps in.
The Treasury Department issues guidelines to financial institutions, making it clear that these funds should be protected when deposited, often requiring banks to automatically review accounts to ensure the protected funds are not improperly seized.
That distinction provides substantial peace of mind for listeners struggling with older debts. Now, concerning eligibility for means-tested programs, will this $2,000 disrupt benefits like s.n.a.p, Medicaid, or housing assistance?
This is a critical point for low-income beneficiaries. Because the payment is legally structured as an advanced refundable tax credit, it is generally treated differently than regular income. The federal goal of these payments is to enhance economic stability without triggering a loss of essential safety net benefits.
So it shouldn't count against you.
Exactly. The rules implemented for previous stimulus rounds ensured that the payments did not count against income or resource limits for programs like s.n.a.p, SSI, or Medicaid. We anticipate these non-inclusion rules will apply again, ensuring that $2,000 does not cause a lapse in your critical health care or food assistance.
And for those beneficiaries who are still working, those on Social Security or SSDI who have specific earned income limits, does this $2,000 count against those limits?
No, it does not. The Social Security Administration, the SSA, has very specific rules regarding earned income limits, the income you receive from a job, that determine if your monthly benefit is reduced. This $2,000 payment is an advanced tax credit. It is not earned income.
It's a different category of money.
Completely different. Furthermore, eligibility for the $2,000 is based on your total adjusted gross income, your AGI being below the threshold, not the SSA's specific definition of earned income. If you meet the AGI cutoff, you receive the payment, and it does not affect your monthly benefits.
Now, we absolutely must spend a substantial amount of time on the scam warning. When the phrase thousands of dollars is broadcast across the news, fraudsters see a massive opportunity, often specifically targeting vulnerable populations who need this money most.
This is the most vital segment of the entire deep dive. You must be hypervigilant. We need to detail the primary rule. The Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, and the Veterans Affairs, the VA, will never initiate contact with you via an unsolicited phone call, text message, or email asking you for money, banking information, or personal data to secure or process your $2,000 payment.
They will never demand a processing fee, a deposit, or an administrative charge.
Never. Any contact demanding immediate payment or asking you to buy gift cards or asking you to wire money in order to receive your government benefit is a definitive scam. Let's look at specific common scam tactics listeners must watch out for.
Okay, first up, the verification link scam.
This one is rampant via text message. You'll get a text saying, your $2,000 dividend payment is pending. Click this link to verify your identity and banking information. Clicking that link compromises your device and steals your data. Government agencies do not use texts or emails for critical financial transactions. Just don't click it.
Second, the representative pay scam, which targets vulnerable individuals who have someone managing their benefits.
This one is particularly cruel. Scammers will call claiming to be from the SSA, saying there's an issue with the representative payee's account and they need the recipient's bank account or direct express payment immediately to unfreeze the stimulus payment. Hang up immediately. The SSA communicates changes to payees through official certified mail.
And third, the tax debt scare, trying to capitalize on the confusion about garnishment.
Right. They might call claiming the IRS is intercepting your $2,000 payment for unpaid back taxes and that you must pay a fee via a gift card or Bitcoin to release the funds. This is a scam. If the IRS intercepts a payment, they notify you via official letter mail first, and they never, ever demand payment via unconventional methods like gift cards.
So the ultimate rule remains. Only trust official letters delivered by mail or direct information posted on verified government websites, such as the official My Social Security portal.
Protect your information fiercely. If you receive a suspicious contact, hang up, report it to the FTC or the SSA's fraud hotline, and delete the message. Do not engage.
What if the distribution day arrives and a listener's payment is late or they receive the wrong amount?
Patience is key, especially during the initial rollout of a new benefit. Distribution in past rounds took weeks, often segmented by benefit type or birth date. We encourage everyone to use the official My Social Security portal. It is the most reliable place to manage your benefits and get real-time updates regarding your specific payment schedule.
So check there first.
Always. Wait for clear, published government communication regarding delays. If a significant delay occurs, the administration will establish specific, published channels for reporting non-receipt, just as they did for the prior stimulus checks. Do not call the general SSA or IRS lines unless you are specifically instructed to do so.
Let's step back and look at the broader economic context. We're talking about a $2,000 payment designed to provide stability. How does the necessity of this massive one-time intervention connect to ongoing issues like the cost of living adjustment or CLA? Is this payment a tacit admission that CLA is failing to keep fixed income beneficiaries whole?
That is precisely the connection, and it is perhaps the deepest insight we can provide today. The need for a $600 billion one-time cash injection highlights a fundamental failure in systemic support for fixed-income Americans. If the annual HLA increases were truly keeping pace with the actual inflation experienced by seniors, particularly inflation in healthcare, housing, and food, this emergency payment would not be politically or economically necessary.
And KLA is based on the CPIW, the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers. Why is that index flawed when applied to seniors?
The CPIW significantly underrepresents the spending patterns of retirees. Seniors spend far more proportionally on non-discretionary expenses like medical care and housing, which often inflate much faster than the general goods tracked by the CPIW, like gasoline or electronics.
So their basket of goods is just different.
It's completely different. Therefore, the COA calculation systematically underestimates the true financial stress felt by this population.
So the $2,000 dividend payment essentially acts as an emergency supplemental COA. It's designed to fill the gap that the official CLA formula has failed to address over the past few years of high inflation.
Exactly. It's a short-term, targeted boost intended to give breathing room. It's a political fix to an economic vulnerability. Lawmakers are essentially saying, we know the structural mechanism, CLA, isn't adequately supporting you, so here is a large, visible cash payment to temporarily fix the problem without forcing us to undergo the difficult long-term reform of changing the Cameo formula itself.
That brings us back to the economic reasoning. If this payment is distributed in mid-2026 as planned, it's intended as a short-term economic boost and a political maneuver. If it's accelerated due to a recession, it signals a deeper, immediate need for massive intervention.
In the planned scenario, it's targeted relief. In the accelerated scenario, it's a necessary attempt to prevent a systemic crash. The fact that the plan is even on the table requiring the diversion of 2 years of specific revenue demonstrates the scale of the pressure lawmakers feel to provide substantial relief and demonstrate competence in economic management leading into the midterms.
This political commitment, this massive scale of funding, and the continuous high-level updates lead us to our final provocative thought.
And it's this. Given the administration has committed so hard to finding the $600 billion, diverting nearly 2 years of tariff revenue, having the President and Treasury Secretary publicly validate the $2,000 figure, the potential for public backlash if this payment is ultimately scrapped is enormous.
Failure to deliver would be a catastrophic breach of political trust, especially with the reliable, massive senior voting bloc right before a major election.
That's the key. This proposal has moved beyond the realm of mere political suggestion and into the realm of political necessity. The commitment level suggests this must happen, making it highly probable that the fixed income recipients we are discussing today will indeed receive this $2,000 payment, whether on the planned timeline or an accelerated one. This commitment is the strongest piece of evidence we have.
That context is invaluable for anyone who has been relying on these headlines. Let's bring everything back into sharp focus by summarizing the 4 most critical facts you need to walk away with today.
We want these facts imprinted clearly for your financial security.
First, the target amount. $2,000 is the current figure for this direct dividend payment.
Second, who qualifies? Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA recipients, and retirees are absolutely included. Dismiss the working family's jargon. Your eligibility depends only on your income falling below the anticipated AGI threshold, likely $75,000 for an individual or $150,000 for a couple.
Third, the timing. The current official target is the middle of next year, late summer or early fall. But pay attention to economic news. A severe recession in the coming months would trigger immediate, rapid distribution.
And finally, the protection. This is legally structured as an advanced refundable tax credit, which guarantees the money is secured for you even if you have zero taxable income or don't file taxes. Furthermore, it is generally protected by federal statute from garnishment by private debt collectors and will not jeopardize your vital benefits like S.n.a.p. or Medicaid.
We understand deeply how critical these potential payments are. They can offer dignity, stability, and the necessary financial breathing room to handle rising costs. We are committed to tracking every statement, every legislative action, and every official timeline change the moment it happens.
If you found this deep dive provided the clarity and reassurance you needed, please take a moment to subscribe and turn on your notifications. We are your trusted source for critical financial news, and ensuring you never miss an update on this $2,000 payment or any other essential benefit information is our top priority.
Share this deep dive with any friends or family members who rely on fixed income, and drop your questions or concerns in the comments below. Thank you for tuning in, and we will be back soon with another deep dive into the headlines that matter. Welcome to the Deep Dive. We need to talk about a specific piece of news that's been making the rounds, and it's causing, well, a mix of anxiety and a lot of hope for millions of Americans.
A huge amount of hope.
Especially for those living on fixed incomes. We're talking about the announcement from the president about a major potential financial dividend.
And the number being thrown around is big, upwards of $2,000.
$8,000, yeah. And the big question, the one we hear constantly, is will this payment actually include the people who need it most?
Right. Will it finally reach the fixed income community? We're talking about people on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, low-income veterans.
Folks who, often feel like they're the last ones considered when government funds are being handed out.
They absolutely do. And they need clarity on this, right now.
And the simple answer, based on the principle that was laid out in the initial announcement, is broadly yes. Inclusion is definitely expected.
And this is a huge but.
The entire conversation, everything we're about to discuss, it all hinges on one single crucial variable that hasn't been defined yet.
And that is the definition of high income.
That's it. That phrase is everything.
So we are dedicating this deep dive to walking you through every rule, every historical precedent, and every potential pitfall. We're going to clarify the income thresholds from the past.
We'll also debunk some of those persistent myths.
Oh, absolutely. The ones about needing to file taxes or that this is only for people who are working.
Which is completely irrelevant.
Completely. And we'll guide you through how a payment like this would likely be delivered. So if you are on a fixed income, this analysis is going to give you the definitive information you need about this potential $2,000 plus payment.
Welcome, and thank you for trusting us with this deep dive.
Yeah,
Our mission today is very specific and, I think, very critical.
absolutely.
We want to cut through all the speculation, all the misinformation that's already flying around about this significant financial update, and just provide some actionable clarity.
And this isn't just some abstract policy discussion, is it? I mean, this is information that directly impacts the bank accounts of millions of people.
Millions.
People who rely on monthly federal benefits. We're talking Social Security retirees, survivors, individuals on SSDI, that's Social Security Disability Insurance.
And SSI, Supplemental Security Income.
Right, the need-based benefit, plus VA benefits and, of course, Railroad Retirement Board benefits. We know this community has been, well, historically frustrated.
Frustrated is a polite word for it.
It is. They feel overlooked or tangled up in all this bureaucratic red tape during previous payments.
And that frustration is completely warranted. I mean, the psychological toll of just the uncertainty of not knowing if financial relief is coming your way, it's very real.
It's immense.
So our commitment here is to address that emotional context with clear, factual information based exclusively on the sources that are available right now. We want you to walk away from this knowing exactly where you stand.
Okay, so let's start at the source. We've isolated the core statement that started all of this.
The exact words.
The president announced a proposal for, and I'm quoting here, at least a $2,000 dividend for everyone will be paid, not high-income people.
Okay. That statement alone is a really powerful starting point.
It is. It locks in the potential amount, which is significant, $2,000 or even more.
And it establishes that the sole primary reason for being excluded is income.
Not high-income people. That's the phrase that matters.
Right. Let's unpack that core concept, starting with where the money is actually supposed to come from. Because the mechanism here, the funding, it fundamentally differentiates this payment from, say, the stimulus checks of the pandemic era.
It's a completely different animal.
Right. In those previous relief efforts, like the CARES Act checks, the money was largely generated through deficit spending.
Right. The government was essentially borrowing the money.
Exactly. And the goal was to stimulate the economy and to do it fast during a crisis. But this new proposal is structured very differently.
It is. The source material explains this explicitly. The funding is proposed to come from the distribution of revenue generated by federal tariffs.
Tariffs, okay.
And this is a distinction that is just crucial for you to understand. Tariffs are, essentially taxes or duties that are levied on goods and services imported into the United States.
So when companies bring products in from other countries, they pay a tax on them.
Precisely. And when those fees are collected by the government, they become federal revenue.
So the proposal isn't even labeling this as traditional stimulus or relief in the same way.
No, not at all.
Instead, it's being framed as a dividend. It's a return of revenue that's being distributed back to the population.
Which is a very different economic argument. The idea is that the revenue generated by our national trade policy should be shared directly with the citizens.
And that framing, the whole using trade revenue thing, that's a critical political and economic point, isn't it?
No, it's huge. It suggests a policy mechanism that avoids increasing the national debt to fund the payment.
Which is always a major point of contention in these discussions.
Always. And if we look at the historical precedent for this kind of approach, distributing specific categories of federal revenue directly back to the people is a tool that's been discussed in various forms throughout American history.
Rarely on this scale.
Rarely, if ever, implemented on this scale. It really creates an entirely separate category of financial aid.
Okay, so if we go back to the specific language that was used, that quote, let's repeat it.
Quote, at least a $2,000 dividend for everyone will be paid, not high-income people.
And that phrase right at the end immediately brings us to the biggest piece of missing information, the elephant in the room.
That phrase, not high-income people, is the gravitational center of this entire proposal.
Oh.
It is the single most important detail that we are currently missing from any kind of legislative text.
It's everything.
Until Congress or the relevant agencies actually define that specific income level, we can't finalize who is eligible. We can't finalize distribution models. It's all on hold.
So what is the threshold specifically? I mean, does high income mean an individual who is earning, say, $50,000 a year, $75,000, $100,000?
That is the multi-billion-dollar question.
That line in the sand dictates who gets the payment and who doesn't, and it determines the size of the population receiving the benefit.
And while that ambiguity is, it's frustrating, we can offer some pretty strong reassurance to our core audience here.
To seniors, older adults, people with disabilities, low-income individuals.
Exactly. For the vast majority of beneficiaries who are living solely on fixed incomes, your eligibility is only going to hinge on your income being below that yet-to-be-defined threshold.
And given that the average fixed income is significantly below any historical or even likely definition of high income.
Right. The chances of you being included based on this singular criterion are exceptionally high.
So the uncertainty then isn't really about the principle of whether fixed income folks will be included.
No, not at all.
It's about the exact number that Congress will ultimately decide on.
Right.
The mechanism itself is clearly designed for a very widespread distribution, excluding only the very top end of the income spectrum. Okay, so let's move past the funding mechanism for a minute and address the most urgent practical question for our listeners.
The one everyone is asking.
Are recipients of federal fixed benefits, so Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA, spousal benefits, survivor benefits, and Railroad Retirement Board, are they included in this dividend proposal?
The simple, clear answer, based on all historical precedent and the income-based principle that's been articulated, is broadly yes.
Broadly, yes.
But we need to define exactly why that is the case and maybe clarify the different benefit types we're talking about, because the details really do matter here.
Okay, let's break down those categories just for clarity's sake. So first, we're talking about SSDI.
Social Security Disability Insurance. So benefits for those who have a sufficient work history but are now disabled.
Then there's SSI.
Supplemental Security Income. That's the need-based, very low-income program for aged, blind, or disabled individuals. And crucially, it's often paid to people who don't file taxes.
Right. Then you have your standard Social Security retirement and survivor benefits.
The traditional monthly payments that are based on the work credits you've earned over your lifetime.
And, of course, VA disability compensation or pension.
Right. Benefits for veterans, especially low-income or disabled veterans.
And finally, RRB.
Railroad Retirement Board benefits, which is, very similar to Social Security, but it's specifically for railroad workers.
Okay, so for all those groups, why are we so confident they would be included?
Because when Congress writes legislation for widespread financial payments like this, especially ones framed as dividends or broad economic relief, they are always income-based.
Always.
They set a specific threshold, and they use a standard income metric to do it. Typically, it's your adjusted gross income or AGI, or sometimes a modified AGI.
What they don't do is write in specific exclusions for certain types of income.
Exactly. Lawmakers do not usually insert language that says something like, we will count your W-2 wages, but we will specifically disqualify your Social Security retirement payments. It just doesn't happen that way.
That distinction is so key. The money you receive from these benefits, whether it's SSDI, VA, or retirement, it's treated as income.
That's right.
And if your total income from all sources is below the threshold, you qualify. Period.
The reason this community often feels left out is usually because of the bureaucratic hurdle of actually getting the money.
Especially for non-filers.
Exactly, which we will definitely discuss in more detail later. But it's not about the initial eligibility.
And we have to acknowledge where that frustration comes from.
We do. During the first 2 rounds of pandemic relief, there was a lot of initial confusion and some serious delays for Social Security non-filers.
It was a mess at first.
It was. But once the legislation was clarified and the agencies figured it out, inclusion was confirmed. And that precedent is exactly why we are so confident now. The intent is always to include low-income Americans, regardless of the source of that low income.
So just to be crystal clear, the comprehensive list of those who are expected to be covered includes virtually all low-income and fixed-income individuals whose total annual income falls below that final limit.
You are not excluded just because you rely on federal benefits rather than a traditional paycheck.
That's the bottom line.
And to put an even finer point on this, The critical watchword in the final legislation when it's written will be AGI or MAGI, as long as your benefit payments count toward that total income number and that total number is below the high income cap.
You're in.
Inclusion is assured. The fear of being excluded simply because you're a senior or you're disabled is, historically speaking, unfounded when the legislation is explicitly income-based.
Now, let's dive deep into the numbers. To really understand what not high income is likely to mean for this dividend, we have to look at the best historical roadmap we have.
And that's the income limits that were established for the 3 previous stimulus checks, the ones administered between 2020 and 2021.
Using this historical data, it gives us critical context.
It does. It allows you, the listener, to project your likely status, which can hopefully reduce some of that anxiety. We can't guarantee the final number will be the same, of course, but history offers some very strong clues.
Okay, so let's run through the specifics, the precedents. Let's focus on the individual thresholds first.
All right.
For the very first stimulus check, that was the $1,200 payment under the CARES Act, the individual income threshold where the payment started to phase out was $75,000 in adjusted gross income.
But the full payment didn't phase out completely until $100,000 for single filers.
Right, and that $100,000 completion point, that became a point of confusion for a lot of people.
It did. So for the next 2 payments, stimulus check number 2, which was $600, and stimulus check number 3, the $1,400 one.
Congress tightened the limits.
They did. The individual threshold where the phase-out started was set definitively at $75,000 AGI.
So that $75,000 mark is the most recent and the most consistently applied precedent for defining what a non-high-income individual looks like.
It's our best guidepost.
And this data is immensely relevant to you, the listener. We'd ask you to just consider your own annual adjusted gross income.
AGI is usually the easiest metric. It's essentially your total income before you take certain specific deductions.
So is your income below that most common, most stringent historical limit of $75,000 a year as an individual?
And if your answer to that internal question is yes, and for the vast majority of people who are relying solely on Social Security or SSDI or SSI, the answer is comfortably yes, then you've met the primary financial eligibility requirement.
At least based on all past precedent and the stated intent of this new dividend proposal.
And if you're married and filing your taxes jointly, the historical precedent for that phase-out starting point was typically double, so $150,000 AGI.
And just a friendly reminder to our listeners, we love your engagement in the comments, but please respect your privacy. Do not share specific personal income figures.
Please don't.
Knowing where you stand, just for yourself, relative to that historical $75,000 individual or $150,000 joint threshold is really the essential takeaway here.
Now, we should probably address the critical mechanism for those individuals whose income does go over that threshold.
Right. Maybe because you have a fixed benefit plus some part-time work, or you have a substantial private pension kicking in.
This is where the phase-out comes into play.
The phase-out. It's a legislative tool that's designed to prevent an unfair, what they call a cliff effect.
Exactly. It avoids a scenario where someone earning, say, $74,999 gets the full $2,000.
And then someone earning just $2 more at $75,001 gets zero.
Right. It creates a gradual linear reduction in the benefit amount as your income rises.
So how does that formula typically work?
Let's detail it because it's critical for our informed listener. Based on the past stimulus models, the reduction rate was set at $50 for every $1,000 you earned above that initial threshold.
50 for every 1,000.
That specific ratio is often linked to approximating a 5% effective tax rate on the excess income.
Okay, let's run a detailed example so this is really clear. Let's assume the final threshold for an individual is $75,000 AGI and the payment is $2,000. What happens if someone earns, say, $78,000?
Okay, so at $78,000, they are $3,000 over the limit.
Right.
Using that 50 per thousand formula, you'd calculate $3,000 divided by 1,000 equals 3.
Okay.
You then multiply that 3 by $50, which equals $150.
So 150 is the reduction amount.
That's the amount that's phased out. So they would receive $2,000 minus $150 for a final payment of $1,850.
And this gradual reduction just keeps going until the payment hits zero.
Exactly. If the reduction is $50 per thousand, it takes 40 of those $1,000 increments to phase out a $2,000 payment completely.
So if the starting point is 75,000,
Then the payment becomes zero once your income hits 115,000 AGI for an individual.
the crucial reassurance here is really twofold then.
It is. First, fixed benefits like Social Security are very rarely high enough on their own to trigger this phase-out limit for the majority of recipients.
And second,
Second, if your income is just slightly above the threshold, you will still receive a substantial portion of the dividend. You are not automatically disqualified. Understanding the phase-out is crucial for people who have that mix of income.
fixed income plus a little bit from somewhere else? Okay, we need to transition now
Yeah.
and start busting the two most persistent and frankly anxiety-inducing myths that confuse fixed income recipients every single time a government payment is announced.
Every time. And this confusion often centers on seniors and people with disabilities who, use the SSA or the VA as their main point of contact with the government.
So the first major myth that we have to comprehensively debunk is the idea that you must file a tax return to be eligible.
This assumption causes an immense amount of stress for non-filers.
Let's be definitive here, and we can rely on the mechanism that was established in previous rounds. The ability to receive this dividend is entirely income-based.
It has nothing to do with whether you filed a tax return whatsoever.
So why is this myth so persistent? Where does it come from?
It's historical. When the very first stimulus checks were implemented, the IRS initially only had data for people who filed taxes. That's who was in their system. But subsequent legislation clarified that the government could use data from non-filing benefit recipients, specifically from the Social Security Administration, the Veterans Administration, and the Railroad Retirement Board to automatically process those payments.
And this technical detail is what matters most to you, the listener. If you are a non-filer, the SSA already has your income data,
They do.
and they are generally equipped to share that information directly with the Treasury Department.
Which means you receive the money through your existing payment method
Your direct deposit details, your direct express card.
without ever having to touch a tax form.
The SSA's role here is often overlooked, but it is absolutely essential.
It is. They act as the data conduit for low-income beneficiaries who fall below the income level required to file taxes. They process your benefits, and in cases like this dividend, they provide the necessary data to confirm your income and where your payment should go.
So it doesn't matter if you file every year, or if you're required to file because you have a higher income, or if you haven't filed in 20 years because your income is solely from, say, non-taxable SSI.
Your filing status does not determine your eligibility.
It only determines which government agency is processing your data, IRS or SSA.
Exactly. The second massive misconception that just needs to be shattered is that this dividend is only for working people.
We hear this all the time.
The proposal is for everyone below the high income threshold.
Again, we can state this definitively. It doesn't matter if you're currently working or if you're retired or if you're disabled and unable to work.
The eligibility test is always focused on the dollar amount of your annual income, not the activity that generated it.
If your only income is your fixed benefits, you are included, as long as that income is below the limit.
Working status is entirely irrelevant to receiving the benefit.
Okay. So while the goal is broad inclusion, we have to pivot now to some critical financial exclusions and offsets.
Right. These are often the reasons that a payment that is technically due to a recipient never actually reaches their bank account.
And the most common exclusion involves federal back taxes.
If a beneficiary owes significant past taxes to the federal government, specifically to the IRS, the dividend check may not be issued directly to them.
What happens instead?
Instead, under something called the Treasury Offset Program, or TOP, the government will keep the dividend and apply it directly against your outstanding federal liability.
So they're not going to write you a check for $2,000 just to have you turn around and pay that same $2,000 back to the IRS.
Exactly. It's an automatic offset, and it's mandatory under federal law when certain debts are owed to the government.
It's vital to note, though, that this is usually restricted to federal debts.
That's a great point. State taxes, local taxes, or private debts like medical bills or credit cards are generally not covered by the TIAPU mechanism for offsetting these specific dividend payments.
The second important offset that we saw in previous stimulus rounds, and could see again, relates to past due child support.
Yes. In the past, these payments were vulnerable to being offset to cover significant court-mandated past due child support obligations.
It's often a nuanced legal point, but it remains a potential impact that could reduce or even eliminate the payment for some recipients.
For the overwhelming majority of our fixed income audience, though, people who do not owe substantial federal back taxes or past due child support, these offsets should not be a concern.
Your payment should flow directly to you.
And, of course, we have to emphasize we're providing general rule guidance here based on the sources and historical precedent.
This isn't personal financial advice.
No. If you have significant federal debt or complex legal obligations, the best course of action is always to consult an accountant or a legal professional to understand your personal liability status regarding these offsets.
So, after this pretty extensive deep dive into the eligibility mechanism, where exactly do we stand today?
Right. What's the current status?
We have a clear public proposal for a $2,000 plus dividend. It's funded by tariff revenue, and it's targeting everyone except high-income people. But we are still operating with two crucial gaps in our information.
Absolutely. And these two missing pieces create a necessary delay. First, we need the official, legislatively defined income threshold.
A magic number.
Is it going to be that $75,000 individual AGI precedent? Or will it be adjusted for inflation since 2021? Until that specific number is written into law, we can't confirm the exact size of the excluded population.
And second, and this is the big one, we need the passage of the necessary legislation.
Public announcements are only the first step.
Right. Congress has to draft, debate, and pass the bill that actually authorizes the expenditure of that tariff revenue for this dividend. And that legislative process is often lengthy and subject to change.
It can be very lengthy. So until those two pieces are confirmed, the final high-income definition and the legislative passage, we can't provide an official payment date.
And that uncertainty is precisely why reliable, verifiable updates are so crucial right now.
Because scams are inevitably going to proliferate.
This brings us directly to what might be the single most critical section for the safety of our listeners: financial protection and scams.
Yes. Our audience seniors, older adults, people with disabilities, and low-income individuals are, statistically speaking, the most targeted by financial fraud.
Especially when news of a large potential payment like this is circulating.
And this is a very stern and necessary warning. These fraudsters, they're highly organized, and they capitalize on the confusion and the urgency surrounding money. They will use the exact figure, $2,000 plus, in their attempts to steal your money or your critical personal information.
So we have to be crystal clear on this point.
Absolutely. No legitimate government agency, not the IRS, not the Social Security Administration, not the VA, not the Treasury Department, will ever initiate contact by calling you, texting you, or emailing you to demand money.
Or to request your bank account number.
Or insist you pay a fee using gift cards or Bitcoin or a prepaid debit card to release your dividend.
If they call you, it is fraud. Hang up the phone.
The government communicates critical financial updates and payment confirmations through highly formal official channels.
That means official letters mailed to your residence with a verifiable letterhead.
Or through verified, secure government websites like SSA.gov or IRS.gov. They will never cold call you demanding sensitive financial details.
You need to listen for the key warning signs. Things like urgency. They'll say you have to act now.
Right. Or demands for payment in unconventional methods. No government agency wants an iTunes gift card.
Threats of legal action if you don't comply immediately, or being asked to verify your full Social Security number over the phone. These are all immediate red flags.
And we advise every listener to have a specific plan in place for if you receive suspicious contact. If you get a call, just hang up immediately.
Don't engage. Don't argue.
Just hang up. If you receive a text or an email, delete it without clicking on any links. Do not engage with the scammer. And then take the essential step of reporting the attempt immediately to the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC. Your report helps law enforcement track these criminal operations.
And our commitment to you is continuous. As soon as the final official definition of high income hits the wire, or when the distribution methods are solidified through an enacted law, we will issue an immediate deep dive.
And we'll break down payment dates and the specific distribution logistics, direct deposit, direct express, paper checks, all of it.
So please use the comments section to ask any questions that we haven't answered or suggest areas where you might need a dedicated follow-up discussion.
Things like specific scenarios related to being an international recipient or having a representative payee. Your input ensures we focus on the issues that are most important to you. So, as we conclude this expensive deep dive, let's provide a final, concise summary of the most important facts for you, the listener, to retain right now.
First, the update. We are discussing a potential $2,000 plus financial dividend, which is distinct from past stimulus payments.
And it's funded by federal tariff revenue and aimed at a very widespread distribution across the populace.
Okay, and who qualifies?
Fixed income recipients, that includes SS retirees, survivors, SSI, SSDI, VA, and RRB beneficiaries, are fully expected to qualify.
And your eligibility is contingent only on your total annual income being below that finalized legislative threshold.
Which, based on historical precedent, we expect will be around $75,000 for individuals and $150,000 for married couples filing jointly.
And just as important, what doesn't matter?
Your eligibility is not determined by whether you file a tax return. The SSA and VA data will be used for non-filers.
And your current working status is entirely irrelevant.
It's a simple, singular income test.
There are a few key caveats, though.
Yes. If you owe significant past federal taxes or child support, you need to be aware that your payment may be offset under the Treasury Offset Program. And always, always remain vigilant against scammers who are using this news to solicit your personal information.
We understand that this potential payment offers far more than just monetary value. I mean, it offers crucial breathing room.
It's a hedge against inflation.
It can help with unexpected bills, and it offers a degree of dignity for those who are struggling to manage on fixed budgets. We're here to be your trusted, comprehensive guide through these often confusing policy changes.
The process is in motion, but we are awaiting those two crucial legislative details, the final income cap and the final bill passage. We will not stop researching until we have those definitive answers for you about when the money will arrive.
So we strongly encourage you to subscribe to the deep dive and make sure your notifications are turned on. You absolutely do not want to miss our next update, which will focus entirely on the distribution methods and payment dates once that crucial legislative information is finally made public.
And please, share this deep dive with any other friends or family members on a fixed income who need this kind of precise, clear information.
And finally, a thought to leave you with.
This proposal, driven by the distribution of tariff revenue, it establishes a really unique policy mechanism for financial aid. It diverges significantly from previous relief efforts that were funded by increasing the national debt.
So think about the broader economic debate that this sparks. Should widespread financial support be primarily financed through specific trade revenues, making it, revenue neutral?
Or should it remain tied to deficit spending when a crisis hits? This distinction, it raises some really important questions about the entire future of how government aid is financed. Today, we are undertaking a deep dive into a financial proposal that, well, depending on your income level, it could soon define your budget for the next year. We are talking about the potential for a really substantial, a proposed financial boost. A payment of $2,000.
Right.
For millions of Americans who are, currently struggling under the weight of sustained inflation, this is huge, especially for those on fixed incomes like Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits.
Oh, absolutely.
This isn't just news. For many, it is the difference between making ends meet and, well, falling behind.
And we get it. We understand the immediate anxiety that's surrounding this payment. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he recently spoke about this proposal, and he used a phrase that, it instantly sent shockwaves through the beneficiary community.
I know exactly what you're talking about, the working families phrase.
That's the one. He said the payments would be for working families. That single kind of loaded phrase has caused massive concern, even, panic, among those who receive federal benefits but who are not actively working a traditional 9-to-5 job.
Yeah, but let me just jump in and deliver the crucial, immediate clarity you need right now. We have analyzed the source material, and we are going to walk you through the technical reality that confirms why this $2,000 payment is overwhelmingly likely to be based purely on your income.
Exactly. Not on your current employment status.
Right. The core objective of this whole proposal is to assist those struggling with the cost of living. And that means including the low-income retirees, disabled individuals, and veterans who need it most.
That's the mission today, to take the political messaging and just sort of strip it away, focusing only on the financial mechanisms that govern these federal payments. We will meticulously break down the high-end income thresholds being discussed and, crucially, explain exactly how this works for millions of you who are considered non-filers for tax purposes.
We're giving you the technical facts so you can ignore the political noise.
Okay, let's unpack this and provide the definitive clarity required.
Let's start right at the source then. The recent public statements made by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent concerning this new financial measure, the administration is officially referring to this proposed amount as a dividend payment or, more commonly, a refund. But we have to start by acknowledging the huge emotional load this carries.
Oh, absolutely. When these proposals are announced, they just breed significant concern and confusion for beneficiaries, especially our senior and disabled audience, simply because of how ambiguous the terms are.
I mean, think back to the stimulus checks issued during the pandemic.
Yes. Even when the intent was clearly to include everyone, the initial messaging was just so confusing, it caused so much unnecessary stress.
You really did.
People have experienced that anxiety before, so we need to be clear and methodical now. So let's just reinforce the core figure immediately. It is a proposed $2,000 payment.
A $2,000 payment. So why now? Is this just a sudden sort of reactive measure, or is this being pitched as part of a longer-term economic strategy?
That's a great question, and the Secretary's context is vital here. This isn't presented as a sudden, knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
These proposals are widely understood to be a direct countermeasure to the widespread worries about the surging cost of living.
Which is hitting everyone.
Everyone. We have seen sustained inflation just eroding the purchasing power of fixed incomes, creating financial pressure in nearly every sector, from housing to groceries. The administration is essentially conceding that the economic pressure is real, and it requires substantial immediate intervention.
And what's really fascinating to me is the timeline the Secretary offered. He seemed very keen to emphasize that this policy didn't just spring up.
Right. He stated they have been actively developing this and related policies, like the trade agreements we're going to get into, since the earliest days of the administration. He even cited groundwork laid out in executive orders done way back in January or February.
So that context is a powerful insight into the policy strategy here.
It is. It reframes the $2,000 payment from, say, a desperate late-stage attempt to a planned, sustained strategy.
I see.
It suggests this money is meant to work in concert with other, deeper economic changes. It implies a kind of two-pronged attack on affordability rather than just a quick cash handout designed for political optics alone.
But they want this seen as a deliberate process that began early.
Exactly.
So let's delve into the terminology for a second. Why is this being called a refund or a dividend payment instead of just, a stimulus check? Is there a significant technical difference there?
There is, and that technical distinction is critical. You see, when the government uses the term stimulus, it often implies an effort to boost broader economic activity by just injecting cash quickly.
Right, to get people spending.
Precisely. Calling it a refund, however, implies a technical tie to the tax code. It suggests that the money is being returned to the eligible individual because of an adjustment or a credit in their tax liability, even if their actual liability was zero.
Okay, so this mechanism, based on refundable tax credits, is that the established way the IRS can use data on low-income non-filers to make sure they get these payments.
That's it. It ensures they receive payments without needing a complex, new application process.
So using the word refund is really just a bureaucratic tool to ensure speed and breadth of distribution, leveraging the existing IRS and SSA data infrastructure.
Precisely. It allows them to bypass the complexities of creating a whole new distribution system and instead hook into the system designed for tax rebates, a system which has a proven, albeit sometimes slow, track record of getting money out quickly based on income levels derived from tax returns or benefit statements.
So to be clear for everyone listening, as discussed by the Secretary, this is a direct one-time financial relief measure.
Correct. It's contingent upon the necessary legislative authorization. It's not a permanent benefit increase, but a lump sum payment to address these immediate affordability issues.
So the bottom line in this section is really just understanding that the language is strategic.
Very strategic.
They're using the term refund to describe a mechanism that's intended for rapid, broad financial relief targeted specifically at low-income individuals.
Correct. And that mechanism is inherently tied to income, which is the key. It's the key to dispelling all the anxiety about the working families terminology.
Okay, so now let's get into the mechanics of making this a reality, because this is where it gets really interesting. A promise of $2,000 doesn't mean anything until it actually clears Congress.
That's the truth.
And the Secretary was pretty unambiguous that sending these direct payments requires congressional approval. So this means understanding the legislative battlefield is crucial.
Yeah, and understanding the paths to law gives us a realistic expectation of speed and, viability. The source material details two primary legislative pathways that Congress could use to pass this measure.
Okay, so path number one is the traditional path. This is the arduous standard route. The bill passes the House with a simple majority, then it passes the Senate, where it could potentially face a filibuster, and then finally it goes to the president.
Mhm.
Given the current political climate, that path is slow, it's uncertain, and it requires broad bipartisan support to clear that 60-vote threshold in the Senate.
And that standard path is, well, it's often a graveyard for ambitious fiscal proposals like this one,
Right.
which is why the second option, reconciliation, is so important. And it's why lawmakers have indicated that more reconciliation bills are expected. We should probably explain clearly what this means for you listening.
Yeah, let's unpack the reconciliation process, because for the general public, it just sounds like some abstract political term. What exactly is it, and why does it matter for getting this $2,000 payment passed quickly?
So reconciliation is a special procedural tool. It's available in the Senate. It allows certain legislation that's related to the federal budget, so specifically spending, revenue, and the debt limit, to bypass the usual Senate rules.
And crucially, it bypasses the filibuster.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
This means that if the $2,000 payment is framed as a mandatory refund or a spending measure within a larger budget resolution, it can pass the Senate with just a simple majority.
So only 51 votes, or 50 plus the vice president.
Exactly, instead of the 60 votes that are normally required.
It's like a procedural shortcut for money matters. But, what prevents them from just passing anything through reconciliation?
That's where the Byrd Rule comes in. The Byrd Rule limits what can be included in a reconciliation bill.
Okay.
So anything added must have a direct impact on federal spending or revenue, and it cannot contain extraneous, non-budgetary policy changes.
Yeah.
Because the $2,000 payment is a direct expenditure tied to tax revenue, a refund, it fits neatly within the confines of the Byrd Rule.
Making reconciliation a highly viable and a much faster track for passage if the majority party is unified.
Correct.
Okay, shifting gears now. This $2,000 payment is not happening in a vacuum. If we connect this to the bigger picture, the Secretary explicitly tied this payment to a larger, comprehensive economic strategy. He called it a complete trade policy.
He did.
And this connection seems critical for understanding the administration's long-term intentions.
Indeed. The strategy is dual. You have immediate cash relief, the $2,000, and then you have this structural deflationary pressure.
Structural deflationary pressure, what does that mean?
Well, the structural effort is achieved through trade policy. The Secretary detailed trade deals that have been under negotiation for, I think he said, between 6 to 8 months with various Central and South American countries, deals that were just formalized recently.
And what exactly do these trade deals accomplish? Why the focus on Central and South America specifically?
The focus on that region is strategic for consumer goods. These deals target the removal of tariffs, which are essentially import taxes on key agricultural and consumer products coming from those nations.
I see.
The primary goal is immediate, tangible savings for American consumers. And why those regions? Well, because they are major sources for specific high-consumption items that have seen sharp price increases due to, global supply chain issues and previous trade policies.
Okay, so let's talk about the specific items mentioned. What kind of things will see tariffs removed?
The Secretary specifically named everyday staples: coffee, cocoa, and bananas. The expectation is clear. Removing the import barriers on these goods will immediately lower the costs for importers and distributors, which should, ideally, translate into lower retail prices for you at the grocery store.
So it's a direct attempt to combat one facet of inflation, the cost of imported necessities.
It is. That structural adjustment, lowering the cost of staples like coffee and cocoa, is a strategic move because those items are part of nearly every household budget, including for retirees and low-income families.
Right. So if you put those two strategies together, you see a more holistic approach to affordability.
That's it. You get the temporary, much-needed injection of the $2,000 to deal with bills now, and simultaneously, the structural policy changes, the tariff reductions, aimed to permanently lower the baseline cost of essential consumer goods in the near future.
It's an acknowledgement that high prices are a complex problem. It requires both immediate financial relief and these longer-term economic adjustments.
Absolutely. It's important for you to recognize that when this $2,000 payment is discussed, it's being framed within this broader, coordinated effort to fight inflation and improve real income, which suggests the political momentum is behind the passage of the bill.
Right. The credibility of the administration's effort to tackle the economic squeeze really rests on this dual strategy.
Yes, the $2,000 is the headline, but the trade agreements provide the evidence of the longer-term commitment.
We now turn to the section that I think holds the most financial weight for our audience. Let's tackle the source of this immense anxiety head-on.
Let's do it.
The secretaries mentioned that the $2,000 refunds would be for working families and will have an income limit.
That phrasing is infuriatingly vague. It's politically misleading. We have to directly address the worry here. Millions of recipients of Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA, and RRB benefits, they fear exclusion because they are not clocking in for a traditional job. They feel targeted by that terminology.
And we committed to clarifying this. And the technical mechanisms, they provide the strong reassurance that's needed. What's so fascinating here is that the core principle for eligibility in these types of refundable federal payments is, well, it's non-negotiable.
Yes, it is. It is based purely on income, not employment status.
This is the foundational knowledge you need.
It is. The government's method for distributing refunds, it doesn't distinguish the source of the income. When the IRS or the Treasury distributes a refundable credit, they were looking at one number, the total adjusted gross income, or AGI.
Right.
If you receive benefits, whether those are wages, retirement benefits, or disability payments, they all factor into that total AGI. The government only cares if that total is below the set threshold.
So they do not send a separate questionnaire asking, are you currently employed?
No, they don't.
Let's talk about that income threshold then. What range did the secretary indicate?
The secretary indicated a potential high-end threshold for individuals or households with an income under $100,000.
Okay, under 100,000.
Yes, and we must stress this is the current highest estimate. The final number in the legislation could potentially be lower, maybe $75,000 or $60,000. However, the consistent messaging is that there will be a clear ceiling.
So the rule is brutally simple. If your income from all sources combined is below that number, let's just use $100,000 as the maximum reference point, you are eligible for the full payment.
Exactly.
And if you are above it, you are not. The source of the income is irrelevant.
Precisely. Income is the metric. Employment status is a distraction. Now, we have to address the most common and perhaps most confusing scenario for this audience.
The non-filer.
The non-filer.
This is the true aha moment. So many people who rely solely on low-level benefits do not file a tax return. Their income is below the mandatory filing threshold. The question is, if I don't file, how will the government know my income is low enough to qualify for a tax refund?
This requires a clear technical breakdown. We have to explain the mechanism of the standard deduction. For single individuals, the standard deduction is substantial. If your total income is below that deduction level, you are not legally required to file a tax return. Crucially, when the government assesses eligibility for a refundable tax credit, which is what this $2,000 payment is structured as, they check your AGI against the limit.
And if your income is below the standard deduction, how is your AGI viewed?
Functionally, for the purposes of these credits, your AGI is considered low enough to qualify automatically. The concept that your income is effectively zero is a bit simplistic, but the practical outcome is correct.
No, so because your income doesn't meet the necessary threshold to even incur a filing requirement, it is absolutely below the $100,000 limit.
Absolutely. The lack of a tax filing, because one's fixed income is too low, becomes the evidence that one is low income.
That makes perfect sense.
And furthermore, we have historical precedent for this. During the distribution of previous economic impact payments, the IRS automatically cross-referenced data with the Social Security Administration, the VA, and the Railroad Retirement Board. So if you received fixed benefits from these agencies, the IRS already had the information needed to verify that your income was low and that you were eligible for the refundable credit, regardless of whether you filed a 1040 form.
That precedent provides the concrete reassurance our listeners need. If you are receiving fixed benefits and you're a non-filer, you are highly likely to be included because your benefits data proves your low income status far, far below that $100,000 ceiling.
So let's now confront the political terminology directly. I want to challenge the premise a bit. If the mechanism is purely income-based, isn't the Treasury Secretary intentionally using the phrase working families to perhaps exclude non-working voters from the political narrative, even if they qualify financially?
That's a highly insightful question, and it really speaks to the inherent contradiction in political communication versus fiscal reality. It is absolutely political shorthand. Working families is a generalized, highly favorable political term used to signal support for the electorate that is perceived as struggling the middle and lower classes.
I see.
By using that term, the administration captures the sentiment of economic support without having to list every single low-income category. the disabled, the elderly, the veterans, and so on.
So it's just a blanket term for the politically desirable low to middle income bracket. But the financial inclusion has to override the political slogan for the legislation to work effectively and avoid a political backlash.
And that leads us right back to the analysis of political risk. The source material was explicit on this, excluding Social Security and fixed income recipients, a massive, organized, and reliable voting bloc in an election cycle when the stated goal is affordability would be a catastrophic political mistake.
A very bad, not smart move. The political viability of the measure depends entirely on mass inclusion. If they exclude the very population that is most financially vulnerable to inflation, the policy is self-defeating.
So this circumstantial evidence reinforces the technical certainty. Inclusion is virtually guaranteed.
Exactly. So our listeners must filter out that political jargon and focus solely on their AGI. If you're below that $100,000 or maybe $75,000 threshold, you are in, period.
Do not let the terminology discourage you.
The income ceiling is the only criterion that matters.
Okay, let's pivot to logistics and address the practical questions. If this payment passes, how and when will the money actually arrive?
Yeah, the big questions.
Since the bill is not yet finalized, we don't have the micro-level details like specific birth date breakdowns, but we do have some broad hints about timing.
Precisely. The when is contingent on the if Congress passes it, especially via reconciliation. However, the Secretary did provide an important timing hint tied to tax policy. He mentioned that related changes, like eliminating tax on tips, Social Security, and overtime, would lead to a big bump in the first quarter.
The first quarter.
Yes, with refunds and real incomes.
That reference to the first quarter strongly suggests that this $2,000 payment would be processed alongside the general tax refund schedule. This is the established window for distributing major refundable tax credits. It makes the early part of next year the most likely target distribution window.
And that aligns perfectly with the mechanism being called a refund. This logistical alignment is key for setting expectations.
Right.
Because it's structured as a refund payment, the method of delivery will almost certainly mimic the established federal payment systems. This means the vast majority of recipients will receive their funds via direct deposit if the IRS or SSA has current bank information on file.
And for those who don't use direct deposit, what should they expect?
They should expect payments via a paper check, or for many fixed income recipients, potentially via the Direct Express card.
Oh, okay.
Since the SSA and VA already use Direct Express for benefit delivery, leveraging that existing system for a one-time relief payment is a highly efficient, established route for reaching beneficiaries who may not have a traditional bank account.
Now we enter the crucial realm of financial protections. This is where low-income beneficiaries need specific, detailed answers to prevent jeopardizing their current lifelines. We have to assume that, based on historical precedent, this payment will be designed to be maximally beneficial.
We have to. But we also must confirm the specifics once the final draft is released. That is the caveat. The language of the law doesn't exist yet, but we can extrapolate based on past stimulus payments.
So what are the critical concerns we need to address?
I'd say there are three: taxability, impact on means-tested benefits, and protection from garnishment.
Okay, let's start with taxability. Will this $2,000 payment be considered taxable income?
Historically, these types of one-time economic impact payments have been classified as non-taxable. They essentially act as an advanced refundable credit, which is not counted as income by the IRS.
Because the intent of the payment is relief, not to create a new tax burden.
Exactly. We expect this $2,000 refund to follow that precedent, but you must wait for the final text of the bill to confirm that it is officially tax-free.
Okay, next up, the most complex issue for full-income audiences. How does receiving a $2,000 lump sum affect eligibility for means-tested programs like SSI Medicaid or s.n.a.p food assistance?
This is where we need to dive into the specific rules for supplemental security income, or SSI recipients. SSI is sensitive to both income and resources.
Okay.
Now, while the $2,000 should not count as income for the month it is received, as these types of payments are typically exempt, it absolutely converts into a resource the following month.
And SSI has a very strict resource limit.
It does. The standard resource limit for SSI is $2,000 for an individual and $3,000 for a couple. So if this $2,000 payment lands in your bank account and the next month you still have all of it, you would typically be over the resource limit and potentially lose your SSI and associated Medicaid benefits.
Wow.
However, Congress has provided protections for these emergency payments in the past.
So what protection are we looking for in the final bill?
We need to see clear language establishing a 12-month exclusion period for this specific payment. This crucial rule states that the $2,000 payment would not be counted towards your SSI resource limit for a period of 12 months from the date of receipt.
Which gives the recipient a full year to spend the money on necessary expenses without jeopardizing their benefits.
Right. Without this specific protection written into the law, the money must be spent down rapidly to remain below that $2,000 resource limit. This is vital, life-saving language we are looking for in the final bill.
Okay, and finally, garnishment. Is this money safe from debt collectors or garnishment orders?
Again, based on precedent, one-time economic relief payments are typically protected from garnishment by most private creditors. This ensures the money reaches the intended recipient, the person struggling with affordability, rather than settling old debts.
But there are exceptions.
There are specific types of debts, like child support or federal debts, may sometimes still be subject to offset. The final legislative text has to clarify the scope of this anti-garnishment protection. We'd advise you to check your individual state laws if you're concerned about a specific type of debt.
Knowing these concerns exist, what should our listeners be doing now to prepare and, crucially, protect themselves from scams?
Preparation means ensuring your information is correct with the relevant federal agencies. If you receive benefits via direct deposit, confirm your bank details on file with the SSA, the VA, or the IRS are current. And let's be absolutely clear about the danger of scams, which just surge every time a major payment is announced.
Yes, let's dedicate some serious detail to the scam warnings. This is so important.
You must remember this fundamental rule. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, and the VA will never call, text, or email you asking for money, banking information, or personal details in order to process this $2,000 payment. Never. If someone calls claiming to be from a federal agency and asks you to pay a fee, buy a gift card, or verify your Social Security number to receive your $2,000 refund, it is a scam.
Hang up the phone immediately.
Immediately.
Right.
Trust only official, verifiable government websites and physical letters mailed to your registered address.
You can use the My Social Security portal to manage your benefits and check for official updates.
Exactly. And if a payment is late or the amount is incorrect, use the official letter or the verified government site as your reference point before you contact the agencies. Avoid those third-party sites that claim to track your payment. Vigilance is your best defense against fraud.
All right, let's zoom out and place this $2,000 proposal within the broader economic philosophy the administration is promoting. This payment is being framed in connection with keeping core campaign promises focused on financial relief for working Americans.
That's right. The Secretary utilized the $2,000 payment as a tangible example of honoring promises designed to increase real wages and disposable income.
So beyond just the direct payment.
Yes. He detailed specific related promises, eliminating the federal tax on tips, eliminating the tax on Social Security benefits, and eliminating the tax on overtime pay. The $2,000 refund, therefore, isn't an isolated event. It is an immediate monetary manifestation within this larger policy architecture.
One aimed at bolstering the financial stability of working-class families and retirees.
Exactly.
And for our listeners, especially those who rely on fixed incomes and struggle with persistent bills, this money is about more than just economics. I mean, it's about dignity and stability. It provides much-needed breathing room during a difficult period.
That human element is paramount. The government is essentially acknowledging the financial pain caused by high inflation and is utilizing this proposal to put immediate cash into the hands of the people who need it most. Our role here is to advocate for their seamless inclusion, ensuring they can access every benefit or dollar they are eligible for, whether it's a CLA, a program change, or this proposed payment.
Looking long-term, what does this duality of policy, the $2,000 payment combined with the trade deals, what does that signal about the future of economic policy? Is this a one-time fix, or is it indicative of a permanent shift?
Well, the $2,000 payment is clearly presented as a temporary one-time measure aimed at the immediate sting of inflation. It's like financial triage.
Right.
However, the accompanying trade policy focused on tariff removal suggests a commitment to long-term structural reform. Removing import taxes on staple goods like cocoa and bananas is not a temporary action. It's a permanent reduction in the cost structure of those products.
So we have a strategic combination, a short-term financial fix coupled with a long-term economic adjustment policy.
One aimed at achieving sustained, gentle deflationary pressure in specific consumer categories. It's a holistic approach to affordability. The goal isn't just to help people pay existing high prices. The goal is to lower those prices for the future.
And the $2,000 is the cash bridge needed while those tariff reductions take effect and hopefully begin to reduce consumer costs across the board.
That's the idea.
So the single most important action for you listening right now is to stay informed, particularly regarding the details of the legislative process and those critical financial protections we talked about.
Patience and due diligence are key. Do not get caught up in the political language. Focus on your income level, understand the protection rules once they are finalized, and be prepared to receive the money early next year if Congress acts quickly.
Okay, let's summarize and reinforce the most critical facts one last time for everyone. The potential for a $2,000 payment is real. It's been confirmed by the Treasury Secretary, but its arrival hinges entirely on congressional action.
Right, specifically either standard legislation or the potentially faster reconciliation process.
And the crucial takeaway for everyone worried about eligibility because of that working families phrase
Is that the payment rule is based on income, not employment status. The current highest threshold indicated is under $100,000 AGI. Social Security, SSI, SSDI, and VA recipients are expected to be included.
And if you are a non-filer, because your fixed income is below the standard deduction, you automatically fall into the eligible low-income bracket.
That's right.
Our urgent advice is to remain patient while the final draft is hammered out by Congress. Do not trust internet rumors. Only rely on official, verifiable government announcements for specific dates and payment mechanisms. And remember that crucial detail about the 12-month exclusion rule we need to see written into law to protect your means-tested benefits.
This information, once it's finalized, holds the potential to significantly change your financial outlook, providing the help and the dignity you deserve during these tight economic times.
Stay vigilant, stay informed, and focus on the facts, not the jargon.
We strongly encourage you to subscribe so you never miss a vital update on this critical payment, especially as those final legislative details begin to emerge from Capitol Hill.
Please share this deep dive with friends or family who are worried about being excluded because of the confusing terminology. Drop your questions and feedback down below so we know exactly what to prioritize in our next analysis. We will continue to be right by your side, breaking down every detail every single day.
Until next time.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. This is the place where we take all of that complicated financial news, all the stuff that really impacts your day-to-day life, and we try to make it immediately clear. And today, we're really cutting through a very thick fog of confusion. It's about a major financial announcement that's been making the rounds.
Yeah, big one.
We're talking about the potential for a new, pretty significant